Part 20 is already here. This is the longest story on my channel. I'm glad you find it interesting, and it's thanks to your likes and comments that new episodes keep coming out. Your support is what makes the next parts possible. So don't stop and enjoy watching.
I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. No matter where we go, as long as you're willing to take me with you, I'll accept any arrangement. Not to mention being a carpenter, even if I have to work like an ox or a horse, I'll do it. Cheng Xiaomu was extremely emotional. His hands were tightly intertwined, and he paced around uncontrollably, looking completely at a loss. Chingsho continued, "This time, the journey is a bit far, and we'll be gone for several years. The conditions are also tough, but I'll make sure your salary isn't low. Also, it doesn't matter, I'll go anywhere." Cheng Xiaomu interrupted Chingsho and agreed immediately. Since that was the case, Chingsho said nothing more. He only said, "In that case, when the time comes for us to set out, if you feel the journey is too long, you can return at any time. I'll also give you a severance payment. But I have only one condition: even if you return inland, you must continue to build these machines. You must not slack off, and you absolutely must not make furniture. That would be a waste of your time and talent." Although Cheng Xiaomu didn't understand why Chingsho said this, he was very happy deep down. A big figure like Duke Qing appreciating him like this made all his previous beatings worth it. Later, Chingsho instructed the examiners that if they encountered machines they couldn't understand, they must examine and review them multiple times to confirm whether they truly were worthless before discarding them. Otherwise, who knows how many geniuses like this might be buried. Although by the rules, Cheng Xiaomu had only passed an exam equivalent to the township level, Chingsho was about to leave for the western regions and couldn't wait long. So he decided to make an exception and directly appoint Chen to an official position, bringing him along to the western regions. Everyone truly didn't understand why Chingsho thought so highly of someone like him. Clearly, there were many carpenters who made finer and prettier work, but Chingsho just didn't like them. What they didn't know was that making things look good was difficult, but to Chingsho, it was useless. What he needed was someone who truly understood the principles and was willing to explore and research. People who only cared about appearances were of no use to him. Before setting out, Chingsho specially called Cheng Xiaomu to the Ministry of Works. Besides him, many other officials from the ministry were also summoned. He said he would explain the principles of improving these wooden devices to them in person. Everyone was confused as to why they were called for such a matter. But when they arrived, they found a completed wooden device already placed in the hall. At first glance, the device didn't seem to have any obvious use. It looked very similar to something Cheng Xiaomu had made before, just more refined in appearance and more elaborate in its joint structure. As soon as Cheng Xiaomu saw it, his eyes lit up. This thing was definitely better than what he had made, and it was even closer to the structure he had imagined in his mind. Amazing! He immediately leaned forward to examine it carefully, full of joy, almost wanting to take it apart himself. "Everyone take your places, and quiet down." Tang Jian tapped the table with his sword, and everyone fell silent. Cheng Xiaomu stood there dumbfounded, looking around, not knowing what to do. A nearby official quickly pulled him to a seat. "This kid doesn't even look like an official. How did he get to sit here today?" Cheng Xiaomu heard someone talking about him and quickly looked over. It was a big man with a full beard, staring at him with great interest. Cheng Xiaomu didn't know who he was, so he gave a silly grin. Seeing his honest look, the man couldn't help but laugh. "This kid is a bit simple-minded. Not bad. General Cheng, Duke Qing is arriving soon. Please quiet down," Tang Jian said with a dry cough. Cheng Xiaomu froze when he heard the name, General Cheng? Cheng Yaojin. This was the great general whose fame shook all of Chang'an. He peeked at Cheng Yaojin and didn't dare to look again. In his mind, officials were all scary, just a word from them could decide life or death. Best not to provoke them. "Oh, all right." Cheng Yaojin patted his head and shut up. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the hall. Chingsho strode in, followed by several craftsmen. These were the artisans Chingsho had used to build various machines for himself. Since he was holding a lecture today, of course he brought them along. "Uncle Cheng?" Chingsho was a bit surprised to see Cheng Yaojin. Why was this big burly guy here too? "Heh, I heard you gathered everyone here for a lecture, so I got curious. Mind if I sit in and listen? Cheng Xiao chuckled. I don't mind, as long as Uncle Cheng keeps that mouth of yours shut, okay? Chingsho walked up to the wooden transmission structure and patted it lightly, then looked at Cheng Xiaomu. Before this, I thought no one could understand if I talked about such things. But after seeing the model Cheng Xiaomu made 2 days ago, I realized I was wrong. No matter the era, there are always geniuses who are ahead of their time. Even if what I teach is beyond the average person, there are always a few geniuses who can grasp it. Chingsho had a craftsman open up the wooden transmission structure. Everyone could finally see its inner workings, and were shocked at how much more complex it was than they'd imagined. Inside were many wheels of different sizes, with tooth-like edges interlocking. Moving any one of them would make all of them turn. This thing is called a gear. The rods that go through them are called shafts. Together, they form what is called a transmission structure. It may look simple, but it's very important. Chingsho held up a fixed pulley. I believe those who've seen the pulley crossbow know how useful this is, right? This time, everyone understood. The fixed pulley was the first, and only, thing they could understand from Chingsho's teachings. It was relatively simple to use. Chingsho then explained the transmission of these gears and taught everyone the manufacturing methods and diagrams one by one. Except for Cheng Xiaomu, everyone else was completely confused. I don't get it, Ching boy. Cheng Xiao, who had been quiet, finally spoke. What's the use of this thing anyway? It just spins around, it doesn't seem to do anything else. Cheng Xiao immediately noticed Chingsho's intense gaze and suddenly realized he had spoken out of turn, so he quickly shut his mouth. In fact, the question he asked was exactly what everyone else had been wondering. Indeed, the structure of this thing was interesting, but they just couldn't figure out what it could be used for. Uncle Cheng really asked the right question. I bet everyone here wanted to ask me the same thing, right? Chingsho didn't answer directly but asked them instead, what do you think this thing could be used for? The officials all looked at each other, unable to say a word. These wheels inside look like a water wheel. I wonder if it could be used like that. I think that doesn't make sense. If you ask old Cheng, this thing looks like one of those unique weapons those storytellers talk about in tea houses. If you throw it, it could be really deadly. Cheng Xiao, as usual, was talking nonsense. In the end, it was Tang Jian who stepped up and said something reasonable. Even though I don't understand these devices, it's called a transmission structure, right? By the name, transmission means conveying, driving. Maybe it's used to move something? Although he was guessing, he actually hit on the key point, and his explanation was the most reliable so far. Cheng Xiaomu remained silent the whole time. He suddenly stood up, wanting to walk forward, but quickly came to his senses. His status was very low, how could he move without permission? So he awkwardly sat down again. What do you want to say? Chingsho noticed him and immediately signaled him to speak his mind. I don't really have anything to say. I just feel like I can figure out what this thing is used for, he answered cautiously. Come here. Show everyone how to use this thing. Without waiting, Chingsho immediately ordered him to come up and demonstrate. Only after receiving permission did Cheng Xiaomu dare to stand up. He stepped forward, closely observing the transmission structure for a while, then suddenly asked, is there a wheel? Chingsho was secretly delighted, he had been waiting for someone to ask for this. Bring it in. Chingsho waved his hand, and the wheels, already prepared outside, were brought in. Cheng Xiaomu took the wheels and inserted them directly into the shafts sticking out from the transmission structure. They fit perfectly. Clearly, this was something Chingsho had prepared in advance as a test for them. What excited him greatly was that he had guessed Chingsho's test correctly. Then, in front of everyone, Cheng Xiaomu turned the handle at one end of the transmission structure, and the wheel on the other end began to rotate slowly. Driven by the transmission structure, the wheel turned on its own. Everyone could now see clearly, it was actually possible to make a wheel spin this way, not just by pushing or pulling. Once this transmission method was demonstrated in front of everyone, many people had a sudden flash of inspiration, and countless ideas filled their minds. Although these officials usually only read books and followed rules, that didn't mean they were stupid or ignorant. Their thinking had only been limited by the era they lived in. Once given the opportunity to break through what they had previously seen, many ideas came pouring out. One official immediately asked Chingsho, Duke Qing, may I try this thing? Chingsho nodded, and the man hurried up, took the device from Cheng Xiaomu, carefully examined it, and personally turned the handle. He found that it took very little force to make the wheel spin quickly, far easier than pushing or pulling. If holding the handle of the transmission structure, he said excitedly, if we remove the horses from the front of a cart and have the driver sit in the front, then extend a long handle from this transmission structure so he can turn it with both hands to move the whole cart forward. I wonder if that would work. This man's discovery surprised Chingsho just as much as Cheng Xiaomu's. Cheng Xiaomu had figured out how to use the thing and demonstrated it. This man immediately thought of how to apply it. He was also a genius. Chingsho immediately asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Zhoukuei, just a 6th rank." No need to say more. Chingsho didn't care what rank he held. This man, in his eyes, was definitely a genius. And it was his first time seeing a transmission structure. "You, together with Cheng Xiaomu, get ready to go with me to the western regions. I have special plans for you. Just staying here as a minor official in the Ministry of Works would be wasting your talent." Right then and there, Chingsho changed the man's destiny with one sentence. Zhoukuei widened his eyes. He didn't expect such a sudden opportunity. Everyone looked at him with envy. Being personally chosen by Duke Qing, his future was shining bright. Who else? Anyone else who can think of other uses or even improvements for this thing? It doesn't matter who you are or what rank you hold, I only care if you can understand this and give useful insights. Chingsho called out again, urging everyone to step forward and not waste time if they had ideas. With Zhoukuei as an example, the others couldn't sit still. They rushed up one after another, straining their brains to study the device, eager to figure it out. Even Cheng Yaojin walked up to examine it and asked others questions from time to time. Of course, no one had the mind to answer him now. They were all trying to understand the mechanism while they had the chance. After all this, dozens of officials offered their own insights and improvement proposals to Chingsho. Most of them were nonsense, but Chingsho picked through them and still selected a few who had decent ideas. He gave them a choice: stay in Chang'an and focus on research and craftsmanship, or follow him to the western regions. Either way, both options would give them opportunities to rise in rank and make their fortune. Of course, if anyone insisted on staying in administrative roles and pursuing the official career path, Chingsho wouldn't object. He let them decide for themselves. Those who were obsessed with climbing the ranks, no matter how talented, wouldn't be useful if forced into his line of work. Worse, they might shake others' resolve. Bringing them in would do more harm than good. In the end, Chingsho successfully selected a group of people he valued, and took the opportunity to explain to everyone the basic principles and clever uses of this transmission structure. By the end, even old Cheng was interested in the thing. Half joking, half serious, he told Chingsho that he wanted to go to the western regions too. The western regions are far away. Why are you tagging along? Isn't this a chance for the younger generation? Besides, didn't you already tire of battles? Chingsho said with a laugh. Cheng Yaojin shook his head repeatedly. You're only half right. I really don't want to fight anymore, but this thing. It's way more fun than going to war. Cheng Yaojin, this big rough fellow, actually started taking an interest in such precise machinery. This really went against the stereotype Chingsho had of him. But Chingsho just took it as a joke and soon began counting the people to prepare for the journey to the western regions. He originally thought that most of them wouldn't want to leave their hometowns, but unexpectedly, everyone agreed without hesitation, expressing their willingness to follow Chingsho no matter when they would return. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, it would truly be like getting struck by lightning. Chingsho didn't try to lure them with empty promises. He gave them real benefits on the spot. Each person's official rank would immediately be raised by one level, and their salary would be doubled. Besides the salary, each person would receive a monthly subsidy of 30 strings of coins, 2 bolts of silk, and 2 bolts of cotton cloth. He also promised that once they returned from the western regions, their rank would be raised by another level. If they could make great contributions in the western regions or provide useful suggestions for improvements, he would definitely reward them even more. These rewards didn't even count yet. And this was just the initial promise. He assured them that he would give them even more satisfying rewards in the future and would ensure they could return to their hometowns in glory. With this, everyone was even more convinced that following Duke Qing was absolutely the right decision. Cheng Xiaomu listened in a daze. Somehow, he had ended up being fed by the imperial court thanks to Chingsho, and he'd even be receiving a lot of money and subsidies. 30 strings of coins every month, plus 4 bolts of silk and cotton cloth. This was an astronomical amount to him. He and his father worked hard all year and couldn't even earn 5 taels. A single bolt of cloth was treated like a treasure. Now this huge sum of money was placed in front of him. He was completely overwhelmed. Cheng Xiaomu couldn't hold back his joy. He quickly came to Chingsho to ask permission to go home for a while. He wanted to share the good news with his father. Of course you can. How long will you be gone? Chingsho asked. Probably around 10 days. Please lend me some coins so I can hire a mule. I'll go quickly and return quickly. Chen Xiaomu replied with a grin. Without another word, Chingsho called someone to bring money. In a moment, 2 strings of coins were handed over, making Chen Xiaomu stare wide-eyed. Take this money, buy some things, bring them back to your father, and leave some for his living expenses. No need to hire a mule, those things are too slow. I'll be setting off in half a month, and I can't wait that long. Just take my carriage and go. If you hurry along the way, the round trip will only take 5 days. Holding the 2 strings of coins, Chen Xiaomu stood there for a long time, eyes filled with tears, and then burst out crying on the spot. Even my father's never treated me this well. Wah! Chingsho got goosebumps watching this and quickly sent him off, telling him to return quickly and not delay the expedition. But before departing, Chingsho still wanted to test the abilities of these craftsmen one last time. He asked Zhou Kuei, "You mentioned earlier combining the transmission structure with a vehicle?" "That's right," Zhou Kuei nodded. "I remember you taught us earlier that the longer the lever, the heavier the object it can move, saving more effort. If that principle is applied to this device, maybe we could use very little force to drive the entire transmission structure to rotate." This guy really was a genius. He had already started applying what he learned. "Good. I'll be setting off in half a month. I'll use this time to evaluate you and the others." Chingsho pointed to the officials he had selected. "Use these 15 days to turn your ideas into reality. When the time comes, I'll judge based on your progress whether you're worth bringing to the western regions." This task wasn't simple. Although Zhou Kuei had a basic concept of how to realize it, it didn't mean they had the ability to actually build it. If these people were giants in words but dwarfs in action, then they really weren't worth bringing along. As for Chen Xiaomu, he had already proven himself by building the transmission structure, so he didn't need to go through the same test. Zhou Kuei looked slightly serious. He knew this was bound to come. The others were also somewhat nervous. They had finally gotten such an opportunity and really didn't want to miss it. 15 days. Make good use of the time, no delays. Chingsho didn't waste words and simply instructed the Ministry of Works to be fully prepared. Whatever the craftsmen needed, manpower or materials, they should be provided. "Everyone, we have to hurry. This is a rare chance, and none of us wants to hold each other back, right?" Zhou Kuei looked at the group behind him. He had started from the bottom in the Ministry of Works and knew how people slacked off and covered up. That might be fine normally, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Miss it, and you'd never get another. Of course we'll do our best. But then again, this is our first time learning about the transmission structure. If we can't build it. Yeah, I looked at that thing, it's really a bit tricky. Everyone was talking, clearly lacking confidence. We'll just have to do our best. Zhou Kuei didn't know what else to say either. For now, all they could do was try. As the departure date approached, while the Ministry of Works was busy, Chingsho was also rushing to prepare. He selected soldiers and gathered supplies. Although he didn't do everything personally, he still paid close attention. Fortunately, His Majesty the Emperor fully supported him, mobilizing the entire court and government. He also knew that this time, Chingsho was going to truly shine in the western regions. But just before departure, there was a small incident involving Tibet. They unexpectedly withdrew all their troops from the frontier back to the Tibetan plateau, abandoning even the most strategically important passes. When this news came, most in the court believed the Tibetans were simply too weak and had no choice but to give up their outer territories. But Chingsho thought differently. From what he knew of the Tibetans, they would never give up any piece of land for no reason. Even in the barren West Sea region, they tried to interfere and refused to back off easily. Now they were giving up so much land, he was certain there was big trouble inside their country. Either it was civil unrest or war with a foreign enemy. Though Tibet was a barren highland surrounded by wilderness, in the far west, it still bordered 2 countries, Nepal and Tianzhu. At this time, Tianzhu was what would later become India. But currently, Tianzhu only occupied a very small part of Indian territory. Its national power was weak, and it rarely clashed with Tibet. Instead, it was Nepal that often engaged in wars with Tibet. Now that Tibet's national strength was declining, perhaps the Nepalese had also noticed that this was the perfect time to go to war with Tibet. If that was the case, then it gave him even more opportunity to manipulate things behind the scenes. Chingsho informed Li Er of this matter and explained the stakes, judging how to respond. "In your opinion, must we intervene?" Li Er asked. "Your Majesty, is there even a need to ask? Can't you see Tibet's covetousness toward our borderlands? Right now, they pose no threat to our homeland, but who can guarantee what the Central Plains will look like in a few decades, or 100 years, and what Tibet will be like then?" Chingsho's words hit Li Er right in the heart. At this moment, he could choose not to care, but just like Chingsho had told him before, if they didn't seize the chance to expand their territory while their national strength was on the rise, and broaden their influence, then one day, when decline was inevitable, every surrounding region and ethnicity not yet annexed would become a threat. Then in your opinion, how should we intervene? Now that Chingsho had focused most of his efforts on the western regions, if they invested heavily in dealing with Tibet, it could delay their entry into the western regions. Even if they destroyed Tibet, the loss would outweigh the gain. Though Tibet had fewer than 100,000 troops and only 1 million people, the Tibetan plateau was not a place a large army could easily enter. Sending 10,000 troops would require logistical support equivalent to 150,000 soldiers. And if the war dragged into the cold season, supply consumption would multiply. Even if they occupied the entire Tibetan plateau, it wouldn't make up for 1/10 of the resources consumed during the campaign. Chingsho naturally understood this. That was why, back when he ordered Shui Rengue to capture the folded mountains and not to advance a single step further, he had this very consideration in mind. After pondering for a long time, Chingsho said, "I believe we should send envoys to Nepal and Tianju, and join forces with them to destroy Tibet." Li Er didn't know how far away Nepal and Tianju were, but he immediately agreed with Chingsho and repeatedly praised the plan. But when Chingsho unrolled the map and marked the positions of Nepal and Tianju, Li Er suddenly wondered if this idea was too far-fetched. This route would not only require bypassing all of Tibet, but it also passed through high snowy mountains and cold zones, something ordinary people could never handle. What's more, the Tibetans weren't blind. They wouldn't just sit by and let envoys from the Tang Empire pass through their land to ally with their enemies. So, the envoy cannot go in his original identity, he must be disguised. Clearly, Chingsho had already thought of a solution. Although our country isn't friendly with Tibet, we do have border trade markets. We can use this as an excuse to send merchants into their territory to do business. Wouldn't that give us a chance to pass through their lands? Though this method was good, Li Er still frowned. Even so, the journey is so long, it can't be completed in less than 2 years. This would require sending someone extraordinary, completely loyal to the Tang Empire, and highly capable. If someone could accomplish this mission, it would be like Zhang Qian coming back to life. Your Majesty, I actually have the perfect person in mind. I can't say he'll definitely complete the mission, but if he can't, then there's no one else in the court who could. Li Er was instantly energized. Who is it? Next day, at morning court. As soon as Li Er arrived, he immediately summoned someone completely unknown in court. Summoned the director of the Ministry of Rights, Wang Xuanzi. At the imperial command, a young man stepped out from among the ministers, bowing nervously before Li Er. As a director in the Ministry of Rights, he normally wouldn't even qualify to attend morning court. He only came today because someone from the ministry specifically told him that His Majesty wanted to see him. Director of the Ministry of Rights, Wang Xuanzi, greets Your Majesty. He had no idea why he had been called by Li Er, but it was already good enough to get noticed by someone so important. Li Er looked him up and down, then exchanged glances with Chingsho, silently confirming whether this was the one. Only after getting a very certain look from Chingsho did he examine Wang Xuanzi's record in detail, but it was truly unremarkable. He had served as a local county magistrate, and was transferred to the capital because of some achievements in local governance, but nothing outstanding. Even so, how had he won Chingsho's favor? I've heard Duke Qing recommended you to carry out a special mission. But looking at your past record. Li Er stopped mid-sentence when Chingsho coughed several times, signaling him not to bother with that. Only then did the emperor realize, and he quickly changed his tone. Although your past experience doesn't include this type of mission, since Duke Qing trusts you, I too am willing to entrust you with an important task. Wang Xuanzi below was completely confused. He didn't remember ever having dealings with Chingsho. Even getting a chance to meet him was very difficult. Why had he been chosen and recommended? Still, being given a mission directly by Li Er was a great honor. He quickly replied, "May I ask what task Your Majesty wishes to entrust to me? No matter the danger, I will see it done." It was a long story, but Li Er only gave a brief explanation, at least enough for him to know he was being sent as an envoy. Then he handed him a map. This map clearly detailed the journey from Tang to Nepal and Tianju. At first glance, Wang Xuanzi realized how difficult this mission was. Completing this journey was no different from traveling all the way from Yuzhou across the entire Tang territory to Lingnan. What's worse, most of the route passed through enemy-controlled areas, filled with danger. There was no telling when disaster might strike. The difficulty of this mission was no less than Zhang Qian's or Ban Chao's journeys to the western regions. Both involved unexplored paths, each with their own perils. In fact, Most officials, upon seeing this map, would come up with 1,000 excuses to refuse, trying to avoid it. They wanted promotion and wealth, but that didn't mean they wanted to die. Chingsho kept observing Wang Xuanzi. When he saw the map, he didn't show any fear or reluctance. Instead, he carefully studied it, even measuring the route with his finger. Though his brow was furrowed, there was no sign of hesitation. Just as expected of you. At that time, Wang Xuanzi was just a newcomer in court, still young. Yet when given such a heavy responsibility, he didn't panic, he carefully analyzed it. Truly worthy of being the man who could, on his own, bring down a nation, Wang Xuanzi. Although the officials present didn't know exactly where Nepal was, most of them were aware that Tibet had high mountains and dangerous roads. Just surviving the journey would already be lucky. At first, they thought Li Er truly valued this person, but now it seemed like he just randomly picked a greenhorn to scout the path and die in the process, laying the groundwork for future efforts. If Wang Xuanzi refused the order and disappointed His Majesty, his career would likely come to an end. But if he accepted it, he might not even survive to come back. Everyone couldn't help silently mourning for him. This guy was really unlucky. But to their surprise, Wang Xuanzi didn't show a gloomy face. Instead, he asked directly, "On this westward journey, we will definitely pass through Tibetan territory. Since our country has fought with them and relations are bad, we absolutely cannot depart under the identity of an envoy. Some kind of disguise will be necessary." Li Er was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this man to already be thinking about how to solve problems he would face after setting out. This pleased Li Er greatly. Regardless of whether he could complete the mission, the fact that he didn't shirk responsibility and was immediately considering a solution made him a minister worthy of heavy trust. "Duke Qing has already thought this through for you. You'll go disguised as merchants. The court will arrange everything. If you need anything, just ask, the court will do its best to provide it," Li Er told him right away. Wang Xuanzi looked at Chingsho in amazement. As expected of Duke Qing, so forward-thinking. "I accept the order. If His Majesty requires, I can depart at any time." He agreed so quickly that both Li Er and the ministers felt a little uneasy. "My dear subject, why don't you take another look? Maybe you missed something on the map?" Li Er was worried this man hadn't even finished reading the map and had already accepted the mission in a rush of enthusiasm. "I've already studied the map in detail, nothing was missed. The journey is long and indeed not easy." Wang Xuanzi was full of energy, seeming totally confident. "But as a subject, I should share the burdens of the nation and the emperor. Even if this journey means certain death, I must do my best until the end." These words were so passionate that even Li Er was a bit moved. If everyone in the court were like this, there would be no fear of unrest in the world. After hearing such a statement, Li Er naturally couldn't ignore it. He immediately promoted Wang Xuanzi by 2 ranks, appointed him as envoy to Nepal, and granted him a generous salary and many rewards. Though the rewards were generous, everyone knew that whether Wang Xuanzi would live to enjoy them was uncertain. Now that he had been appointed, he had to leave immediately as an envoy. Whether he'd return standing or lying down was anyone's guess. Almost no one believed he would return alive. After all, he had little experience and had only been a minor official in the Ministry of Rights. Just as everyone was looking down on him, Chingsho coughed a few times and said slowly, "Wang Xuanzi, I know that almost no one here believes you can complete the mission, or even come back alive. But that doesn't matter. What you need to know now is this: the court wants you to cross Tibetan territory, contact Nepal and Tianzhu, and negotiate with them to jointly destroy Tibet. The court wants results. You only need to achieve that result. Understood?" Wang Xuanzi smiled knowingly. He understood that Chingsho was giving him a lot of room to maneuver. As long as the goal was achieved, whatever tricks he used along the way, even if they were improper or dishonorable, the court would turn a blind eye and not record them. "That's all for now. Duke Qing will go over the details with you later. If you need anything, just say it." Li Er waved his hand. Court dismissed. A short while later, at the Office of Protocol. Wang Xuanzi had been waiting there for some time. When word came that Chingsho had arrived, he immediately tidied his clothes and personally went to welcome him. "Greetings, Duke. Enough with the formalities." Chingsho came in and sat down directly, signaling him not to waste time. "Let's get straight to the point. What do you need for this trip?" Wang Xuanzi had already written a list and handed it over with both hands. Chingsho glanced over it. What he had asked for was nothing more than manpower and funds. That seemed reasonable. He hadn't used the opportunity to exploit the court for personal gain. However, in Chingsho's view, it was still a bit lacking. Even though you're going disguised as a trade caravan, bringing only a few weapons is not enough. If you run into trouble, you won't be able to handle it. Wang Xuanzi nodded. "You're right. We had thought about bringing some firearms or grenades, but since we'll be passing through Tibetan border checkpoints, they won't allow that. And if something happens and the Tibetans get their hands on those firearms, it would be a big problem for the court. Don't worry, I've already thought of a solution. He led Wang Xuanzi to the weapons depot and ordered his men to bring out the firearms he had prepared. They weren't full guns, just tubes of various lengths, along with different-sized components. There were also paper-wrapped powders, saltpeter, charcoal powder, sulfur powder, and so on. Wang Xuanzi picked up a few pieces and quickly understood Chingsho's intention. Since they couldn't bring whole guns, they would break them down into parts and smuggle them across. Once on the other side, they could reassemble them and mix the gunpowder on site. This would let them sneak the weapons through without notice. Even if these parts fell into Tibetan hands, they wouldn't know how to assemble them or mix the powder, making them useless. Brilliant! That was all Wang Xuanzi could say. There was no better solution. And bring these as well. They're not as powerful as guns, but better than regular bows, and more flexible. Chingsho handed over 7 or 8 pulley crossbows. Currently, Chingsho only had about 30 finished pulley crossbows. Giving this many at once was extremely generous. Wang Xuanzi had already heard of how powerful these crossbows were. He immediately thanked Chingsho repeatedly, feeling even more confident. But he still had one question. Before this, I never had any contact with Duke Qing. Why did you personally recommend me to His Majesty to take on such an important task? As far as I know, Duke Qing shouldn't even be familiar with my abilities. Normally, Chingsho wouldn't be. But he already knew, through his godlike perspective, what shocking achievements Wang Xuanzi would make in the future. Don't tell me you're complaining that I gave you such a hard job? Chingsho joked. How would I dare? Wang Xuanzi quickly said, to serve the country is naturally my honor. Especially for such an important mission, I am truly fearful and respectful, but I will never shirk or refuse. Chingsho laughed, I was only joking with you. Honestly, if I had to say why, I don't know myself. Maybe it's just intuition. He couldn't possibly tell him, I have a god's eye view and already know about your future feat of destroying a nation alone on your mission to Nepal. Wang Xuanzi was silent for a while, though his feelings were hard to put into words. Since becoming an official, he had always wanted to do something for the country and the people. But unfortunately, his position was too low. When he served as a local magistrate, even if he gave it his all, he could only bring benefits to one small region. After entering Chang'an, he became a minor official in the Ministry of Rights. The things he did each day were called important, but it seemed like even if he wasn't there, it made no difference to the court. What he longed for was to do something great for the country and the people, something that could benefit countless lives and leave his name in the history books. In his eyes, that was what would make his life in this world truly meaningful, to do his utmost for all under heaven. In any case, it's all up to you. Chingsho suddenly realized, although Wang Xuanzi was now receiving more support, the situation he was heading into was far more difficult than what had happened in history. At least back when he crossed Tibet, the Tang Empire and Tibet were still allies. He could resupply locally and didn't have to hide from Tibetan forces. But now, the difficulty level had increased exponentially. Enough said. Just come back alive. Chingsho patted Wang Xuanzi on the shoulder, feeling slightly amused in his heart. He himself had caused this increased difficulty level. If I fail to complete the mission, how could I return with dignity? Wouldn't that betray the trust of Duke Qing and His Majesty? Wang Xuanzi still spoke with great passion. Chingsho felt moved, but he also knew that this man was not as rigid and naive as he appeared. He had his own principles. Since he had chosen him, he would now let him handle it his own way. A few days later, after Chingsho had handed over all the affairs, he suddenly found himself with some leisure. Which suited him just fine. He didn't want to be overwhelmed with endless responsibilities. Every moment of rest was precious. So for a few days, Chingsho stayed at home enjoying time with his wives and concubines, not dealing with state affairs. Although it was deep winter now, the snow scenes within the pass had a unique charm. Plum blossoms bloomed everywhere, adding splashes of color to the white-covered landscape. On this day, Chingsho was with his daughter at the lakeside pavilion in the western suburbs, watching the snow with a warm cup of wine beside him. It was truly pleasant. His daughter Qing Ruyuan was now 3 years old, well past the age of babbling. She could speak fluently and run around waving a peachwood sword. Su Xiaochun was nearby watching and guarding. Looking at the lively little girl, her eyes were full of joy. Father, watch my sword. Qing Ruyuan suddenly pointed the wooden sword at Chingsho in a serious manner, murmuring, I want to be like those great warriors and slash out sword energy. Father, why aren't you dodging? The little girl frowned but her eyes sparkled, as if she truly saw her peachwood sword sending out countless sharp waves of sword energy. Chingsho calmly held his wine cup and smiled, because your father has an invisible aura that neutralizes your sword energy. You still need a few more years of practice, little one. Ah? The little girl looked troubled. Why don't you just take me to the western regions already? Let me train with you there for a few years, maybe I'll become a general like Hua Mulan. So that was her real plan. You little rascal. Chingsho gently stroked Qing Ruyuan's little head and smiled. If she were 10 years older, he wouldn't mind bringing her along to the western regions to experience the battlefield. But for now, it was too early. A battlefield was no place for a child with an unformed mind. By the way, doesn't this winter seem colder than usual? Even though Chingsho wore padded clothes, he could still feel the cold in the air. Only because his coat was thick did he not feel the chill to his bones. Looking up, he saw many villagers moving about, some walking hurriedly, others carrying goods to sell in the city. In past years, during the coldest part of winter, common people rarely left their homes. But this year was different. He saw far more people on the streets than usual. This was thanks to Chingshio's large-scale promotion of cotton. Now even ordinary people could afford padded clothes to keep warm in winter. How much does a bolt of cotton cloth cost now? Chingshio suddenly asked Su Xiaochun. Su Xiaochun smiled, that depends on the grade. According to her, cotton cloth in the market was now divided into 3 grades. The first grade was called household cloth. It cost just 200 copper coins per bolt, enough to make 4 or 5 garments. It was thick, light, and most loved by ordinary people for its low price and durability. You could wear it for many winters without it wearing out. The second grade was called premium cloth. Although the name sounded fancier, it was really just the same material, repackaged and placed on higher shelves. The price was 3 or 4 times higher, but the quality was the same, just with some embroidery added, which barely increased the cost. Even so, because of the fancier name, it became the favorite of landlords and gentry. Though they liked warm clothes too, they wanted to stand out, buying different things to distinguish themselves from commoners and show their uniqueness. The third grade was called cloud-embroidered cloth. It cost 30 strings of coins per bolt and only 50 bolts were sold per month. The material was the same as the first 2 grades, but the embroidery was more elaborate, and a small amount of silk was added to give it a glossy surface. The quality was almost the same, but the price was dozens of times higher. Visually, it looked very luxurious. Because of the high price and limited supply, it became a status symbol. The more beautiful, expensive, and rare it was, the more the elite liked it. They didn't care that its quality was nearly the same as the cheapest household cloth. So, with just a few hundred copper coins, a family could have enough clothing, gloves, and even hats to stay warm through the winter. Chingsho felt deeply satisfied. He had once worked hard to remove all resistance from the court and the people, wasn't it all for this very day? Su Xiaochun nodded. Since the start of winter this year, there have been almost no reports of people freezing to death in the Guangzhou region. Even newborn babies have rarely died from cold-related illnesses. Rare? So you mean, there are still some cases, just much fewer than before? Chingshio's expression changed slightly. Su Xiaochun noticed Chingshio's dissatisfaction and comforted him, since ancient times, where there is wealth, there is poverty. There are always people who, for various reasons, fall into hardship. Husband, you've already achieved immense merit by saving the vast majority from hunger and cold. Chingshio also understood this principle. Not to mention this era, even in the industrial age, there were still many people who lived in poverty and couldn't survive. Even so, if one less person from the Tang people dies from the cold, it's already worth it. Chingshio muttered to himself. As he was thinking, he saw Qing Ruyuan running off to play happily with a group of children outside the village. This little girl, playing with a bunch of boys, had quickly earned their admiration, even boys taller than her now called her Boss Qing. This girl really is a born leader. If she were to go to the battlefield in the future, she might earn achievements not inferior to the likes of Shuai and Gue. Chingshio said with satisfaction. But Su Xiaochun didn't see it the same way. She said with some reproach, this girl keeps saying she wants to be like her father, to go to war, how can that be something a girl should be doing? I was thinking of having her learn embroidery, become a proper lady from a good family. At worst, she could learn business, and in the future marry into a good family, become a good wife and mother. It seemed Su Xiaochun hoped Qing Ruyuan would live a life similar to hers. Chingshio smiled without saying anything. He could understand Su Xiaochun's womanly thinking, but the light of gold could never be hidden. Qing Ruyuan was not someone who would settle for just being a woman of the house. In the future, I'm afraid we won't need to plan anything, this girl will choose her own path. After a few peaceful days with his wife and child, the deadline Chingsho had given Zhou Kuei and the others arrived. During this time, he hadn't sent anyone to check on their progress. No matter if Zhou Kuei needed manpower or money, whatever he asked for, Chingsho gave without question. Now the day had come, it was time to test their capabilities. Chingsho didn't go in person. At dawn, he simply sent them an order: depart from the East Hua Gate and arrive at the Palace Gate before the morning court session. They were not allowed to use mules, horses, or human labor to push or pull. The vehicle must move solely using the transmission structure. Otherwise, it would be considered a failure, and he would no longer choose anyone to accompany him to the western regions. As morning court neared, Chingsho was the first to arrive at the Palace Gate, so early that not a single colleague had yet arrived. Soon after, officials began to arrive and were surprised to see Chingsho had been waiting there for some time. This was extremely unusual. Normally, Chingsho was the last to arrive for morning court. No one knew what major event had caused him to be first this time. Chingsho ignored them. When the eunuch loudly announced for the officials to enter the palace, Chingsho glanced at the sundial. Time's almost up. Still no sign of them. This most likely meant failure. Chingsho showed no regret, stood up, and prepared to enter the palace. He believed the time and conditions he'd given were generous. If they still failed, it meant they weren't true talents, just ordinary men who had a lucky flash of inspiration. In that case, he wouldn't feel it was a loss. What's that? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Many ministers began to exclaim in surprise. No horses? No one pushing? That thing's moving on its own? Impossible. That thing looks like some kind of sorcery. Get back! Get back! The crowd of officials fell into chaos. Even the eunuch was distracted and craned his neck to look. Everyone forgot it was time for court. They all stopped to watch. Chingsho turned to look and saw a strange vehicle moving along Jinghua Road, heading straight for the palace gate. This vehicle had 4 large wheels, bigger than normal carriages. Its windows and doors were covered with curtains. There were no animals in front of it, yet the wheels were turning on their own, with no one pushing or pulling. The officials were dumbfounded. To them, this was as shocking as seeing a ghost on the streets in broad daylight, like something from a mythical novel. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of the palace. All the officials instinctively stepped back. A clear space formed around it, no one dared approach. But everyone still crowded forward, wanting a closer look at the thing. Could there be something evil inside? We'd better stay back. Be careful, everyone, don't touch it. What if there's... While everyone was cautious, Chingsho laughed and stepped forward, approaching the vehicle. Someone immediately warned him to be careful. It's fine, it's fine. This thing isn't some monster. You'll see soon enough. Chingsho smiled and said, come out now. Stop pretending to be ghosts in there, you've scared the whole court. At his words, the curtain on the carriage was lifted. Everyone finally saw that there were 4 or 5 people sitting inside. They sat in rows, each one pedaling 2 overlapping foot pedals. There were no ghosts or demons, just living humans. All of them were officials from the Ministry of Works. Many faces were familiar. Haha, sorry to have startled everyone. We didn't mean to appear so suddenly, but the schedule was tight and we had to hurry. Zhou Kuei stepped out with a big smile, clearly pleased with their dramatic entrance. But he quickly apologized to Chingsho. Duke Qin, please don't blame us. We didn't intend to be late, but this vehicle was built in a rush. We only tested it once yesterday, and ran into many problems today, which we had to fix along the way. Originally, they had planned to arrive half an hour early. But due to all the troubleshooting on the road, they ended up late. Chingsho looked at them with some approval. The fact that they managed to build this vehicle at all already made him very satisfied. In truth, he hadn't expected too much, they had exceeded expectations in his eyes. Let me take a look. Chingsho couldn't wait any longer. Chingsho gave the vehicle a general inspection. Its interior used large and complex traditional structures, and the whole vehicle had to be built very large, requiring 4 or 5 people to pedal at once to get it moving. But this wasn't really a problem. The fact that they had managed to create this prototype meant they could gradually simplify it and improve its efficiency in the future. What Chingsho found interesting was that the pedal-driven transmission reminded him of a bicycle. These people had never seen a bicycle before, but the fact that they had come up with something like this on their own truly showed creativity. However, the biggest flaw of this thing was that it had no braking system. They probably hadn't considered that when designing it. Overall, at a glance, the structure was overly complicated and crude. In Chingsho's eyes, it looked like a low-quality industrial reject. But this was the first self-moving vehicle ever made without pushing or pulling, and made during this era. Its revolutionary nature and advanced concept were truly shocking. Just achieving this much proved that these people really were creative geniuses, worthy of Chingxiu's attention. The ministers were also amazed. They crowded around to inspect the vehicle, and some even sat inside to try pedaling and get it moving. Now their eyes were truly opened. It was the first time they had learned a vehicle could be moved in such a way. And even with several people pedaling, it didn't require much effort. Everyone thought it was fascinating. While everyone was talking, a commotion suddenly came from the palace behind them. Someone shouted loudly, "Gentlemen, how much time has passed already? Why aren't you attending court?" The officials suddenly realized they had completely forgotten the court session because they were too busy looking at the vehicle. Li Er had been waiting in the main hall for a long time and saw no one entering. He quickly came out with the imperial guards to investigate. He thought something serious had happened in the palace. He was even prepared to handle it personally. But when he saw that everyone was simply gathered around a vehicle, he was completely confused. "Forgive us, Your Majesty." Only then did the ministers realize how foolish they had been. They immediately apologized in unison. Li Er dismissed the guard captain and walked forward to see the vehicle for himself. He knew these ministers weren't foolish enough to skip court for a trivial matter. If something had grabbed their attention like this, it must be truly unusual. "I suppose this is another invention from Duke Qing." Li Er approached. The ministers quickly stepped aside to make a path. But when he looked, he didn't see anything particularly special about the vehicle. He didn't understand the purpose of the pedals inside. "Your Majesty," Chingsho said with a smile, "what if a vehicle could move on its own without horses, without being pushed, and all you had to do was sit inside? What would you think? A vehicle that moves without horses?" Li Er was shocked. "You're saying this one can do that? No wonder the ministers skipped court. But it doesn't look all that special." Chingsho didn't explain further. He immediately had the officials from the Ministry of Works get into the vehicle and begin pedaling in front of Li Er. At first, Li Er was so startled by the moving vehicle that he took a step back. But as he looked closer, he realized it really was moving by just pedaling. This completely changed his perception. He couldn't imagine how it was even possible. If he didn't know that Chingsho could create strange new mechanisms, he might have believed, like the others, that this was some kind of magic. "Your Majesty, you've seen the pulley crossbow I built before. You should understand that with some structural adjustments, things can achieve miraculous effects," Chingsho said with a smile. Li Er calmed down. He had indeed forgotten Chingsho's past explanations. Just like how a water wheel uses flowing water to rotate and transfer energy to other tools, this self-moving vehicle used the same principle. "I could still understand the simpler structures before. But now that it's this complex, I can't figure it out at all." Li Er shook his head and smiled bitterly. He now realized how little he actually understood. He couldn't even grasp how this vehicle worked. Chingsho had the vehicle stop and invited Li Er to sit in the passenger seat in the back so he could personally experience this groundbreaking machine. As the vehicle slowly started, Li Er noticed it was far more stable than a horse-drawn carriage, and lacked the bumpiness and noise. And the 5 people pedaling didn't seem to be using much effort. It was easier and faster than carrying a sedan chair. Chingsho sat beside him, noticing Li Er's satisfied expression. Of course he was pleased. This was a product of the industrial age, now being revealed in this era. Even the emperor would be amazed. "This thing is truly amazing." After a long while, that was all Li Er could say. He had really learned something today. Chingsho said calmly, "This is just the simplest prototype. I think it still wastes time and labor. The structure can be simplified by at least half. In other words, we could keep the same vehicle size, and use only 2 people to achieve even faster performance." Chingsho explained the future potential in great detail, and the more Li Er listened, the more excited he became. If this machine could really reach that efficiency, it could increase domestic transport and military supply efficiency many times over. 2 people could transport what it used to take 7 or 8, without much effort. That was previously unimaginable. "Stop for a moment, stop now." Li Er quickly called for the vehicle to stop, then asked Chingsho, "How much does it cost to build one? It can't be cheap, right?" This time, Li Er was wrong. These things only need solid materials at a few key points. The rest can be made more economically. If costs are controlled. Chingsho thought for a moment, then gave a number that shocked even himself. No more than 10 strings of coins to build one. That figure was 10 times lower than what Li Er expected. He had guessed at least 100. In fact, Chingsho had already calculated the cost carefully in his mind. If parts could be standardized and mass-produced as he envisioned, the cost would absolutely be that low. "Although I know your arrangements have always been very thorough and flawless, I still don't understand, even if the wooden materials aren't worth much, the craftsmen surely have to spend a lot of time, right?" Li Er truly found it hard to understand. In his mind, producing one of these would require mobilizing many craftsmen. This only shows that Li Er had no understanding of mass production. Your Majesty, ever since the firearms were equipped on a large scale, have you ever gone to see how they are made? Kaching's question really stumped Li Er. The latter had always been busy with court affairs in the palace, even his sleep was carefully scheduled. How could he possibly have time to inspect the arsenal? Besides, the arsenal that produced firearms was always handled solely by Kaching. Apart from providing funding, the court had almost no involvement. Everything was managed by Kaching's people, and no official positions were established for it. Li Er's understanding was limited to knowing that Kaching kept the costs very low, each firearm cost less than 1 guan. If your Majesty is free after morning court, would you be willing to go inspect the arsenal? Kaching looked at the officials and continued, and I also suggest that the civil and military officials go take a look. This way, they might better understand how to manage state affairs in the future. What Kaching said moved Li Er, and he realized that he probably had nothing urgent today. Beloved ministers, do any of you have pressing matters to report today? Li Er asked. The ministers looked at each other and it seemed there wasn't anything particularly urgent that required discussion in court. Naturally, they sensibly indicated that there were no important issues and were willing to accompany Li Er to observe. Good. Then there will be no court today. Everyone, follow me to the arsenal and see what Kaching wants us to observe. The emperor made the decision on the spot, and of course no one objected. Then they directly headed for the arsenal. The arsenal stored a large amount of gunpowder and involved military secrets, so it was built in a barren area in the eastern outskirts of the city. Years ago, this area had been a dense forest, but during the Kaihuang era of the Sui dynasty, a landslide caused by heavy rain wiped out a large part of the nearby mountain, toppling all the trees and turning the forest into a desolate plain. Kaching conveniently took over the land and developed it into the arsenal. This place was far from Chang'an's residential areas. Even if unpredictable accidents occurred, civilians would not be harmed. At that moment, craftsmen inside the arsenal were already busy. Several large iron furnaces were billowing smoke, bustling with activity. They had thought that the arsenal would be staffed with the best craftsmen, but what they saw at the entrance greatly surprised them. As soon as they entered, they saw dozens of peasant women carving some very simple wooden parts that looked like mop handles. These items didn't seem difficult to make, and achieving uniformity in shape wasn't hard either. Further inside, blacksmiths were forging various small components for firearms. Each group of several dozen blacksmiths focused on making just one specific part. No matter how simple, they did not interfere with each other's tasks. If they hadn't seen it themselves, they wouldn't have believed that such powerful firearms were made up of so many small and simple parts. Only when they reached the innermost area did they see that the most skilled craftsmen were casting barrels using furnaces, and even after casting, further processing was required to ensure uniformity. Finally, another group of craftsmen assembled the firearms. During assembly, they didn't need to spend much time on secondary processing because all parts were made by the same people using the same process. The discrepancies were minimal. They just had to sort the parts into different piles, take what was needed, and the assembly was quick and efficient. Almost everyone could complete a firearm in just a quarter of an hour. Once complete, each firearm only needed one final round of inspection before it could be put into use. Kaching casually picked up a part, the sight of a firearm, and showed it to everyone. As you can see, each part is made using the same process by the same group of people. This results in minimal error, does not interfere with assembly, and seldom leads to defective products. Each step is handled separately, making it easier to identify the complexity of each task. For example, the simplest parts don't need professional craftsmen. You can just recruit some village women nearby and train them for half a day. That's enough to supply the arsenal for around 10 days. This one step alone saves a lot of cost. Upon hearing this, everyone deeply admired Kaching. His management method was genius. Previously, weapon production in the Ministry of Works involved one craftsman doing everything from start to finish, from cutting wood to forging the spearhead. Not only was this inefficient, but the weapons produced always varied in size and shape. It was nearly impossible to find two identical ones. This method greatly increased production efficiency and improved the pass rate. No wonder the cost could be reduced so much. To be honest, none of them could have come up with such a cost-effective method. This method has another advantage. Li Er thought one step further. If weapons are damaged in battle, there's no need to replace the whole unit. Just send a large number of parts from the logistics department, pick the ones needed, and avoid wasting the rest. Kaching praised, "Your Majesty is absolutely right." The emperor had his eyes open today. He couldn't help but sigh. Now I understand how you managed to cut costs so low. With this approach, manpower and resources could be saved in many unnecessary areas, and even poor households could earn money by participating. Truly a win-win-win situation. Then when does Duke Kaching plan to start mass production? Li Er was already eager. Just thinking about producing several such vehicles a day excited him. This would truly enhance national strength. Kaching, however, shook his head. Your Majesty need not rush. These vehicles are still far from ready for mass production. To Kaching, the vehicle still had countless flaws. If not addressed, even if produced, it wouldn't be very practical. The reason he revealed it today to shock the entire court was, of course, to make it easier to request funding from Li Er. Who could see this thing and still hold back their purse strings? But what Li Er gained from this was not just how Chingsho saved costs. He thought about it carefully. In the current imperial court, there were also all kinds of arrangements and deployments that he had believed to be very reasonable. But after this reminder, he realized there was still much room for improvement. If he could take this as a lesson and restructure the court system based on this model, then the country's administrative efficiency would surely be greatly increased. What he gained today was far more than just what he saw with his eyes. Originally, the ministers thought this matter was over, but upon returning to the city, the emperor suddenly issued an ultimatum. He gave the ministers 5 days to each come up with ideas, analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the current court structure. And they had to refer to Chingsho's example and emulate his management model for administrative reform. This greatly troubled the ministers, and all of them complained bitterly in their hearts. They didn't expect that just by accompanying Li Er on a trip, they'd end up with such a heavy task. The court system had been structured and adjusted over hundreds of years. Only someone truly gifted would dare to make suggestions lightly. Most of them hadn't even fully grasped the structure of their own departments. How could they possibly direct the entire state? Moreover, Li Er was a sharp and discerning ruler. There was no fooling him. Now, they were really in trouble. We shall obey the order. The ministers were indeed troubled, but there was nothing they could do. They were troubled, but Li Er was very excited at that moment. He had thought that he had already perfected everything in this era, leaving no room for improvement. But now, he had been deeply inspired by Chingsho, and his vision was instantly broadened. It was like a frog sitting in a well, suddenly flushed to the surface by a flood. Looking up, he realized that what he knew was but a tiny fraction of the vast world. Li Er was not a ruler content with the status quo, and now he was in his prime. No matter what opportunities lay ahead, he would strive to go further. Chingsho understanding more about mechanical structures than me is nothing, it's his specialty. But if even the structure of the court I built is inferior to his, how can I call myself a true emperor? This was the vision of a true monarch. Suddenly, Li Er remembered that he still didn't know what Chingsho had named the vehicle he invented, so he sent someone to inquire. When the person returned, they brought back a rather novel name for Li Er. This vehicle was called a Zidong, automatic vehicle. And Chingsho generously stated that the vehicle would be a gift to Li Er. In the future, if there were any upgrades or improvements, Li Er would be the first to see them. Li Er was overjoyed upon hearing this. He immediately declared that the automatic vehicle, gifted by Chingsho, would become his official royal carriage and that it must be used in his daily outings. Now, all the officials clearly saw how much Li Er loved the vehicle and how determined he was to further develop these technologies. 5 days later, Chingsho was fully prepared. He brought with him the officials he had selected, along with 2,000 elite guards, and set out. These more than 2,000 soldiers were not from the elite forces of the Tang dynasty. They were selected and transferred by Chingsho from the border areas. Although not as strong as top-tier elites who could pierce through enemy lines like sharp blades on the battlefield, they were still very capable and could hold their own in battle. If Chingsho wasn't also bringing along those civil officials and many craftsmen, he wouldn't even need so many guards. On the day of departure, Li Er gave Chingsho a grand send-off again. Not only did he personally come to see him off, but he even escorted him more than 10 li beyond Dingan City. Only when Chingsho said Li Er didn't need to go further and advised him to return early did the emperor stop. Even if I escort you 1,000 li, we must still part. Once you reach the western regions, take care in everything. Even if you lead by example on the battlefield, think carefully for your own sake, Li Er advised. Your Majesty, rest assured. With no more words, Chingsho led his soldiers and officials beyond the pass and did not look back this time. Li Er felt a deep sense of melancholy. Now that Chingsho was gone, who knew how long it would be before he returned? Opening up the western regions, truly a great mission. The journey to the western regions was nearly 10,000 li. Chingsho led the whole army without rushing, advancing at a normal marching pace. Along the way, when they encountered scattered tribes and herders, they collected grain and supplies from them to sustain the army. Since the Dongxiang tribe was destroyed, all the herders on this desert plain no longer dared show any hostility toward the Tang dynasty. Even if a sheep was lost near the border, they wouldn't dare keep it but would honestly return it. Now with a large army passing through, how could they be unwilling to provide grain? They offered as much as needed, fearing that if Chingsho became displeased, he might casually wipe them out. But Chingsho was a reasonable man. He didn't take their grain for free. For each contribution, he issued a trade voucher, allowing them to use it later to trade with the government at the border. Although it was just trade, even the chance to trade was something they had long hoped for but never obtained. In their eyes, it was a great imperial grace. When Chingsho led the army out of the Heshi corridor, the view opened up. For many people who had always lived in the Central Plains, seeing the vast desert for the first time was shocking. You can't even see something like this in the northern desert. Such a wide expanse of sand. They always say the western regions are a barren wasteland for 10,000 li. Looking at it now, that seems true. How do the locals even survive here? Don't be so ignorant. You can't live in a desert itself, but there are oases in the desert where people can live. It's said that a fertile oasis can support 1 million people. Chingsho ignored their comments. Along the way, the army's food supplies had nearly run out, so he immediately sent people to search nearby for the Jiasai tribe and others to collect grain. The Jiasai were a Chang tribe from the Heshi corridor. Back when the Dongxiang were developing the Heshi corridor, this tribe couldn't secure any good land, so they moved outside the corridor to marginal grazing areas. But misfortune turned into fortune. While they were eating sand on this desert plain, they avoided the Tang army's brutal campaign against the Dongxiang and preserved their tribe. Their chieftain was also wise and quickly declared allegiance to the Tang dynasty, staying obedient for a long time. Whenever the Tang army passed through, they provided grain upon request. Chingsho's expedition was no exception. But this time was unexpected. The messengers he sent out returned and reported. The Jiasai tribe had long since disappeared, and the grazing land they once used had been mostly burned into scorched earth. This news greatly puzzled Chingsho. Burning the grazing fields was almost equivalent to the Han people deliberately destroying their own farmlands and houses. That was their foundation. Even when various tribes on the grasslands fought and clashed with one another, they would never go as far as to burn the grasslands. After all, their constant fighting was precisely over seizing grazing land for pasturing. They wouldn't go so far as to drain the pond to catch the fish. The Jiasihas migrated? Chingsho thought for a moment and found it unlikely. Whether they went west or east, it was either barren land or already occupied territory. With their weak military strength, they couldn't possibly defeat any other power. Even if they were migrating, there was no need to destroy the pasture. They would at least leave a way back for themselves. This matter was truly suspicious. After much thought, Chingsho decided to go see for himself. However, before departing, considering that the army was about to run out of food, he had most of his men stay in place and sent messengers riding swiftly to Gaochang to immediately arrange the delivery of grain and fodder, since this was a top priority and could not be delayed. Then, he selected over 300 cavalrymen from the army to accompany him to the Jiasiha tribe's garrison. He wanted to see the situation with his own eyes. But before they set out, the deputy general tried to dissuade Chingsho from wasting time on these minor figures. Duke Qing, I think we'd better hurry on our journey. The Jiasiha are a trivial tribe to begin with. It's normal for them to migrate if the pasture conditions are poor. Maybe nearby herders kept attacking them, forcing them to leave. Chingsho shook his head. It's not that simple. This isn't just about a small tribe. If they had migrated because of attacks by other tribes, that would mean this place harbored herders not under the court's control. If left alone, they might pose a threat to the border. Moreover, this area was at the end of the Heshi corridor. If it was under threat, it could sever the connection between the Tang Empire and the western regions. Many powerful and grand nomadic tribes had seemed like small and weak clans when they first appeared in history. He understood the importance of preventing trouble before it starts better than anyone, otherwise, he wouldn't have destroyed the Tanguts, who had been so weakened they were still bowing respectfully to the Tang court. Heading north, Chingsho remembered this used to be a vast grassland stretching for 1,000 li. Every time he passed through, he would see green and yellow pasture grass swaying in the wind. But now, there was no grass to be seen, only cracked earth and scattered stones, along with dry animal corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. The ecosystem here was extremely fragile. Once destroyed, it was hard to recover. Chingsho felt deep regret. Look, there are signs of burning here. I don't know why these people were so determined to destroy everything. The adjutant got off his horse and pointed at the dust-covered ground to show Chingsho. Chingsho stepped forward, picked up a pinch of ash, and used the butt of his whip to stir and sift out some remains. This matter isn't that simple. Chingsho immediately concluded that these people had likely not left voluntarily. There must be hidden reasons. He noticed the ash was not old. Many of the burned remains hadn't rotted yet, so the fire must have been extinguished recently. At most, 5 days ago. Chingsho made up his mind and asked the adjutant, how many days of dry rations did the brothers bring this time? 3 days. If we economize a bit, could the rations last 4 days? The adjutant replied without hesitation that they could. If Duke Qing asks, even if we go without food or water for 5 days, we'll follow your command. This sparked agreement from the soldiers. Clearly, everyone trusted Chingshio's leadership. Good. Then let's trouble the brothers for a bit, conserve our dry rations these few days. I'll eat the same as everyone else, however much you eat, I'll eat the same. Chingsho mounted his horse immediately and ordered the troops to rush north at full speed. After this is over, I will reward all the brothers handsomely. Heading north, everywhere they passed, every grassland they saw had been burned. Among the ashes were even tents, clothes, and other belongings. This only strengthened Chingshio's belief that they had not migrated willingly. Who would destroy all their belongings while moving? Thankfully, the soldiers were strong and determined. They rode hard for several days, some even losing their horses to exhaustion, but by the 3rd day they finally found traces of the Jayasiha tribe's movement. They discovered horse drinking tracks beside a pond. Chingshio immediately ordered everyone to rest in place while he took a few officers to scout ahead. They hadn't gone far when they spotted a large group of people and horses moving slowly in the distance. The adjutant strained to observe through a telescope. There's a lot of them. Judging by their clothes, they seem to be Jayasiha people, but to be sure, we need to get closer. No need. Chingshio feared getting too close would expose them, so he used his mind's eye to scan and observe the area. With his mind's eye, everything was laid bare, much clearer and complete than a telescope. He saw that the Jayasiha people were trudging forward with difficulty, having no horses and moving on foot. Surrounding them was a group of people dressed completely differently, wielding primitive stone axes and knives, yelling wildly like savages, galloping on horseback, and whipping them from time to time. These people looked nothing like the Jayasiha, and not even like any ethnic group from the western regions. Most of them had high noses and deep-set eyes, resembling Romans, but rougher, more savage in appearance and manner, speaking a language that was definitely not Latin. Compared to them, the nomadic Jayasiha people seemed almost civilized. Caucasians. Chingshio immediately identified their racial features in his mind. They were not Easterners. Just then, a young woman finally couldn't walk anymore and fell to her knees to rest. A whip lashed across her back, making her collapse face-first into the sand. Her husband rushed over to help her, but more whips came down, accompanied by loud scolding. Although Chingshio couldn't understand the barbarians' language, he could guess they were ordering them to march. The woman's husband kept begging, but the barbarians were impatient and directly decapitated him with a blade. The woman, stunned at first, broke into loud sobs and clung to her husband's severed head, refusing to let go. However, the more the woman acted like this, the angrier those barbarians became. Then, one whip after another struck down fiercely, more than a dozen lashes in total. In just a short while, the woman was beaten until she could no longer make a sound. By the time they dispersed, only 2 blood-soaked corpses were left on the ground. This scene truly provoked the Jayasiha people. Even though they were completely unarmed at the moment, they could not tolerate such humiliation and abuse. They angrily shouted in protest and even charged at the barbarians. At first, the barbarians were surprised. These people were unarmed, yet they dared to resist. But soon after, the barbarians mercilessly swung their whips and began a brutal beating. The Jayasiha people couldn't endure it and eventually tried to seize the horses and fight to the death. The scene quickly turned chaotic. Both sides clashed together in a mess, you and me and you, with no strategy or formation at all, just raw passion and hand-to-hand fighting. Chingshio immediately saw the potential in the situation. He quickly ordered the adjutant to send a message and bring the main force to the scene. Seriously? We're going to fight here. The adjutant couldn't believe it. They had only a little over 300 men, while the barbarians had no less than 5,000 armed fighters. Hurry back. This can't be delayed. If the Jayasiha get suppressed again, we'll lose the opportunity. Chingsho gave another order, this time in a tone that brooked no argument. The adjutant had nothing else to consider but the command itself. Without further question, the adjutant quickly led the others and rode off at full speed. But just then, Chingsho noticed that the chaos was beginning to calm down. The Jayasiha had no weapons. Even though they had numbers on their side, they couldn't defeat the barbarians. After more than 100 of the resisting people were killed, the rest no longer had the courage to keep fighting and began to retreat. Clearly, the barbarians weren't stupid either. They shouted a bunch of things in their language, and the Jayasiha people started to waver. It was probably something like, "If you surrender, we'll let the past go." But it was clear, the Jayasiha were starting to give in. They were still afraid of the barbarians. This is bad. Chingsho didn't want this hard-earned chaos to die down like this. He dismounted, took down his musket, and went up a rocky hilltop, standing at the highest point to look down over the battlefield. Even though he didn't know these barbarians, based on their clothing and positions, Chingsho could roughly distinguish their ranks. He quickly spotted one person wearing animal skin, chattering non-stop at the front of their formation, clearly someone of higher status. This guy was the only one wearing a helmet, even though it was made of animal bones. "You're the one." Chingsho raised his musket, aimed at the man's head, and pulled the trigger. The flintlock sparked, and the bullet fired instantly, flying over a distance of more than 100 paces. The moment he pulled the trigger, Chingsho rolled behind the rocks to avoid being seen. Just as his feet hit the ground, the bullet struck the barbarian leader's head with precision. The bone helmet was no defense at all, it was blown open, and the bullet, along with fragments of bone, entered his skull. He died on the spot. As their leader collapsed, the barbarians immediately fell into chaos, shouting and cursing in their language. They had no idea why their leader was suddenly shot dead. Without their leader to control them, they became even more frenzied, and then actually started attacking the already half-surrendering Jayasiha people again. They thought the Jayasiha had silently killed their leader. At that point, even if the Jayasiha were still afraid, they had no choice but to fight to the death. They were forced to pick up stones and dead branches from the ground and fight back. This time, every one of them had to fight with the resolve to die, because even surrendering would mean death. Just as the chaos was at its peak, Chingsho finally saw that the 300-strong cavalry led by his generals had arrived and entered his field of vision. He saw the adjutant raise his flag and wave it in Chingsho's direction, signaling that they had regrouped. Good. Chingsho's blood ignited. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The adjutant was still waiting for Chingsho's command, but to his surprise, the old man jumped on his horse and drew his saber, charging directly at the barbarians. "Duke Ching?" The adjutant was stunned. What was the old man doing? "Damn it. Why are you all just standing there waiting for orders? Just charge already." The adjutant cursed loudly. "If anything happens to Duke Ching here today, we'll all lose our heads. Besides, he's already charging in. Are we just gonna stand here and watch?" This round of scolding immediately snapped everyone to attention, and they quickly spurred their horses into a full charge. Chingsho charged at the front. As he brandished his long saber and sprinted forward, the barbarians finally noticed this strange person who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They had never seen such armor and standardized weapons. However, the barbarians, in their ignorance, knew no fear. Even facing a fully armed enemy like him, they didn't back down. Instead, they charged forward like madmen on stimulants. Even though Chingsho saw their weapons and gear as ragged and beggar-like, their fearless death charge still earned his admiration. "Well done. Let me give you a reward." Chingsho reached back and pulled out the repeating crossbow from his horse, pulled the string, and pulled the trigger. Then, arrows poured out like a rainstorm. The barbarian charging in front didn't even see the flight path of the arrow before he was struck in the face by 2 bolts and fell off his horse instantly. Then he was trampled into mush by the riders behind him. The following arrows also hit several others. In just a moment, Chingsho had already shot and killed 4 or 5 people in quick succession. The barbarians had been in a killing frenzy, but seeing their comrades suddenly shot down left and right shocked them deeply. They instinctively reined in their horses and slowed down. They had never seen a crossbow before, let alone understood the terrifying speed and power of a repeating one. But this brief hesitation was all Chingsho needed to reload his magazine. Round 2 of rapid fire began immediately. As the second wave of arrows rained down like a storm, more were shot dead. This time, fear clearly took hold of the barbarians. They weren't afraid of death, but that didn't mean they wanted to die on purpose. After this round, they still had no idea who Chingsho was. To them, his weapon was already close to supernatural. It seemed impossible for an ordinary person to kill from a distance so easily. But this moment of hesitation was exactly the opportunity Chingsho had been waiting for. He directly took a grenade from his horse and forcefully threw it at the feet of those barbarians. However, they had no idea what Chingsho had just thrown. No one even paid attention to the object at their feet. They were still focused tightly on the repeating crossbow in his hands. In the next instant, the grenade exploded. As the flash of fire burst out, countless fragments shot in all directions, instantly blowing them and their horses into the air. One who was closest was even blasted to the point that not a trace of his body remained. The barbarians were instantly terrified. There was no way they could understand this was the power of gunpowder. They thought Chingsho was a god come down from heaven, who had just struck them with thunder. The barbarians panicked, completely disoriented, and didn't dare to fight Chingsho anymore. Each one pulled their horse back and fled in a hurry. They shouted everywhere, who knows what they were yelling. Those still fighting the Jayasiha people immediately abandoned everything, not even bothering with supplies or livestock, and turned to flee. Duke Qing. We arrived late, please forgive us. The adjutant led the rest of the troops galloping over. Chingsho didn't waste words with him and immediately ordered loudly, pursue. Kill as many as you can, show no mercy. But remember, absolutely do not engage them in close combat. You must attack using repeating crossbows, muskets, and grenades. Whoever dares to fight hand to hand, I will punish them under military law. Chingsho knew the barbarians feared them only because they couldn't understand the Tang army's long-range weapons. They had turned them into myths and demons in their minds, which created fear and reverence. But if they fought the Tang army in close combat, and someone got injured or killed during the chaos, they would realize that the Tang soldiers were just living people, not gods or ghosts. At that point, the illusion would be broken, and it would become much harder to deal with them. The adjutant obeyed the command. Everyone put away their melee weapons, deliberately slowed their horses, and took turns firing with muskets and crossbows. Amid the chaos, the barbarians were shot down one after another. The more intense the attacks, the more terrified they became, afraid they would also be killed by those heavenly gods with thunder and divine arrows. The Tang army chased them far off in no time. Just over 300 men were chasing down several thousand. This had already become a normal sight for Chingsho. He didn't follow the Tang army in pursuit. Instead, he personally went to check on the Jayasiha people. As the barbarians fled, the Jayasiha quickly gathered together, blankly looking around, still with lingering fear in their eyes. Just moments ago, they had been on the brink of death, and then suddenly, divine soldiers descended from the sky and saved them. For a moment, they couldn't even react. You people, why do you not kneel before your duke? Chingsho's horse slowly came up to them. He looked down at the Jayasiha people from above. At that moment, they all felt Chingsho was like a god from the heavens, naturally entitled to take whatever he wanted from them. Are you a Han general from the Central Plains? An old man stepped out of the crowd and asked respectfully in very broken Han Chinese. Of course. Do you not even recognize this armor and clothing? The Tang Empire is your mother country, Chingsho replied calmly. Once they confirmed this, the Jayasiha people immediately knelt down in fear and reverence, shouting loudly. Whether or not he was really a Tang general, those divine soldiers had indeed saved them, and they were deeply grateful. But still, they were nervous about what would happen next. What if he treated them like the barbarians did, and took them as slaves? Why were you captured and brought here? And those uncivilized barbarians from earlier, who are they? Chingsho asked the old man directly. This is a long story. Please, Duke Qing, take a seat, and we'll explain everything in detail. They pulled out a very crude stool from their packs and invited Chingsho to sit. The others respectfully squatted nearby, waiting for his instructions. Someone offered Chingsho some horse milk wine, but the strong, pungent smell almost made him vomit. He quickly signaled them to take it away. You're not used to our wine, are you? Haha, sorry about that. This is all we have here, nothing refined to offer, no tea, the old man said nervously, afraid Chingsho would be offended. Enough nonsense. Answer my question first. It took Chingsho a while to recover from the stench of the horse milk wine. As the old man explained, they had always been herding within the pastures designated by the Tang Empire, never daring to step east or west without permission. But just because they didn't cause trouble didn't mean trouble wouldn't come to them. Half a month ago, a group of unknown barbarians suddenly appeared from the north and tried to negotiate. At first, these barbarians were very cautious. They didn't know how strong the Jayasiha were and asked them to give up half their pasture for grazing. The Jayasiha people refused, so the barbarians pretended to leave. But in the middle of the night, they returned and launched a surprise attack. The Jayasiha tribe only had about 40,000 to 50,000 people total. The number of men who could fight wasn't even 10,000, and their combat strength was pitiful, let alone being caught off guard at night. In short, most of the young men were killed, and almost all the elderly and children were slaughtered. Only a few people who could speak the barbarians' language were left alive for communication. The barbarians' real goal wasn't to seize pastureland. After winning, they forced the Jayasiha to migrate, destroyed the grazing fields, and took them northward with them. Along the way, the barbarian cruelty was extreme. Whipping and beatings were constant. If someone was weak or sickly, they would be killed on the spot, so as not to slow the group down. They had been in total despair, thinking they would never escape these barbarians in this lifetime. They never imagined that Chingsho and his men would descend like divine soldiers and rescue them. Though the barbarians were fierce when fighting them, they were completely crushed when facing the Tang army, not even daring to fight back. This made the Jayasiha people admire the Tang army even more. If such a godlike army could protect them, they wouldn't need to fear those barbarians ever again. Chingsho asked doubtfully, if this was your first contact with them, how did you know their language and communicate? The old man replied, this is something you might not know. Our pasture lies at the crossroads of East and West. All year long, we deal with people from many nations and barbarian tribes. After so many interactions, we've naturally learned many languages. Although it was our first time meeting these people, their language was similar to that of some Western nomads, so we could communicate. Chingsho nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is, but do you know what tribe they claim to be from? The old man frowned and thought for a long time. They never revealed their tribe's name. They only said they came from the north. We only know that many people who look like them and speak a similar language call themselves Ross. Ross? Chingsho was suddenly enlightened. He now understood where these foreign-looking people had come from. These people must be the future Slavic peoples, who would one day occupy the largest territory on Earth, and would even be known as a nation of warriors. In the future, the term used in the Central Plains to refer to them would undergo several changes in language, losing its original meaning. If based on what they called themselves, they should be called Ross people, and their ethnicity was Slavic. Though they would become very powerful in the future, during the flourishing age of the Central Plains, they were still primitive nomadic tribes, not even having developed their own script. Chingsho said with emotion, I've long heard that these people are aggressive by nature, fierce and brutal, even ruthless to their own kind, sometimes to the point of cannibalism. Now that I've encountered you and seen how you were humiliated by these Ross people, I must step in to bring justice and restore peace for you. Chingsho drew his staff blade and stuck it into the ground, shouting loudly, if I cannot bring these people to justice, then I will have failed the Tang Empire that accepted your tribute and allegiance. I swear to wipe out this tribe. These words nearly made the Jayasiha people burst into tears. They had finally met someone willing to stand up for them. Please, help us. My wife was whipped to death by them, and they even forced me to abandon my son. My whole family was killed by those Ross people. If you stand up for us, I swear to serve you even at the cost of my life. We beg you, take revenge for us. From now on, our entire tribe will serve at your command. Everyone knelt down, begging, hoping this Tang general would help them avenge their humiliation. Of course, Chingsho would send troops to wipe them out, but not for the sake of the Jayasiha people. If the Ross people were allowed to keep growing, they would definitely expand eastward step by step, swallowing territory along the way until they posed a threat to the Central Plains. They were different from the horseback tribes that rose on the grasslands. These people were very good at absorbing technology, whether from the east or the west, and making it their own. Letting them be would be even more dangerous than letting the Turks grow unchecked. Chingsho had originally thought the Ross of this era were still far in the north chewing on ice, unable to make contact. But now they had delivered themselves to his doorstep. Since you've shown sincerity, I don't mind helping you. Chingsho agreed without hesitation, which made the people cry with gratitude. Someone in the crowd shouted, General, we haven't asked your name yet. We only know that there's a famous general of the Tang Empire named Shui Rengui. Could you be Shui Rengui himself? Shui Rengui is that famous? Even you know of him? Chingsho was a bit surprised. That person laughed and said, who in the western regions hasn't heard of General Shui? If you had told us earlier that you were him, we'd have grabbed our weapons and fought alongside you. I'm not Shui Rengui, Chingsho gently shook his head. He noticed some disappointment in their expressions. My surname is Qing. I'm also a general, and I've fought alongside Shui Rengui. At those words, he immediately noticed a big change in the way everyone looked at him. The old man trembled, trying several times to speak but was too nervous to get the words out. In the end, a younger man stepped forward and cautiously asked, if your surname is Qing, then, could you be Duke Qing? Even as he said it, he didn't sound too confident. Chingsho smiled, you're right, I am Duke Qing. As soon as he said that, the entire crowd was stunned. They even thought they had misheard. After a long silence, the old man knelt down trembling and paid formal respects to Chingsho. If you are truly Duke Qing, why didn't you tell us earlier? We were so disrespectful. Chingsho quickly helped the old man up, but everyone else had already knelt down, bowing continuously. Greetings, Duke Qing. To them, Shui Rengui was a famous general known far and wide. But compared to Duke Qing, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. In the entire western regions, no one didn't know the name of Duke Qing. Chingsho looked at all the people kneeling before him and felt his scalp tingle. He had known he was famous in the western regions, but he hadn't expected he'd reached celebrity-level fame. But now that my army has arrived here, our provisions have been completely used up. Before he could finish, the crowd immediately sprang into action, searching for food everywhere and preparing to slaughter cattle and sheep to prepare a proper meal for the troops. Nothing else matters, as long as you avenge us, even if we starve, we'll make sure the Tang heavenly army is well fed. These people were straightforward, no empty words. While they were bustling around preparing the meal, the adjutant returned with the 300 cavalrymen. They had run out of arrows during the chase. Though they still had some firearms left, the road ahead led into a vast desert. Fearing they'd lose their way and be unable to return, they had no choice but to retreat. At the same time, they had eaten the last of their dry rations during the return. They thought they'd be going hungry. But unexpectedly, upon returning, they were met with a feast, and immediately cheered and dismounted to eat. They had just come back from killing the barbarians. The Jayasiha people were enthusiastic in serving the Tang soldiers, and said they would prepare more food to send with them on the way back. After everyone had eaten their fill, Chingsho told them of his plan to completely eliminate the Ross people. If we leave these people alone, they will become a serious threat to the Tang Empire in the future. It's best to destroy them early. His words confused many of them. They couldn't understand why he had such hostility toward a group of primitive nomads who couldn't even forge iron tools. As for calling them a threat to the Tang Empire, that was even harder to believe. This place was tens of thousands of li away from the empire. These people couldn't even make helmets, how could they threaten the Tang? Duke Qing, surely you're not planning to launch a full campaign just for these herders? The adjutant couldn't help but ask. What nonsense are you talking? Chingsho frowned and looked coldly at the man. Do you think I pity these people? His expression changed so suddenly that the adjutant's heart instantly tightened. He immediately realized he had said something wrong, lowered his head, and focused on eating without saying another word. This man had truly been fooled by the outside rumors about Chingsho, thinking that Duke Qing was a kind-hearted man who always fought for justice and protected the weak. But everything Chingsho did was for benefit first. As for playing the good guy, that depended on whether there were profits to be made. These Jayasiha people had less than 10,000 laborers left in the whole tribe. They were already on the verge of extinction. Helping them brought no benefits to Chingsho. He only wanted to eliminate those Ross barbarians from the frigid north. The Jayasiha were merely a convenient side task. Everyone rested in place for 4 days, until over 1,000 cavalrymen who had received orders arrived and joined them. Chingsho finally assembled his full force of just over 2,000 troops. Of course, before these cavalry arrived, reinforcements from Gaochang had already taken away all the civil officials and craftsmen, as they couldn't directly participate in the war. The troops that came to assist even expressed willingness to join the expedition, but Chingsho firmly ordered them not to follow. He knew that manpower was stretched thin in the western regions. The Tang army only had 50,000 soldiers but was responsible for securing all the eastern oases of the western regions. These included not only the old territories of Lulan and Gaochang, but also many unclaimed oases and unsettled lands with no legal ownership. Whoever occupied them first would claim them. To gain the upper hand in the western regions, the Tang army had even sent as few as a dozen soldiers to occupy oases and declare sovereignty in some areas. Using 2,000 men was already Chingsho's limit. Any more would weaken their strategic presence in the western regions, a result he did not want. Even with only 2,000, it was enough. Before departure, Chingsho ordered the Jayasiha people to accompany the army and bring all their cattle, sheep, and supplies to support Tang army logistics. Of course, he also promised that if the Ross barbarians were destroyed, he would divide half of the spoils and give it to them. In addition, he would grant them permission to settle in some unclaimed territories in the western regions. These people already had a burning desire to kill the Ross barbarians. After hearing Chingsho's promises and generous rewards, they were even more eager to help the Tang army. Some even asked to be armed and armored so they could fight alongside them. Chingsho didn't accept everyone blindly. He cautiously selected a few hundred as auxiliary troops. He did not recruit too many. But once the northern expedition truly began, Chingsho realized why these Ross barbarians were so fierce in battle. It was early April. Not just the central plains, even the western regions had completely thawed and warmed up. But the further north the army went, the more snow and ice appeared. Many lakes were still frozen. Even the Jayasiha, who were used to herding in harsh conditions, found the extreme cold of the far north unbearable. Fortunately, Chingsho had already prepared cotton armor, gloves, and other winter supplies. Only thanks to this did they avoid losing men to the cold. But their cattle and sheep couldn't handle the climate. The further north they went, the more livestock froze to death. At this rate, they wouldn't have enough supplies to sustain a long campaign. Chingsho looked at the map. Based on what the Jayasiha told him, they had likely already reached the Ross people's homeland. But unfortunately, Chingsho's earlier battles had been so shocking, his weapons and gear had terrified the barbarians. They didn't even resist. As soon as they heard the Tang army was coming, they fled far away into the icy wilderness and vanished without a trace. These barbarians don't raise livestock, how do they survive in a place like this? So they just rob others. Didn't you see they even looted these dirt-poor herders? What's the point of living in such a godforsaken place, seriously? We should thank Duke Qing. If not for the winter gear he gave us, we'd have frozen to death along the way. The soldiers chatted. Seeing a few frozen corpses in the snow, they shivered again from the cold. On this journey, they had seen countless such bodies, men and women. These were not prisoners tortured to death by the Ross barbarians. They were their own people who froze to death, unable to survive the extreme cold. Before, they could still loot to survive the winters. But with Chingsho chasing closely behind, they didn't even dare to look back. As a result, they consumed their supplies without replenishment, and many froze to death. These barbarians were freezing to death but still didn't dare turn back, showing just how hard they were to catch. Halfway along the road, Chingsho ordered everyone to stop and rest. He saw that the Jayasiha were also suffering badly from the cold. Many had fainted from the freezing temperatures. After some thought, he had the soldiers take out spare winter clothes to give to the Jayasiha, so they wouldn't suffer too much. This was truly a life-saving gesture. The half-dead Jayasiha revived as soon as they put on the winter clothes, no longer afraid of the cold, and all expressed heartfelt thanks to Duke Qing. Chingsho was still thinking about the Ross people and didn't care much. He just waved them off. You've been handling army logistics well, consider this your reward. It's just a few coats, no need for thanks. While Chingsho was wondering where to go next to capture them, the old Jayasiha man came forward again and said, Duke Qing, if we keep chasing like this, someone in the army will surely freeze to death. As far as I know, further north is where water turns to ice instantly. There's snow all year round, and even the fish in the lakes have been frozen for who knows how many years. We herders and nomads never dare go to such places. Chingsho knew he wasn't lying. Even he didn't know where to search for the barbarians next. The old man saw that Chingsho was unwilling to give up, so he flattered him. Even if you haven't killed many Ross barbarians yourself during this time, their constant fleeing must have led to many freezing to death. They've suffered great losses and won't dare raid us again. Isn't that also a good outcome? Chingsho said flatly, so what if they've suffered losses? If you don't pull them up by the roots, they'll only grow back stronger. Eliminate evil completely. The old man shook his head. That may be true, but those Ross barbarians are probably somewhere in the snowy wilderness right now praying to their gods. How could we possibly find them? Chingsho sneered, God's protection. These barbarians were at the end of their rope and could only do such things, praying for pie to fall from the sky. Pray to the gods. Suddenly, Chingsho's eyes lit up. He thought of a way to find these people. He immediately got up and announced to the entire army that after resting, they would fully prepare to retreat. They would no longer continue to pursue the Ross people and would immediately return to Gaochang. The reason he gave was that the army was on the brink of running out of supplies, and if they kept chasing, people would freeze or starve to death. They had to retreat before that happened. This order left everyone puzzled. Previously, Chingsho had issued a death order, not to retreat unless the Ross were wiped out. No one in the army dared to complain. As for the food shortage, while rations were indeed dwindling, and many cattle and sheep had frozen to death, they were far from starving. However, a military order was a military order. Even if puzzled, they had to prepare to leave. But after retreating just a few li, Chingsho issued another strange command, to discard part of their grain and supplies along the way, claiming they were slowing down the march. This left the soldiers even more confused. Many officers even went to Chingsho directly, begging him not to discard the food. Chingsho's reply was blunt, whoever disobeys will be executed on the spot. Remember who the commander is. This stunned everyone further. Why was the always wise and far-sighted Chingsho now making such ridiculous decisions? But confusion aside, military orders couldn't be defied. Along the way, they discarded large amounts of dried meat, grain, and other supplies. Not only were the Tang soldiers heartbroken, the Jayasiha people were even more distressed. Most of this food had come from their own meager savings and sacrifices. If Chingsho hadn't treated them well, they might have been ready to abandon him over this waste. At the same time the army was discarding supplies, Chingsho secretly summoned several trustworthy Jayasya who spoke the Ross language and gave them specific instructions. Remember, exaggerate as much as possible, especially emphasize the key points. The more you focus on that, the easier it will be for those barbarians to believe. Chingsho repeatedly warned them, afraid they'd mess it up. If his own people had spoken Ross, he wouldn't have entrusted this to potentially unreliable outsiders. These people patted their chests and swore, even if it cost them their lives, they would not mess it up. On the third day of the army's slow retreat, the Ross barbarians hiding everywhere finally dared to show themselves. They had suffered in the freezing cold, with many women, children, and elderly freezing to death, but they didn't care. Every winter, the weak were always living on borrowed time. It wasn't unusual for someone to freeze to death. Life was cheap in the barbarian tribes. They had been enduring the bitter cold, but even so, after hearing the Tang army had retreated, they still acted cautiously and didn't dare follow closely. While they hesitated, a rumor began to spread among the surrounding tribes. It was said that on the night before the Tang army's retreat, the temperature suddenly dropped sharply, and many froze to death in the camps. Strangely, this sudden temperature drop only occurred in their area. Just a few li away, it was not nearly as cold. It was even said that Chingsho himself almost froze to death. And at midnight, Chingsho had an inexplicable dream. In the dream, the Ross god appeared and scolded him, ordering him to immediately withdraw and not to oppose the Ross again, otherwise, the Tang army would all freeze to death in this land of extreme cold. Under such a threat, Chingsho was said to have panicked and ordered a full retreat, so rushed that they even discarded food and supplies along the way, fleeing hungry. At first, this rumor was only whispered among a few small tribes. But it quickly spread like wildfire throughout the icy north. Especially among the Ross people, they heard it the most. Many of them even believed it was true. They thought their constant praying in the icy valleys had finally worked. The more primitive and ignorant they were, the more easily they believed in supernatural tales and were deceived. When they saw that the Tang army really had abandoned so many supplies, even the skeptics became fully convinced that it was the gods who had forced Chingsho to retreat in a dream. These barbarians, who had been starving in the mountains for days, felt triumphant when they found the abandoned food and winter clothes, certain it was their rightful spoils of war. They began to collect everything along the way. Eventually, they couldn't even maintain order in their own tribe. Men, women, and children were all busy grabbing food and clothing. They wouldn't even listen to their Khan anymore. All of Ross was immersed in the joy of victory, completely forgetting to consider if there was any hidden danger behind it. Great Khan Nilan, after repeatedly sending scouts and finding no ambush, also relaxed. He even held a feast, celebrating the great victory with the entire tribe. Nilan held a leg of lamb in one hand and a cup of wine in the other, looking down at his people devouring food, laughing loudly. "Didn't I tell you all? The great god would never let us suffer. No matter how powerful the Tang are, can they defy the gods?" Cheers rang out below, followed by a wave of shouts and applause. "Long live the great god! Long live the great god! Long live the great god!" Even Nilan raised his arm and shouted along with them. But during the cheering, he vaguely saw many people in the crowd suddenly collapse as if they had fallen asleep. "What, one trip through the snow and now you can't handle a little wine?" He hiccuped and lowered his head to breathe. When he looked up again, he saw that one of his trusted men had fallen right on him. "Get off!" Nilan impatiently shoved the man away, but then felt some warm liquid spill onto his hand. He looked down, and saw his hand covered in fresh blood. In this freezing place, the blood was still steaming with heat. Nilan immediately sobered up. He instinctively pushed away the body in front of him and trembled as he looked at the blood on his hand. The corpse he pushed over rolled to the ground, with an arrow stuck deep in its back. Most of the shaft had already pierced into the body. The man had died with a smile still frozen on his face. He stepped back in fear, looked around, and saw that his people were still singing, dancing, and feasting, many of them even vomiting from drinking too much, yet still laughing heartily. They hadn't even noticed that people beside them were being killed by arrows. Nilan trembled all over in terror. He had no idea where the enemy came from, or how they had silently begun killing his people. He only knew that if he didn't run now, it would be too late. "Stop drinking and celebrating. Draw your swords, the enemy is here." Nilan kicked over the table in front of him and rushed to grab his armor nearby. But before his hand could touch it, an arrow shot over and hit him right in the palm. He screamed in pain. "Enemy attack! Damn it, the enemy is here!" Nilan shouted, but only a few people heard him and thought he was joking, not taking it seriously. But the next moment, no one could laugh anymore. At some point, the sun had been blocked by countless figures, the entire camp was cast in shadow. This snowy plain was not only freezing but also ravaged year-round by fierce winds. If someone stood in the wind for just a moment, they would freeze stiff. That's why they chose to settle in a valley surrounded by mountains to avoid the wind. Now, on the mountain ridges around the valley, many figures in solemn armor, holding weapons they could not recognize, were standing above, looking down on them. "The enemy is here!" Someone shouted, and the barbarians were finally jolted awake. Only then did they realize that the people around them, who had fallen asleep at some point, had actually been silently killed by arrows. Chaos broke out instantly. Everyone rushed to grab weapons and armor, and some fired arrows back toward the mountain ridges. But their bows and arrows couldn't reach that far. The arrows flew only halfway before dropping back down. Chingsho looked down at their desperate struggle before death and found it amusing. "These barbarians have wine and meat down there, while our brothers stand in the cold wind on the mountain. How is that fair?" Chingsho sneered and then waved his hand. "Warm these beasts up a bit." At his command, the soldiers lifted their 10,000-man killers and hurled them down from the mountaintops. Before they even hit the ground, the fuses had already been lit, flames erupted midair as the bombs fell with long trails of fire. At that moment, it looked like countless meteors were falling from the sky, turning the valley into a fiery furnace. The bitter cold vanished in an instant, replaced by waves of heat that made even the soldiers above break a sweat. The Ross barbarians could only watch in despair as the fireballs fell, completely helpless. A divine sign. Countless people, just before being engulfed by the flames, firmly believed that this was the punishment of the gods. Nearly 110,000 man-killers fell into the valley, making it unbearably hot. The flames burned people and snow alike. Streams of melted snow flowed across the ground, but couldn't extinguish the flames fueled by oil. In an instant, the valley became a hell on earth. The Ross people rolled in agony, screaming and begging the gods for mercy. Nilankeki had long been consumed by the flames. Even as he died, he clutched a piece of bone in his hands, painfully praying for divine salvation, but it was all in vain. The Jayasiha people mixed into the Tang army watched as their enemies were roasted alive in the flames. The satisfaction of revenge flooded their hearts, they cheered loudly. The screams from below were piercing, but no one pitied the barbarians, especially after seeing how they had tortured women and children. The tents had been set too closely together, so the fire raged on and could not be extinguished. Even after no one was left alive, the flames still burned strong. Fortunately, the fire brought some warmth to the mountaintops. Chingsho and the others didn't feel cold at all, some even drank a little wine and felt quite relaxed. After this fire, there shouldn't be any survivors. I was hoping to take a few heads for merit. They're just scorched, not gone. We can still cut off their heads and claim the reward, right? You're clearly a rookie. In this kind of slaughter, the kills are shared military merit. Cutting heads won't get you extra credit. But don't worry, when we win, Duke Qing always rewards generously. I really am new. This is my first year with the army. Before this, I'd never left the Central Plains. As the soldiers chatted, the fire in the valley finally died down. Though the flames were out, the hot air lingered and stung their eyes. Chingsho calculated in his mind, counting women, over 40,000 Ross people had been burned to death. With this battle, the Ross tribe was completely exterminated, erased from history. From this day forward, the so-called warrior people from the icy north would never exist again. The soldiers were still joking and laughing along the way, completely unaware that they had just made history, silently eliminating a major threat to the Central Plains' future. Chingsho had hoped to find some trophy among the ashes, something symbolic of the Ross's end, but everything had been burned to cinders. Finally, he found a bone ornament clutched tightly in the hand of the Ross chieftain. Even in death, the man had knelt in agony, praying to the gods for forgiveness and salvation. "No wonder they were destroyed by me," Chingsho muttered. At that moment, he felt not a shred of pity, these people's beliefs truly matched their fate. As the soldiers cleaned the battlefield, someone suddenly shouted and rushed over to Chingsho holding something in their hands. "Duke Qing, please take a look." It was a piece of parchment sealed in an iron box. This parchment wasn't made using the paper-making techniques of the Central Plains. It was sheepskin, commonly used among nomads. Seeing it stored in an iron box, one could tell it was precious. For nomads, metal items were as valuable as gold in the Central Plains, perhaps even more. When Chingsho opened it, he found strange writing on the parchment. It looked somewhat like Roman Latin script, but many parts were different. As far as he knew, the Ross didn't have their own written language, but this writing was bizarre. Even a well-read man like Chingsho couldn't identify it. He instructed a Jayasiha man in the army, someone who had long dealt with the barbarians of the frigid lands, to come forward and see if he could recognize the writing. The man examined it closely and immediately said, "This is Ross script." But to be precise, the Ross people don't have their own writing system. These characters are a common script used by the nomads of the icy lands. We even occasionally use them ourselves. As he explained, the people in those regions were nearly cut off from the Central Plains. The only civilizations they had contact with were the Arabs and the Romans. So they had mixed the characters from those two cultures and used them as a means of communication among nomadic tribes. The Ross, being one of those barbarian tribes in the frigid north, naturally did the same. Chingsho clicked his tongue in surprise. Didn't expect these axe-swinging brutes to know how to read and write. The man studied the letter carefully for a moment, then added, "Anyone who knows writing in their tribe likely holds a very high status. The one who carried this must have been very important." Chingsho was immediately intrigued. He had the soldier lead him to the corpse. Unfortunately, the body was already charred, and even the clothing was unrecognizable, otherwise, they might have been able to identify the person's rank. But what caught Chingsho's interest was the pile of burned ashes nearby, once books. These books were made of various materials: parchment, Egyptian papyrus, and even Central Plains pulp paper. Clearly, this person was a learned individual, at least by barbarian standards. Chingsho felt regretful. If this person had still been alive, they might have held historical information about the Ross people. From what Chingsho knew, these people wouldn't have real messengers appear for at least another few centuries. Before then, their history was essentially unknown, and nothing was likely passed down. Getting such first-hand material would have been a huge gain. As for the letter's contents, once translated by the man, Chingsho learned that it was an extremely boastful proclamation. Specifically, it was an announcement to the entire frozen north. In the letter, they claimed they had been battling the Tang army in the north for a long time and had finally, through wit, strength, and divine assistance, completely defeated the Tang forces and seized large quantities of supplies. They wrote this letter to inform the other nomadic tribes and invited them to gather and celebrate. They called it a celebration, but in truth, they just wanted to show off their strength and let everyone see how they had crushed the feared Tang army of the western regions. They popped the champagne a little too early. Chingsho sneered. These people made themselves sound so powerful and cunning, as if they had actually fought and won such a battle. But after thinking it over, this letter might actually be useful. "Can you hand copy this letter exactly, word for word?" Chingsho asked the Jayasiha man. "Of course, but why does Duke Qing want to copy it?" Chingsho smiled. "Didn't they like to boast? I want to spread the content of this letter everywhere. Let every nomadic tribe in the frozen lands come here and see for themselves how these people were reduced to ashes." Just like the Ross barbarians, Chingsho also wanted to flex his strength and intimidate them completely. The man finally understood Chingsho's intent. But Duke Qing, why go to the trouble? These letters were surely already sent to the tribal chiefs. As he said, these barbarians had the habit of preserving letters. Most copies were kept as records, but many were already distributed. Chingsho nodded thoughtfully. "Even better, saves us a lot of trouble. Then, as you say, people from other tribes will definitely come for the feast?" The man confirmed it with certainty. Chingsho could tell as well, the elaborate setup in the area clearly meant they had prepared a banquet for guests. "Good, then let the brothers get ready to receive our guests." Within 2 days, tribal chiefs and leaders from across the snowfields gathered outside the valley. They had all believed the boasts in Nilankaki's letter and couldn't wait to see the spoils captured from the defeated Tang army. Some were even planning to trade for Tang weapons. To them, the faraway Tang Empire was a mysterious and heavenly place, and anything produced there must be a divine treasure. "I heard the Tang crossbows are super powerful, can shoot hundreds of arrows in a single breath. If they really had such weapons, how did they lose to Nilankaki? Didn't he say the gods helped them? Otherwise how could they beat the Tang? We wouldn't have seen that letter if not. If they really have those weapons, I'd trade all my tribe's furs for them." While they chatted, the tribal chiefs began heading into the valley. But just as they reached the entrance, they noticed strange snow mounds and what looked like clay statues. One curious man walked up to inspect and suddenly screamed in terror, stumbling back, still shaken even after retreating far away. "You idiot, what are you scared of? You've seen dead people before. How can a few statues scare you?" His chief was annoyed, thinking the subordinate had embarrassed him. He stepped forward to check, and was also shocked into screaming. They weren't statues. They were charred corpses. The bodies hadn't fully burned, muscles stuck to bone, faces still twisted in fear, like they had just crawled out of hell. Just seeing them gave a clear picture of the agony they suffered in the fire. These barbarians had seen more corpses than living people in war. But even they got goosebumps from such horrific deaths. Worse still, the entrance to the valley was lined with these strange corpses, posed in unnatural positions. As for the snow mounds, on closer look, they were piles of charred body parts mixed with ice and snow. The bodies were unrecognizable, but fragments of jewelry and clothing were enough to identify them as Ross barbarians. Has Nilan gone mad, disrespecting his own people's corpses like this? Everyone was confused. Wouldn't this provoke outrage among his people? They had never come into contact with the Central Plains dynasty before, so they had no idea that this thing was a Jingguan, a pile of enemy skulls. This Nilan is truly ruthless. He used the corpses of his own tribesmen to make something like this. While they were still shocked, the sound of horse hooves suddenly echoed in the valley, neat and synchronized. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a unit of black-armored cavalry emerging from the valley. The moment these fully armed cavalry appeared, they immediately intimidated the tribal chiefs on the spot. Many instinctively stepped back. Some were so frightened that they froze and dared not move at all. They had never seen such a formidable army. The entire force was like a dark cloud pressing down from above, silent and heavy, making it hard to breathe. Almost everyone carried heavy sabers. Just the pressure from these weapons was far greater than that from the spears and broadswords they had seen before. Not to mention the uniformity of their movements, their discipline, and the various weapons they carried on their backs. This kind of military formation was beyond comparison with the Roman or Arab regular armies they had encountered. They thought back to the Rus corpses lined up on both sides of the road and instantly understood. These were Tang troops. They hadn't been defeated by the Rus, on the contrary, they had completely wiped them out and displayed their bodies on both sides of the road as a show of power. These men immediately wanted to flee on horseback, but as soon as they turned around, soldiers stationed above the valley raised their fire lances and unleashed a volley, blocking the retreat. Bang! Bang! The bullets hit the snow, scattering snowflakes into the air, scaring them into retreating. One of the chiefs reacted quickly and immediately begged for mercy. "General, please spare us. We have nothing to do with those Rus people. They only sent us invitations to attend a victory banquet." "That's right. When you were searching for the Rus in the snow, we didn't interfere at all. Please be merciful, we didn't do anything. Please let us leave." The chiefs all pleaded one after another, afraid the soldiers on the cliffs would shoot them too. Chingsho simply ordered the translator next to him to tell them, "Kneel down." These chiefs had a strong desire to survive. As soon as they heard the order, they knelt en masse without hesitation. Then Chingsho ordered them to report their identities and tribes. After an investigation, he learned there were more than 10 chiefs here, all clearly typical Western Caucasians. "Why did you help the Rus before?" Chingsho questioned, scaring them into panic. They all insisted they never helped the Rus. "The Rus hid on this ice plain for over 10 days. I don't believe you didn't know where they were. If you knew their whereabouts and saw our Tang troops arrive, but didn't report it, isn't that the same as helping them?" His words were meant to intimidate them. If they didn't take the Tang side, they would be treated as enemies. They never expected Chingsho to be so domineering. They all knelt and begged for mercy, crying and pleading with him to spare them. Chingsho had no intention of punishing them for real. After all, the Tang army couldn't extend full control to this region yet. Making enemies now wasn't wise. Besides, these tribes could easily ally with the Romans or Arabs if forced. That would be a big problem. "In light of your ignorance of Tang military power, I'll let it go this time. If you behave well in the future, we'll act like this never happened. But you must be loyal to the Tang dynasty and never betray us." None dared to say no. They kowtowed so hard their foreheads nearly bled, just hoping this living ancestor would let them go. Seeing this, Chingsho told the soldiers on the cliffs to lower their fire lances and stop threatening them. Although Chingsho generously agreed to let them go, they didn't dare to get up and leave right away. One of them was clever and immediately said, "Since Duke Qing is willing to spare us, I am willing to lead my entire tribe to submit to the Tang dynasty and will never betray you." This man was quick to adapt. As soon as he said this, the others followed suit and also expressed willingness to submit to Tang. Whether they were sincere or not was unclear. But under the current circumstances, if they turned and fled, who could guarantee the Tang troops wouldn't shoot them down? So they figured they might as well lower their heads as much as possible for now. The key was not to anger the Tang army. Chingsho was surprised. He didn't expect them to be so tactful and submit so willingly. Still, he didn't believe their words had any credibility. Submitting was probably just a way to save their lives. "Before this, you must have also submitted to Rome or Arabia, right?" Chingsho asked again. "No, we never submitted to anyone. Though those two nations are powerful, we've never been forced to submit." "That's true. Besides, those nations aren't friendly to tribes that surrender, they usually force them and then they rebel again. That's why we never wanted to submit. They were telling the truth. Regardless of whether they could win on the battlefield, at least they hadn't ended up surrounded with all their leaders captured like now. At this moment, their lives depended on Chingxiu's word. This gave Chingsho some ideas. If he were the first to accept their submission, then in the future, the Tang dynasty's legitimacy in this region would greatly increase. If the Tang expanded into this area later and annexed them, it would be justifiable, they were already Tang subjects. If they disobeyed, integrating them would be natural. This was an opportunity even the two great empires didn't have. How could Chingsho let it pass? He also decided that once he returned, he would study these barbarians' languages and have his subordinates learn them too. Since you sincerely submit, our Central Plains nation is generous and inclusive. From today on, you are subjects of the Tang dynasty. I will personally report to the court and officially confer titles on you. Of course, Chingsho wasn't just making empty promises. He immediately had paper and ink prepared and personally wrote several dozen official trade permits. The so-called trade permit was naturally a kind of business license issued by the court to border pastoral tribes. Only with this could they trade with the court's frontier trade markets. They could convert their cattle, sheep, and horses into money, or exchange them for daily goods held by Central Plains people, such as iron pots, cloth, and more. Normally, one trade permit could only be used once to trade with the Central Plains, but even this one opportunity was enough to make many nearby herders flock to it, even treating it as a reward. But clearly, these snowfield barbarians still didn't understand the importance of this item. Chingsho had the permits distributed to them one by one and told them that in the future, if they wanted to trade goods with the Tang dynasty, they could use this item. At first, they didn't care, outwardly pretending to express thanks, but in their hearts, they didn't value it at all. They had no idea how many amazing things they normally wouldn't even dare to imagine, they could buy from the Central Plains with this item. Chingsho naturally saw through their disdain. These people pretended well on the surface, but their thoughts were completely transparent to him. He didn't waste any words and directly had his men bring out the goods and display them in front of these people. When the goods were laid out one after another in front of the snowfield barbarians, they were instantly shocked. These items included iron pots, silk, cotton cloth, spices, etc. In the Central Plains they were ordinary, but in the regions from Arabia to Rome, they were treasures. Let alone for these barbarians who lacked everything. Iron pots may have been unremarkable in the Central Plains, but at that time, no other country on the continent could make iron pots of the same quality and durability as those from the Central Plains. That's because they didn't have the advanced iron smelting technology of the Central Plains. Even Rome had not fully abandoned bronze. Those who could afford iron pots from the Central Plains in Rome were all nobles and royalty. With these things laid before them, the barbarians were obviously stunned. One chieftain couldn't help but reach out to touch the cotton cloth and silk. The unique soft texture delighted him. A couple of years ago I got hold of a piece of silk from a Roman who had just returned from the east, but unfortunately, the guards were so strict that many of our tribesmen died just to grab 2 or 3 pieces. He couldn't bear to use those few pieces. Instead, he traded them with other tribes for a large number of cattle, sheep, and horses, greatly strengthening his own tribe. But that event also became a regret for him. His greatest wish in life was to wear clothing made of silk just once. Others also looked on with greedy eyes. If it weren't for the sharp blades of the Tang troops, they would have already rushed forward to snatch them. Chingsho generously said, "These things are gifts for our first meeting today. Don't be polite, take them all." The barbarian chieftains thought they had heard wrong and stared blankly at the pile of treasures for a long while. Such good things were just given away like that? Were Tang people all this generous? "Thank you, General. Thank you, General." Everyone kowtowed repeatedly, even more enthusiastically than when begging for their lives earlier. Then they rushed forward to grab the items. However, some took more than others, causing dissatisfaction. The chieftains soon began to quarrel and even drew their weapons. Seeing things about to spiral out of control, Chingsho had no choice but to draw his handgun and fire a shot into the air, scaring them into kneeling and covering their heads. But even so, he noticed many still clutched their cloth tightly, treating it as if it were life itself. "I'm not refusing to give it to you, but these things are to be shared evenly. Each person takes 3 pieces of silk, 1 piece of cotton cloth, and 2 iron pots. No one may take more." With Chingshio's strict order, they finally became obedient and divided the goods properly. Though they had done nothing to earn it, they were extremely happy to receive the goods and felt immense gratitude toward Chingshio. Just kneeling and declaring loyalty brought so many treasures. If they worked for the Tang dynasty in the future or even achieved military merit, wouldn't they get even greater rewards? Thank you, General, for the gifts. If the Tang dynasty ever needs us in the future, just let us know. I'll definitely lead my whole tribe to serve Tang. My tribe too. As long as you give the order, we'll sweep away all enemies for you, as long as you give us, just give us the order. Clearly, Chingsho's caravanstick approach had won them over completely, more effective than simply exterminating them. Chingsho said with a gentle expression, "Let's talk about that later. Keep the trade permits I gave you. In the future, you can bring them to the border and trade with our merchants. You can exchange livestock for these goods. But remember this, as long as you trade honestly, I won't trouble you. If anyone tries to cheat or even commit robbery, even if it happens just once, I will wipe out that tribe, leaving not even chickens or dogs behind, and flatten even the graves of their ancestors." These words, combined with the fields full of skull mounds, truly made for a powerful deterrent. From then on, whoever had other thoughts about the Tang dynasty would surely recall the scorched corpses scattered across this place. They dared not say another word and repeatedly answered yes, then stuffed the trade permits into their clothes. These were now more valuable than gold to them. The intimidation was complete. Originally, Chingsho planned to leave immediately, but suddenly a tribal chief stepped forward and warmly said to him, "Since you've come to this snowfield, and we haven't done much to help, could we take this opportunity to invite you to visit our tribe and let us treat you properly? Although our tribe is poor, we can still offer wine and meat. Don't look down on it, consider it a little outing. What do you say?" This man invited him in hopes of currying favor with Chingsho. At this moment, anyone could see that the Tang army was incredibly strong in both military and economic power. Forming a good relationship with them could only be beneficial. As soon as this man spoke, the others chimed in too, all inviting Chingsho to visit their tribes. The adjutant felt uneasy. He looked at these barbarians and felt they were all villains. He warned Chingsho, "Duke Qing, you mustn't trust their words. I think they covet these goods and might want to capture you as a hostage." Chingsho sneered. "A hostage? These garlic heads thought they could do anything to him? No need to worry, there's no problem." Chingsho could tell that these people neither had the intention nor the courage. He happened to want to use this chance to explore the tribes more deeply. Since that was the case, why not go along with it? Chingsho glanced at the chieftains. They all looked at him with eager smiles, full of anticipation, waiting for his response. "I'll go with you, and consider it a patrol on behalf of His Majesty to inspect your tribes. And there's no need to rush. I'll inspect each of your tribes one by one, from far to near. You will all have a chance." Having received Chingsho's promise, everyone was overjoyed on the spot and said they would surely bring out the best things to treat him. The adjutant didn't expect Chingsho to agree so easily. Though uneasy, he could only brace himself and go along with him. But Chingsho's next orders left him even more puzzled. He instructed the adjutant to take the men back to Gaochang first to rest and resupply, and also to inform Ho Junji that he would soon return, so he should make preparations to receive him. "That might not be appropriate, just you by yourself?" "Of course not. I'll bring a few dozen soldiers along, and also this interpreter. Otherwise, how will I communicate with them?" The adjutant became anxious. "That's not what I meant. If they have ill intentions toward you, we wouldn't make it in time to rescue you." But Chingsho replied indifferently, "You don't need to worry about that. I know what I'm doing. Go back quickly, and don't forget to tell Ho Junji to be ready and wait for me." Since Chingsho insisted, the adjutant had no choice but to repeatedly warn him to be cautious and then left with over 2,000 men. After they left, Chingsho took off his armor and changed into plain clothes, and instructed the chieftains to lead the way. "I don't know which of your tribes is nearer or farther, so just go ahead and lead the way. Wherever we arrive, that's where we'll go." Chingsho smiled naturally and calmly, chatting with the chieftains like they were discussing family matters, and naturally took the position of their superior. Earlier, with over 2,000 heavy cavalry under his command and absolute superiority, it made sense for him to act above them. But now, with only a few dozen guards and facing these fierce barbarian warriors who far outnumbered him, he could still act this way. His courage and demeanor truly impressed them. He was clearly not an ordinary person. "We forgot to ask earlier, what is the general's name?" "My name is Chingsho. I am Duke of Qing of the Tang dynasty." Chingsho flicked his horsewhip and gave the order to set out. "All right, I'll lead Duke Qing's horse." One of the chieftains immediately came forward to hold Chingsho's reins and called out to depart. This extremely cold plateau in the northwest of the western regions was indeed even more inhospitable than the northern frontier of the Tang dynasty. At least the northern grasslands had abundant water and grass, and the winter temperatures could be endured by everyone except very young children. But this icy plain of the western regions was different. In winter, not to mention women and children, even young adults who weren't strong could freeze to death. Almost all tribes were used to losing many members when winter came. Even so, they could only struggle to survive here. To the south, the states of the western regions often joined forces against them. To the west stood the Arab Empire. As for the east, they couldn't even defeat the scattered remnants of the Xiongnu and Ruren, let alone approach the central plains. In short, through this journey, Chingsho had truly opened his eyes to these barbarians. Not only because of the natural environment here, but also the customs and lifestyle of the herders were quite interesting. Their way of life was mixed with both Arab and Roman religions, and even heavily altered. Though they claimed to believe in those gods, their doctrines and rituals had completely changed. Wherever Chingsho went, the chieftains exaggeratedly spread tales of him and the Tang dynasty's power and wealth. This quickly let the local herders, who knew nothing of the East, learn that far in the East, there was an empire equal to, or possibly stronger than, Arabia. Especially since Chingsho had generously gifted them various daily goods like cloth and iron pots, which further deepened this impression. In just one tour, both the name of Duke Qing and the reputation of the Tang dynasty became widely known and respected wherever he went. In a blink, nearly a month had passed by the time Chingsho finished touring the frigid tribes. Although it had delayed him a bit, for Chingsho this journey was absolutely worthwhile. Just winning over these tribes would be a card he could play in the future. Chingsho originally planned to return to the western regions, but on the last day, just as he was about to set off, he saw a group of merchants with camels coming from the western desert. These merchants had distinctive appearances, wearing large turbans and black and white robes, clearly Arab Empire merchants. Looking at them, Chingsho suddenly had a thought and asked the chieftain of the Wardwa tribe beside him, "How far is it from here to the territory of the Arabs?" By now, Chingsho had completely mastered the barbarians' language and no longer needed an interpreter. The Wardwa chieftain thought for a moment and replied, "At most 40 li." Chingsho was greatly shocked. He never imagined he was now so close to the Arab Empire. "How can the Arabs allow you to graze here?" Wardwa found the question odd. "We've always done so. If we don't graze here, there are no pastures farther out. We wouldn't survive. But they let you do this right under their noses? Aren't they afraid you might start a war at any time?" "Duke Qing, you must be joking. They don't have the energy to fight us every day. Their troops are needed to guard their own lands, they don't have time for us." Chingsho frowned and re-examined the tribe. They were just a small tribe of tens of thousands. If the Arabs mobilized even 10,000 elite cavalry, they could crush them. How could they not deal with it? The Wardwa chieftain noticed Chingsho's confusion and quickly added, "It's not just us. Many small tribes like ours camp nearby. As long as we behave, they won't touch us." This was unbelievable. The Arabs could tolerate others sleeping beside their beds? It was just 30 li. For cavalry, that was no more than an hour's ride. Even if these tribes didn't cause much harm, just burning and looting border villages over time would be a loss the empire couldn't bear. After thinking it over, Chingsho decided to visit the Arab Empire's frontier himself. After coming all this way, even bypassing the entire western regions, it was hard to say when he'd return. If he didn't take this chance to see a potential future rival, wouldn't the trip be wasted? As soon as Chingsho said he wanted to visit the Arab border, the Wardwa chieftain immediately sent people to gather his subordinates, assembling several thousand herders to go along. "I'm just going to take a look, not preparing for battle." "Why are you calling so many people? Aren't you afraid of provoking the Arabs and starting a war with them?" This left Chingsho utterly confused. Wardwa replied that if they brought too few people, the Arabs would surely drive them away. But with a larger group, their border troops wouldn't act. Chingsho couldn't understand this thinking. If the Tang border troops were involved, a few people wandering near the border might be ignored, but if more than 100 people moved together, it would immediately raise an alarm. To gather 2,000 or 3,000 like this, if the Tang army heard of it, they'd attack immediately without even letting them approach the border. Though he found it strange, Chingsho still set out grandly toward the Arab frontier with these people. The distance of over 30 li wasn't all desert and wasteland, there were occasional small oases and grasslands where most herders were grazing cattle and sheep. Their group of over 2,000 caused a huge commotion. As soon as Chingsho saw the Arab border city, he noticed that Arab soldiers were already guarding the walls with alertness. "As long as we don't get too close, they absolutely won't come out. So feel free to look," the Wardwa chieftain patted his chest and promised. Chingsho carefully observed the Arab city. Though he had memories and understanding of this country's history and style, it couldn't compare to seeing it up close. Though the Arabs were also a feudal empire, most of their land was desert, with only a few oases for farming. Plus, they were located at the crossroads of Eurasia, so they weren't built on agriculture, but commerce was the foundation of their empire. Outside the city, he barely saw any farmland but saw many merchants coming and going. It was exactly as he had imagined. Looking across their border, he didn't see many soldiers either. Chingsho suddenly understood why they didn't dare drive out the barbarian tribes near their borders. It wasn't that they were used to coexisting with them, it was because they didn't have the military strength to expel them. Otherwise, how could such an important border outpost have so few guards? It's no exaggeration, if the border tribes suddenly rose up and raided the city, they would surely loot it clean. The Arab Empire seemed powerful and domineering, but compared to the faraway Tang dynasty in the Central Plains, Chingsho suddenly felt it wasn't much at all. Just bloated, barely maintaining an empire through the wealth accumulated by commerce. From just this one city and its surroundings, Chingsho immediately judged the so-called strength of the Arab Empire. Compared to the Central Plains, it couldn't even be called a powerful nation. Chingsho suddenly gave a scornful laugh. Wardwa was puzzled. Why are you laughing? I laugh because the Arabs only have empty appearances, they're not truly strong. Only he dared to say this. Wardwa and those around him couldn't understand it. In their eyes, the Arab Empire was an untouchable giant. When the Tang army truly crosses the western regions and meets the Arab Empire, then you'll understand. Chingsho thought this in his heart. Let's go. He flicked his horsewhip, turned his horse, and headed back the way he came. We're leaving, we won't stay here. The others immediately followed him, and the dust stirred up by their 2,000 cavalry left the Arab soldiers on the wall in fear. Fortunately, the barbarians didn't intend to attack the city, just a false alarm. When's the next troop rotation? Guarding here every day, I'm going to be scared to death by these barbarians. One archer sat on the ground and complained. His companion also frowned. Let's just hope we're lucky. If we're like the last group who encountered a bunch of crazed barbarians attacking the city, we won't make it out either. As the soldiers complained, Chingsho had already gone far. He decided that the next time he came here, it would not be so peaceful. Gaochang, a frontier city in the west. Junji had been stationed here for some time, constantly on edge. Because a large number of Turks had inexplicably appeared outside the city, and he couldn't figure out how they had passed through the heavy defenses of the Tang army along the Hushi corridor and arrived here. The Turks had arrived suddenly and camped outside the city, not besieging or attacking, as if they intended to stay long-term. Junji had only come to the city temporarily for some business. Now, blocked by the Turks, he couldn't act rashly and simply sent orders to urgently call for reinforcements. If we had 5,000 soldiers in the city, I wouldn't be so nervous. Junji couldn't help cursing. These people sure picked the right time. There were already not enough troops in the western regions. But fortunately, the surrounding countries feared the Tang army and didn't dare provoke them, most avoided their cities from a distance. So in less important border towns, only a few hundred soldiers were usually assigned to maintain order. But in this situation, if the Turks outside suddenly attacked, they didn't even have enough men to fill the walls, there would be no way to defend. Junji thought about opening the treasury and distributing the money to the civilians, arming them to defend the city. Just then, the Turks sent an envoy to the city wall, loudly shouting in a foreign language, which Junji couldn't understand. Speak Chinese. Don't speak ghost language. Junji impatiently cursed from the top of the wall. This was the western regions. Who would carry around someone who spoke Turkic? At his shout, the envoy quickly ran back. A moment later, someone who spoke Chinese returned and shouted up to the wall. Our king says he wants to borrow some grain from the Tang people. From the Hushi corridor to here, many of our cattle and sheep have died from sickness and starvation. We don't have much food left. If we go further, we'll run out. We won't borrow much. Junji thought he misheard. These people actually dared to ask them for food? They must be insane. Junji was furious but laughed angrily. These barbarian beasts, it's already merciful that I haven't attacked them, and now they dare come and beg? Despite his anger, Junji wasn't foolish. He knew this wasn't the time to turn hostile, that would be rash. He first sent word saying that there wasn't much grain in the city and they'd have to check the inventory before lending any. Then he immediately ordered the city's armory and treasury opened and distributed the weapons and money to the civilians. Junji's move was meant to get all the civilians in the city to pick up weapons and prepare to resist a potential sudden attack by the Turks outside. He ordered 5 strings of copper coins to be given to every adult man in the city, along with armor and weapons to defend the city and prepare to fight the Turks. As for the women, they were given 1 string of coins and told to put on armor and stand on the city walls to bluff and make it look like the city had many soldiers, to intimidate the Turks. At the same time, he sent messengers out of the city with urgency, demanding that the news be delivered at the fastest speed so that reinforcements could quickly arrive. He estimated that the Turks outside numbered around 50,000, with about 20,000 capable of fighting, elite cavalry skilled in mounted archery. The people in the city wouldn't be able to hold out for long. They could only hope reinforcements would arrive before the Turks breached the city walls to stabilize the situation. Just as Junji was busy with all this, his third son, Yuenda, came to him voluntarily and suggested that they temporarily agree to the Turks' request. "Father, you didn't see it earlier, those Turks outside have already started preparing horses and moving equipment. We don't know what they intend, but it looks like they're about to attack. It's best to agree for now to stall them." Yuenda's suggestion enraged Junji. What kind of joke is this? Talk peace with the Turks? If word of this got out, where would your father's face go? Yuenda calmly replied, "If we provoke the Turks while we are at a total disadvantage, and they attack in fury, do you think we could stop them? Although there are over 10,000 strong men in the city, even the Gaochang troops are useless, let alone the untrained civilians." Junji's face twitched. He wanted to curse but couldn't find a single word to refute. He knew Yuenda was right. This was no time to worry about face. Besides, I'm not suggesting that you really make peace with them. We can send out a small amount of grain to stabilize them first and observe their attitude. If these barbarians are satisfied and leave, that means they truly had no ill intent. But if they show off and get greedy, we can still use the delay to buy time. Yuenda's suggestion seemed like a good strategy for now. Junji thought it over carefully. Although it would cost some face, at least it would delay the risk of the city being breached. If he handled it badly and the Turks broke in, looting and burning, he wouldn't even get a chance to earn merit before being blamed. "Fine, we'll go with your plan. Let me see who I should send to negotiate." Junji was just about to send someone, but this brat took a step forward and said, "Father, why worry? I'll go negotiate myself." Junji's expression changed instantly. "Are you stupid? Fool." But Yuenda replied calmly, "If we send just some random person, the Turks won't see it as sincere and might get ideas. But if I go, they'll know you're serious. Besides, I'm confident that I can use my tongue to stall them and return unharmed." Junji was about to scold him again for being arrogant, but the kid suddenly knelt down. Junji was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Yuenda clenched his teeth and said loudly, "Father, trust me this once. I want to help ease your burden and make achievements for the Tang dynasty. If I stay at the rear all day, my blood and spirit will waste away. How can I call myself a Tang man then?" Junji looked blankly at this child. He suddenly realized the boy was quite like himself. Just as ambitious to achieve greatness and absolutely unwilling to stay in the rear. "Father just doesn't want anything to happen to you. Don't worry, Father. Those Turks can't touch me. Besides," Yuenda took a deep breath and fiercely said, "if I die just like this, then I'm not worth much anyway." In the Turkic camp. Although the Turks said they came to borrow grain, they clearly hadn't been idle. Supplies were being moved, troops were being prepared, everything looked like they were ready for battle. Before coming, none of them wanted to fight the Tang army. But once they arrived, they saw the city had only a small number of guards. The Turks weren't fools. They roughly estimated and concluded that if they attacked, there was a high chance of success. If they could take by force, why beg politely? And even if they borrowed grain, they might not get much anyway. Plus, the Tang army clearly didn't intend to lend. As for whether the Tang would retaliate later, that wasn't something they could afford to worry about now. They were starving. Why care about what happens after? Just as they were preparing rapidly, they learned a Tang envoy had arrived to talk about the grain request. The Turks weren't stupid, they knew this was just a stalling tactic. They planned to brush the envoy off with an excuse. But then the envoy introduced himself as Yuenda, the third son of General Junji of the Tang dynasty. The Turks were shocked. They didn't expect the Tang army to show such sincerity in sending someone of importance. This was General Junji's son, a big deal. After a short discussion, they decided to proceed with negotiations. Even if the talks failed, they could detain Yuenda and use him as leverage. Soon, Yuenda arrived at the Turkic camp smiling. Before he even entered, a group of fully armed Turkic soldiers surrounded him, staring with hostility. Watching from the city walls, Junji's heart almost stopped, terrified the Turks would act dishonorably. It was Yuenda's first time in such a situation. His palms were sweaty, and his heart pounded wildly. He had only ever seen soldiers in ceremonial parades, never had he faced blades pointed right at him. Still, he managed to keep a calm face and walked slowly into the camp, ignoring the soldiers around him. Junji clenched his fists. He deeply regretted letting Hou Yuanda go. He silently swore, if anything happened to Hou Yuanda, he would chase these Turks to the ends of the earth and wipe them out. Hou Junji couldn't see what was going on inside the negotiations, and just as he was growing extremely anxious, a report suddenly came. From the northwest, a Tang army bearing the Tang banner was rapidly approaching. Hou Junji was overjoyed on the spot. The messenger only left half a day ago, and reinforcements are already here. But the one reporting looked troubled. It doesn't seem to be the case. They likely didn't come specifically to support us. Hou Junji didn't understand what he meant. But when he saw the familiar banner of the approaching army from the city wall, he immediately deflated. That army was only a few dozen men, more like a personal guard. How could they possibly help? Still, Hou Junji gave the order to have them notified and brought into the city immediately, and strictly told them not to go near the Turks to avoid provoking them. But before the messenger could leave the city, they saw that this army was heading straight toward the Turkic main camp. This is trouble. Hou Junji was furious. If they angered the Turks and they turned around and killed Hou Yuanda, it would be a disaster. What Hou Junji didn't know was that, had he used a telescope to look carefully, he would have seen that the one leading this group was Chingsho. Chingsho hadn't come specifically to support Hou Junji. He had simply heard there were Turks in this area, so he followed the direction to check it out. He had originally allowed the Turks into the western regions so they could break through the states there, while the Tang army followed behind to annex them. But now these people, lacking food, had come to the Tang army to borrow grain? And judging by their actions, it didn't look like borrowing was all they had in mind. How could Chingsho tolerate such outrageous behavior? Without even resting in the city, his first reaction was to go straight to the Turks and question them, even though he had only a few dozen guards with him. As they approached, the Turks immediately moved to block them. But Chingsho opened his mouth and scolded them harshly, "You mongrel bastards, don't even recognize your grandfather Chingsho? Tell your chieftain to crawl out and meet me." Chingsho? Duke Ching? The Turks trembled all over. They didn't know what Chingsho looked like, but they definitely knew he was someone important. They looked him over and saw that he carried a powerful presence, not someone ordinary. They immediately ran to inform their leaders. But Chingsho wouldn't wait for any announcement. He whipped his horse and charged forward. Anyone who tried to block him, he pointed at with his whip and shouted at them to get out of the way. Back then even Aloma knelt to receive me without delay. "If any of you dare stop me today, I'll have your heads off before long." His presence was so overwhelming that no one dared confront him. In the end, they all stepped aside nervously, letting him ride straight into their main tent. At that moment, the chieftains were inside the tent negotiating with Hou Yuanda. They had started with outrageous demands, asking to borrow 100,000 dan of grain, and warned that if they didn't get it, they might not be able to restrain their hungry men. Hou Yuanda, though nervous, tried to act calm and composed, and negotiated as best he could. "We can only provide 1,000 dan right now. If you chieftains think that's not enough, you'll have to wait a bit longer." Just as he finished speaking, one of the chieftains shouted, 1,000? That's beggar's food. Even if every person in our tribe got one meal, that wouldn't be enough. Hou Yuanda raised his voice. "You can see the city is sparsely populated. Even this 1,000 dan is a stretch. If you want more, we simply don't have it." The man replied, "Since you know your city is short on people, if we can't restrain our men and they charge in, the consequences will be. If you really can't restrain them, go ahead and try. The city still has 10,000 soldiers. If you charge in, won't you suffer losses too? If we can sit down and eat, why risk lives to rob?" For a first negotiation, and especially one done alone inside the enemy's main camp, Hou Yuanda had done fairly well. Unfortunately, he had too little leverage. Negotiating under these conditions was very difficult. As expected, his words made the chieftains burst out laughing. If they cared that much about their tribesmen's lives, they wouldn't be here now. In their eyes, human life was cheap. Grain and supplies were far more valuable. They had already decided, the Tang wouldn't give them much grain, and the city didn't have strong defenses. In that case, Lord Hou should rest here in our tent. After we borrow the grain from the city, we can continue this discussion. Chief Taihil grinned maliciously. Hou Yuanda felt a chill down his spine. He instinctively reached for the dagger in his sleeve, but just then, a loud voice came from outside the tent. "Who among you is going to the city to borrow grain? Why the trouble? Just come borrow from me directly." The voice came suddenly but sounded familiar, almost everyone there knew it. They froze for a moment, then looked toward the entrance, and saw Chingsho lifting the curtain and calmly walking in. "Duke Ching?" The moment they saw him, everyone instinctively stood up, but then realized that wasn't appropriate, so they immediately dropped to their knees and kowtowed repeatedly. "Greetings, Duke Ching." They didn't know when he had arrived, but now that he was here in person, offering the highest respects was the safest move. Hou Yuanda quickly hid the dagger in his sleeve, stood up, and looked flustered. Duke Chingsho waved him to sit and walked to the head seat. Taihil quickly stood to give up the seat, and Chingsho sat down confidently. It's been a while, gentlemen. Looks like your skills have improved. You lack food. As your fatherland, the Tang dynasty should support you. But if your parents don't give, do you children really think it's right to steal? I thought you'd learn more on your westward journey and improve your nature, but look what you've become. Chingsho scolded them without mercy. Every sentence was a humiliation. But the men on their knees didn't dare talk back. The more he scolded, the more afraid they became. All right, now explain what happened. Chingsho changed his posture and signaled Hou Yuanda to explain. But he never told the Turks to stand, and they didn't dare request it either. Just as Hou Yuanda was about to speak, Taihil quickly interrupted. Duke Qing, let me explain. This is all just a misunderstanding. Kneel first. I haven't asked you yet. Chingsho cut him off coldly. Taihil trembled all over and immediately dropped flat to the ground, more obedient than a son. Hou Yuanda, finally having someone to back him up, told everything truthfully, what the Turks had done and all their disgraceful actions related to borrowing grain. Especially toward the end, he exaggerated the disrespect he personally suffered, making the Turks tremble from fear. Chingsho's expression didn't change throughout, and no one could tell what he was thinking. After listening, he slowly said, so you used a delaying tactic to stall them for time? Yes, but it was out of helplessness. If these Turks hadn't been so aggressive, I wouldn't have done it. Hou Yuanda didn't hide his disgust. Even so, they kept pushing their demands. Even when I tried to ask for a little delay, they refused completely. Chingsho glanced at the Turks, they didn't even dare lift their heads, burying them even lower. After thinking for a moment, Chingsho suddenly asked, which of you suggested borrowing grain from us? No one dared answer. Even if they knew, they didn't dare speak. They hoped that if they all kept quiet, Chingsho wouldn't punish them. You don't know? Still trying to cover for each other? Chingsho saw through their thoughts immediately. Without wasting words, he gave an order to a guard, pick one of these noble chieftains and drag him out for execution. Hou Yuanda broke into a cold sweat. Chingsho was in the Turks' territory, yet he dared to kill one of their chieftains in their own camp? He thought the Turks would explode, but even as the guard stepped forward with a drawn blade, they all stayed kneeling like chickens waiting to be slaughtered, shrinking their necks, hoping they wouldn't be chosen. Hou Yuanda looked again at Chingsho and saw that he remained calm, as if this were an unimportant matter. He didn't care what the Turks thought. At that moment, Hou Yuanda realized Chingsho's reputation outside the Tang realm might far surpass his fame within it. Even these barbarians treated him like an emperor, none dared utter a single word of protest even with his boot on their heads. You there. The guard picked one man, grabbed his hair, and dragged him out to be made an example of. Hou Yuanda didn't expect Chingsho was really going to do it. He wanted to go look but feared provoking the Turks and becoming the first target. Duke Qing, please spare us. We won't dare again. Just this once, let us go. We promise, next time, if we do this again, you can kill our whole tribe and we won't say a word. Seeing Chingsho's knife was really about to draw blood, they were terrified and kowtowed, begging for forgiveness. It's been a while since we met. I wanted to catch up with you. If you had come politely, even if it were 1 million dan of grain, I would have lent it. Chingsho shook his head with some regret. But you haven't changed. Even when given a chance, you still acted like this. It really disappoints me. He sighed. The more I think about it, the more I feel that letting you live was a mistake. Before he could finish, Chief Taihil quickly pleaded, Duke Qing, please calm your anger. If you can let us go this time, we'll pay any compensation you ask. We were just being foolish. Foolish, were you? Chingsho sneered. Didn't you demand 100,000 dan of grain? As it happens, my city is short of food. Why don't you collect 100,000 dan and fill our gap, and then this matter is settled? The Turks were immediately disheartened. They could barely eat, where would they find 100,000 dan of grain for Chingsho? Chingsho continued coldly, I know it's difficult for you, but I won't force you too far. You have 10 days. Use whatever means you want. If you fail, bear the consequences. Don't regret it then. With those words, Chingsho stood up boldly and ordered Hou Yuanda to return with him. Hou Yuanda's palms were soaked with sweat. He had expected the Turks to erupt in anger, but instead, they stayed kneeling and respectfully saw them off. Not even Aloma back then had such absolute control over them. As they left the tent, Turks along the way all bowed their heads at the sight of Chingsho. Even those on horseback dismounted and lowered their heads. No one dared show any disrespect. Duke Qing, how did you make them so obedient? They're terrified of you. Hou Yuanda asked in admiration as soon as they stepped out. Chingsho smiled. If one day you can beat them into running across the world, and have the power to wipe out their entire tribe with a word, then even without a single guard, they'll revere you like a god and never dare offend you. Hou Yuanda still didn't fully understand, but he felt on nonetheless. He remembered how his father and sister always praised Chingsho. He hadn't believed it before, but now, he knew Chingsho truly deserved that respect. In the distance, Junji saw Hou Yuanda walk out of the Turkic camp unharmed and finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Before he could collect himself, he saw Chingsho beside him, and was greatly surprised. He had known Chingsho went on a northern tour, but hadn't expected him to return so suddenly, and without informing anyone. Now it all made sense, why Hou Yuanda had returned unharmed. It was likely all thanks to Chingsho. The Turks respectfully escorted Chingsho out, even gritting their teeth to pull together a few head of livestock from their scarce supplies as gifts. After all this time, and you try to brush me off with just this? Is this acceptable? Chingsho said, clearly displeased. The chieftains forced smiles and explained they had little to begin with, this was already their limit, and they begged him not to be angry. Fine, we'll leave it at that today. But don't forget, you promised me 100,000 dan of grain in 10 days. If even 1 dan is missing, face the consequences. Chingsho gave them another stern warning, then proudly left with his attendants. The Turks all bowed deeply as he departed. Hou Junji and the others were completely stunned. Compared to the humiliation and threats Hou Yuanda faced when he first entered, the contrast now was simply too great. Hou Junji hurried to personally greet them outside the city. As soon as they met, Chingsho laughed and said, "General Hou, how does it feel to confront these Turks?" Hou Junji exhaled and couldn't help cursing. Honestly, if I had even 5,000 men, I would never have let those dogs strut around here like that. Chingsho knew Hou Junji wasn't just talking tough, he was once a man who chased the Xuanchuo across the world with a blade. If he had 5,000 troops, today's situation might have ended differently. But then again, Duke Qing, wasn't it too risky to let these people pass through the Heshi corridor and into the western regions? I'd rather personally lead some troops and wipe them out right here, just to avoid future trouble. Having been threatened by them, Hou Junji was already boiling with anger and eager to cut them down. But Chingsho said not to rush. These people were only in a desperate position for now, which was why they came to the Tang army for grain. But even if we push them back this time, what if they come again next time they run out of food? Hou Junji didn't understand why Chingsho was being so lenient. Don't we still have 10 days? After that, it won't be too late to deal with them. Besides, assembling troops also takes time. Hou Yuanda instantly understood why Chingsho gave a 10-day deadline, it was to buy time to gather the army. Even if the Turks tried to strike back like rabid dogs after 10 days, they wouldn't stand a chance against Chingsho personally leading Tang forces. But do you really think they'll honestly spend those 10 days collecting grain? Where would they even find it? Hou Yuanda asked. Chingsho smiled. Grain? That's easy. The western regions stretch thousands of li, where is there no grain? Hou Yuanda immediately understood, Chingsho meant for the Turks to go raid other cities and countries for food. These people were already planning to rob someone. They scouted the surroundings and saw we were lightly defended, so they thought they'd take advantage of us. But now that they realized the Tang dynasty wasn't an easy target, they'd be forced to pick other cities to attack. It's fortunate you were here, Duke Qing. Otherwise, this city would have been in ruins by now, and Yuanda probably wouldn't have survived. Hou Junji was deeply moved. He didn't expect that in the final moment, it would be Chingsho who saved them. It's not all because of me. Chingsho looked at Hou Yuanda with some appreciation. The kid's got guts, he dared to walk into the Turkic main camp alone. You really aren't afraid of death? Hou Yuanda looked a bit sheepish after being called out. Of course I was afraid. But if I didn't try, and the Turks attacked, who knows how many people in the city would have suffered. Chingsho understood. This kid was likely just like his father, desperate to win merit even at the risk of death. But still, he managed to stall the Turks and earn some credit. Even if there was personal ambition behind it, that kind of courage couldn't be dismissed. If used well, he was certainly someone with potential. In the future, Hou Yuanda can follow me and get more training. Chingsho looked at him with a hint of approval. Father and son Hou Junji were stunned at first, then overjoyed. They never expected to be favored by Chingsho. If Hou Yuanda could stay by his side and receive even a little guidance, it would be a great blessing. Thank you, Duke Qing. Chingsho had to interrupt him. Let's be clear, I don't have any post to give you right now, and I don't have a salary either. If you follow me, who knows how long it'll take to get a chance. The implication was, if he performed well, Chingsho might recognize him and help. But if he disappointed, he'd never get another shot, even a court position would be out of reach. To be recognized by Duke Qing is already a blessing in 3 lifetimes. Who cares about rank or pay? Even if you send me to die, I won't refuse. Ho Yuanda wasn't stupid. He knew missing this opportunity would be a lifelong regret. What do you think, old Ho? Chingsho asked Ho Junji. Ho Junji quickly said, this boy is lucky. Let him follow you. Train him however you want. If he disobeys even a little, use the whip or stick, beat him until he listens. Compared to his disappointing eldest and second sons, he desperately hoped his third could seize this chance. When Chingsho entered the city, he saw that everyone, men and women, was fully armed, all looking anxious. Only when they saw it was Chingsho entering did they relax and cheer in relief. While everyone was celebrating, a supply officer approached Ho Junji. Seeing Chingsho beside him, the officer hesitated. Out with it. Duke Qing isn't an outsider, what can't you say? Ho Junji said, annoyed. The officer carefully said, they've come for the money you promised earlier. Only then did Ho Junji suddenly remember. This was a bit troublesome. Chingsho noticed their expressions and asked, what's going on? Why so awkward? The officer didn't dare speak. Ho Junji explained, it's a bit complicated. Previously, Ho Junji had taken it upon himself to open the treasury and distribute money to the people, mobilizing everyone to arm themselves and prepare to fight the Turks. But the people of Gaochang weren't as brave as those of the Tang. Even with money and armor, they were still terrified of the Turks, some even cried in armor. Ho Junji, worried they wouldn't hold up in a real fight, issued another order. If the Turks retreated, whether by fear or by being beaten back, everyone in armor would receive a reward of 3 strings of coins and 1 bolt of cloth. It was a generous promise, one he would have never made except in a life-or-death situation. But he hadn't expected Chingsho to arrive at the crucial moment and scare off the Turks with just a few words. The people of Gaochang won without lifting a finger, and now they were ecstatic. Getting paid without even fighting? What a deal! Just now, as soon as the Turks outside withdrew, they immediately ran to the inner treasury to receive the money. However, if each person were given 3 strings of cash plus 1 bolt of cloth, they'd probably empty the treasury on the spot. The quartermaster dared not make that decision, and at once came to ask Ho Junji. Chingsho didn't speak. He wanted to see how Ho Junji intended to handle this matter. Ho Junji hesitated a moment, then said, the city is short of money now. How about temporarily promising them 1 string of cash each, and the rest deducted from their annual taxes, letting them pay less tax? The quartermaster immediately said, that solution is good. Good my ass. Chingsho spoke, and that frightened the quartermaster into stepping aside without daring to say another word. Chingsho coldly said, if you were unwilling to spend the money, you shouldn't have promised to give them, or you should have offered less. Now you promised and then go back on your word, giving discounts, won't that damage the dignity of our Tang officers? If you do this, next time in a similar situation, do you think they will believe the court's promises? Ho Junji's expression was awkward. At that time the situation was urgent. If we gave full amounts, there would have been no money left in the city treasury. Turning your face and denying people is not a good style. Before Gaochang fell, the ruling family changed orders every morning, played with the people more than once or twice. As a result, when our great army arrived, the whole city's people surrendered immediately, without hesitation. Chingsho thought a bit, then said, you previously promised 3 strings of cash each? First give them 1 string each, then I will fetch money from other places to make up their shortfall. Ho Junji was really not expecting Chingsho to take promises so seriously. For a moment he felt embarrassed. This matter is my fault for not thinking enough, just as Duke Qing said. Chingsho thought again, and said, afterwards, from among them choose a few who perform outstandingly when the enemy besieges the city, and incorporate them into the army. This western region's land is vast, everywhere there are uncertainties. If one only depends on soldiers from Tang's homeland, the forces are indeed a bit stretched thin. Being able to pick usable soldiers from local people is best, and it also allows us to test whether the local citizen soldiers are loyal to the court. After Chingsho handled these matters for the moment, the first thing he did was send someone to closely watch those Turks. He wanted to see whether those bastards really, as he supposed, were secretly preparing a sneak attack on the Tang city. If that were the case, Chingsho would no longer try to test them, but would swiftly mobilize troops to cut them off completely. The Turks, forced to withdraw, wandered aimlessly across the desert, totally without direction. They originally wanted to borrow grain and then continue westward, but now lacking food, they really couldn't go anywhere. When they felt totally at a loss, by accident they discovered there was a large oasis southwestwards, and some relatively rich cities. More importantly, that direction did not have Tang troops stationed. Even if they caused a ruckus, they wouldn't provoke the Tang. Once certain of direction, they immediately resolved, the whole army would set out at once, head southwest, plunder there. That southwest direction was Yenchi, a country adjacent to Gaochang. In the western regions, it truly was a strong state dominating its domain. In recent years, it had been continuously campaigning, its territory almost expanding each year. Su Dingfang had some contact with them before, but not much, and there had been no large-scale military conflict between them. This led the Yenchi people to have little fear or real understanding of the Tang army. In their view, although the Tang was strong, even a strong dragon doesn't suppress the local ruler. In this small area of the western regions, they believed they still had the power to resist Tang. Therefore, when some of the small countries in western regions rushed to submit to Tang, Yenchi, despite being closest in territory, still did not come to submit. However, their vast territory was the first to attract the Turks. When the Turks were rapidly marching closer, Yenchi still showed no reaction. Even until the Turks thought their city was less than 30 li away, they only then realized. Upon realizing, Yenchi's first reaction was not alarm or vigilance, but laughter. They considered themselves in these deserts as a disaster star, wherever they went they killed. That they themselves did not harm others was already a huge favor. Now these Turks, whom they had never met, were wearing tattered clothes, half their armor missing, even their swords chipped, still dared to come looting them? When the city's defending general learned of the Turks' approach, even knowing the Turks had absolute numerical superiority, he still ordered his army to sally forth and meet them in open battle. These unknown wild barbarians, though more than 3 times our numbers, my soldiers can take 5 of them each. Dealing with these barbarians is nothing. The defending general donned his armor and took the lead, triumphant. Hearing this, his soldiers burst into loud laughter. No one at all took the Turks seriously. Brothers, later when we kill enemies, each time you cut off a head, remember it well, there will be reward. Without further orders, the general opened the city gates widely, completely abandoning the advantage of the walls, choosing open field battle against these Turks determined to take the city. Tang scouts watching from afar with telescopes saw this and thought they were hallucinating. Abandon the city area, and with absolute numerical inferiority fight the Turks in the open, what are these fools thinking? I think we needn't watch further. These people are doomed. Just pity all the people in that city will suffer. These scouts shook their heads again and again. They didn't need the fight to begin, they already knew how it would end. Yenchi people still had the mindset of fighting a massacre, but facing Turks gone mad, they still did not realize how serious the problem was now. The defending general, full of confidence, personally rode ahead, raising his saber to charge the Turks head-on. But the very next moment a rain of arrows descended from above. The general didn't even lift his head, and in that instant the arrows fell upon him like a net. In a moment he was riddled like a porcupine. At the moment of his fall he still did not understand how the Turks, riding and charging, could shoot so many arrows so accurately and so quickly. But all was too late. The Turks slaughtered as though cutting through bamboo. Within moments they had utterly shattered the Yenchi forces before them. 5,000 cavalry, like slicing through melon, were wiped out entirely. The soldiers left on the walls looked from afar in horror. They had never seen such terrifying cavalry charge. And almost all of them acted like raging beasts, unstoppable, even 10 of them fighting as one. Soon, the Turks had already reached the city. Only then did the city's defenders wake up as if from a dream and hurriedly tried to close the gates to resist the enemy. However, it was already too late. The Turks had long experience dealing with the tall city walls of the Central Plains, let alone these low earthen walls. They almost effortlessly charged up the walls and slaughtered the pitifully few defenders on them. The people in the city had no idea there had been a defeat outside. They came out curiously to check, only to be beheaded on the spot by the Turks riding at full speed. Even the Turks themselves didn't expect it would be so easy to break into the city. They suspected there might be an ambush and quickly regrouped outside the inner city to cautiously test the situation. After confirming that the Yenchi people were truly this weak, they finally let their guard down. But then came an overwhelming surge of bloodlust and greed. They had been forced by the Tang army to chew on sand in the northern deserts for years. When had they ever had the chance to plunder so recklessly in a rich city? After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus without hesitation. Kill all the able-bodied men in the city, old and young, and loot everything. No need for more words. The frenzied Turks completely turned the entire city into hell on earth, pillaging, burning, and slaughtering without mercy. Even the Tang scouts who had been observing from outside couldn't stand it anymore. These Turks were beasts. If it weren't for Duke Qing being able to suppress them, we would have gone through the same thing. The soldiers looked at each other and respected and appreciated Chingsho even more. The Turks' wild looting and slaughtering lasted from noon until deep into the night. Yet, even after that, they had only plundered about half the population. Many civilians hiding away had escaped. Even so, the loot was so much they couldn't carry it all. They had to discard some as they grabbed more. Chief Tai Hele looked at the mountain of treasure, food, and livestock, and felt great joy in his heart. Now they didn't have to worry about food shortages for a while. Someone in the tribe suggested, "Chief, should we retreat now? We've got so much loot, if we head west, the Tang people won't be able to catch us." "That's right, no matter how powerful Chingsho is, he won't catch us here. If we flee far enough, there's nothing to be afraid of." Chief Tai Hele remained silent. He neither accepted nor rejected the proposal. He walked around for a while and saw there were still many areas in the city left unlooted, but they could carry no more. As for the hidden civilians, searching and killing each of them would be troublesome. So how about this? Tai Hele grabbed a torch from a subordinate and threw it onto a house. "Burn everything. Leave no survivors. Leave nothing behind we can't carry." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, and fires were set everywhere to burn the entire city to ashes. The civilians who had been hiding thought they had survived, but they never expected the Turks to be so ruthless. The fire turned the entire city into ruins. The blaze burned for 3 full days before it was extinguished. Those who were hiding had no chance to escape and were burned alive. In the end, probably fewer than 100 people survived. After gaining such a massive fortune, the Turks now found themselves in a dilemma. On one hand, they were tempted to occupy the fertile land of Yenchi permanently. On the other hand, they feared the pressure from the Tang army. If they couldn't deliver the promised 100,000 shur of grain within 10 days, Chingsho would surely retaliate. Tai Hele was reluctant. After winning this battle, he felt confident and began to gamble. He thought the Tang army didn't have enough forces in the western regions to deal with them immediately, so maybe he could delay a bit, and Chingsho wouldn't be able to do anything. He decided, if Chingsho only made verbal threats, that would mean he had no real power to destroy them. Then, there would be nothing to fear. If the Tang army came again, they could just retreat. After all, this isn't the Central Plains. The Tang army can't move so fast here. Everyone in the Turkic tribe, from the chief to the commoners, held this same naive belief. And so, in the blink of an eye, 9 days passed. With only 1 day left before the deadline, except for messengers from Chingsho urging them to prepare the grain, there was no sign of Tang troops gathering. This further confirmed their assumption: Chingsho was bluffing and didn't have enough troops. Tai Hele finally felt at ease. He immediately informed the entire tribe that they would prepare for a few more days and then resume attacking the rest of Yenchi's cities. But this time, after capturing them, they wouldn't loot or burn anymore. They would occupy the territory and make it their new home. The next day, at dawn, as the sun just began to rise, a Tang army force, after a forced march of 1,000 li, finally reached the city destroyed by the Turks. By the time they arrived, the city was already reduced to ruins. On the ground were the clear remnants of burnt cloth and husks of grain. "These damned bastards!" Gue jumped off his horse and cursed. "They burned everything they couldn't carry. That's their usual behavior, all the way from the grasslands. If we don't take them down, I'll go crazy. What a waste." His scouts quickly reported, the Turks were camped about 50 li away. It was still early, and aside from a few patrolling herders, most of the camp was fast asleep. The main Turkic force? Gue frowned. They must have 40,000 to 50,000 troops, right? A bit more than 40,000. Gue looked back at the soldiers he brought, only 7,000 in total. That's enough. Once the battle starts, it must be finished before nightfall. Don't let too many escape, or I'll have no way to explain it to Duke Qing. He drew the saber from his waist and examined it carefully. I used this same blade last time when I chased the Turks across the land. If they don't behave today, I'll use it again to wipe out these barbarian beasts. The soldiers smiled knowingly and prepared their bows and guns. Then, under the morning light, they all mounted up and quickly approached the Turkic camp. At that moment, the Turks were completely unaware. Even though the Tang army was right on their doorstep, they were still fast asleep. Tai Hele woke up, stretched outside his tent, and immediately sensed something was wrong. He climbed to a high point and was shocked to see that just 3 li from their camp, the Tang army had already formed battle lines, ready to charge at any moment. Tai Hele was dumbfounded. He had no idea what had happened overnight. The Tang army had come far too suddenly. It had only been 1 night, yet they had somehow appeared right under his nose, and he didn't even know it. From afar, Gue saw Tai Hele show his face. He gave a cold laugh and immediately went to retrieve the bow and arrow from his back. Tai Hele reacted quickly. When he saw Gue reaching for his bow, he immediately jumped down from the high ground, afraid he would be shot dead by a single arrow. Listen up. Duke Qing gave you a deadline to gather grain and atone for your crimes. 10 days was already an exceptional act of mercy. Today, I come on Duke Qing's orders to collect the atonement you promised. I know what you're thinking, you just want to run while the Tang army is too busy to deal with you. But the entire western region is under Tang control. Where can you run? Tai Hele didn't dare reply. He lay on the ground, not getting up for a long time. Thinking back to the moment he saw Gue just now still left him terrified. Among the Turks, the person they feared the most, besides Chingsho, was this Gue. Back at the Battle of Beihai, both the auxiliary troops and Oromo's subordinates had personally witnessed Gue's powerful, unreasonable combat skills. He was terrifying, like a god of slaughter reborn. Just recalling Gue's ferocity on that day still made him tremble in fear. Even though they outnumbered Gue 10 to 1, he was still extremely afraid. He immediately summoned a subordinate to go speak to Gue, but the man was so terrified that his legs trembled, and he couldn't even speak clearly. After walking just a few steps, he collapsed face first onto the ground. Helpless, Tai Hele could only shout loudly, "General Shui. This little chieftain wants to speak with you, but I fear your arrows are too accurate and deadly. I dare not meet with you face to face." Gue said with disdain, "Come out honestly. I promise not to shoot you, but only if you behave. This little king understands. Only then did Tai Hele carefully peek his head out. Seeing that Gue wasn't holding his bow, he cautiously crawled out and approached Gue to bow. By this time, the commotion had already awakened the entire Turkic tribe. But once they learned that Gue was here, they were too scared to even peek out. In such a large tribe, only the chieftain dared to appear. Gue calmly said, "Where is the 100,000 shur of grain you promised?" Duke Qing has already said, "No matter how you get it, whether you steal it or rob it, it doesn't matter. That's already a huge favor. At the very least, you should live up to his trust, right?" I understand. Tai Hele replied. "But as you can see, we just managed to seize some grain, and we also need to keep some for ourselves. It seems we still can't gather enough." Tai Hele tried to make excuses, hoping to give less. But Gue didn't waste time with words. He directly drew his firearm and fired a shot at the ground by Tai Hele's feet, sending sparks and debris flying, scaring him so badly that he fell to the ground. 100,000 shur of grain, not 1 grain less. Gue didn't hold back. "When I came earlier, I saw you burn down that city. Who knows how much grain and supplies were destroyed in that fire? Did you ever think about today back then?" Tai Hele no longer dared say a word. He quickly gave orders to prepare the grain and make up the full amount required by the Tang army. The entire tribe was thrown into a frenzy. Many had to hand over grain and livestock they had barely warmed their hands on. Everything was counted and turned in. But 100,000 shur of grain was no small number. After tallying everything, even after nearly emptying the entire tribe, they had only managed to gather about 30,000 shur. Though there were still some cattle and sheep, even if counted as grain, it was far from enough to reach 100,000 shur. Tai Hele dared not delay any longer. Outside, Gue seemed like a messenger of death, constantly barking orders. In the end, Tai Hele had to take all the tribe's belongings and report back. In any case, this was all they had. Whether they'd be killed or spared would depend on the general's mood. "Look, this is all the supplies we've gathered." Tai Hele was nervous and waited carefully on the side as Gue examined everything. Gue glanced over the items lazily. He didn't even need to count, he knew they couldn't possibly meet Duke Qing's demand. "Don't you know whether this is enough or not?" Gue said calmly. Tai Hele didn't dare breathe heavily. He looked at the other tribal leaders and members, hoping someone would speak up and support him. But when he looked over, those people all retreated in panic, afraid to share any of the pressure coming from Gue. Tai Hele cursed them silently and had no choice but to bow to Gue and say, "Please forgive us, General. This is all we could gather for now. Could you perhaps give us more time?" Gue looked troubled and said, "There's nothing I can do either. This is Duke Qing's order. How about you go and explain it to him yourself?" Tai Hele trembled all over with fear and quickly pleaded, "I beg you, General, to speak kindly on our behalf in front of Duke Qing. If you had obediently handed over the tribute earlier and didn't try to run, I might have said a few good words for you. But now..." Gue snorted coldly. He played with a dagger in his hand and said no more. "Let's do this, I have a way to save your tribe, but it'll be tough for you." Tai Hele was puzzled and asked, "What's your method, General?" Xuerengue grinned. "Simple. I chop off your head and take it back to see Duke Qing. Maybe when he sees your head, his anger will subside, and he'll be in a good mood and forgive your tribe." Tai Hele's vision went black, and he nearly collapsed. Even though Xuerengue was bearing down on them, none of the tribal leaders or herdsmen dared speak up. Some even vaguely thought, if sacrificing him could save the rest of them, it might not be a bad deal. Although Xuerengue's words were harsh, he didn't actually intend to push them all to death. Before coming, Chingsho had instructed him, they must be pushed to the edge, but never to a dead end. These Turks were the perfect hired thugs. Let them keep raiding other nations under Tang pressure, only then could the Tang army profit from behind. The more Turks died up front, the fewer Tang casualties. What could be better? Forget it. Such a coward, scared stiff so easily. Chopping your head off would be a waste. Xuerengue changed his tone. "I'll put in a few good words for you in front of Duke Qing. Maybe he'll spare your life and give you a little more time. But this time, you absolutely must not miss the deadline again, or secretly play tricks behind the scenes. Otherwise, if Duke Qing gets angry, even if I want to plead for you, it'll be useless." To Tai Hele, it was like hearing heavenly music. He immediately perked up. "Is General serious? Let's be clear. I can help you negotiate, but it might not work. If Duke Qing gets angry, you'll die all the same." Xuerengue said slowly. "Then I ask General Xue to do your utmost. As long as you can help me survive this disaster, from now on, I will obey your every command." Tai Hele quietly took off a gold ornament from his wrist and handed it to Xuerengue, intending to curry favor. But unexpectedly, the moment Xuerengue saw it, he became furious. "If you still have money, why not give it to Duke Qing to pay your debt? And you still try to bribe me? So you're not afraid after all?" Xuerengue's scolding made him lower his head in fear. Holding the gold bracelet, he didn't dare give it, nor put it away. Xuerengue didn't bother with more words. He just turned around and mounted his horse, leaving one final warning. "This time, at most half a month. If you still can't gather it all, next time Duke Qing gives the order, I'll come back to collect your corpse." Only after the Tang army galloped away did Tai Hele breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Xuerengue's departing figure gave him some courage, and he started cursing loudly. "What damn general! Just because you can fight on the battlefield, you think you're something. Back in the Battle of Beihai, if it weren't for us, how could you have defeated Oromo? No matter how tough you are, you wouldn't still be alive now." "Exactly. The king is right. That guy is nothing. He's just relying on Chingsho. If we didn't act just now, it was only out of respect for Duke Qing. Who's afraid of him?" As soon as Xuerengue left, these people suddenly became unyielding warriors. But after venting, they started to feel deflated again. Clearly, staying here isn't a good idea. Chingsho will find us eventually. Besides honestly making up the 100,000 shur of military grain, we have no other choice. Tai Hele sat down, sighing. Especially thinking about how the grain they'd just gotten was immediately taken by Xuerengue made him feel even more discouraged. "No need to worry, my king. This isn't the barren north or the Heshi corridor. As long as we figure something out, we'll find a way." Someone at the scene encouraged him, at least they still had places to plunder. "No other way now. I was hoping we could have a few peaceful days here." Tai Hele's original plan was to use force to threaten Yenchi kingdom, demand regular tribute, and avoid fighting. But now, it seemed that to quickly gather the grain, they'd have to rely on raiding. "Tell the brothers to prepare, dispatch troops immediately." They had barely rested for a night before the Turks had to mount up again to raid for survival. 10 days later, Chingsho personally led more than 2,000 cavalry, with Xuerengue, to the Yenchi kingdom. Along the way, they had already entered the kingdom's territory, but every city they passed had been burned to ashes, with corpses all over, too many to bury. "These Turks are still the same as before." Chingsho frowned in displeasure. How much had they wasted along the way? About 7 days earlier, Chingsho had issued a final iron order to these people. They must gather the military grain within half a month, or bear the consequences themselves. These people, tearfully, accepted Chingsho's command and began madly attacking the cities of Yenchi kingdom, plundering all the way just to gather the grain. But the Yenchi people wouldn't just let them take whatever they wanted. Once the cities along the route received alerts, they fought to the death. Even if they fell, they didn't let the Turks win easily. In just a few short days, the Turks had broken 3 cities and earned a notorious reputation in Yenchi. The Yenchi king had clearly never faced such a powerful enemy before. And since he was still at war with Kucha, he couldn't pull his main forces back. So he took the initiative to request help from the Tang army to deal with the Turks. He also stated that if the Turks were defeated, he would offer 200,000 shur of grain as reward and pledge allegiance. Although the Yenchi king had been unwilling to bow to Tang before, the urgent situation forced him to temporarily set aside pride for practicality. Besides, bowing to Tang wasn't shameful, as long as the Turks were repelled, it was worth it. However, Chingsho responded directly that he could send troops, but only if Yenchi ceded half its territory and annually tribute 500,000 shur of grain, 1,000 bolts of cloth, and 1,000 taels of silver. These bone-scraping demands clearly showed Chingsho had no intention of helping. And of course, the Yenchi king couldn't accept such terms. He even declared that he didn't need the Tang army's help, that he could destroy the Turks with his own army. Now, Chingsho had galloped here personally to see how Yenchi intended to fight the Turks head-on. Although he already had a good idea of how it would turn out, he was still curious to see how this self-proclaimed Western overlord handled a real battle. I heard the Yenchi people pulled their army back from the front lines within days, and Kacha didn't even pursue them. Instead, the two sides temporarily halted their war. How did they manage that? Shui Rengue was puzzled. They'd received that news 2 days earlier. Not only had the Yenchi king recalled all his troops from the front lines, but he personally led the army and publicly declared he would wipe out the Turks in one battle. Chingsho said calmly, simple, land concessions and reparations. Whatever conditions would move the enemy, that's what he offered. Shui Rengue couldn't make sense of it. He muttered, if it were me, I'd never agree to a truce. I'd wait until the Turks came in like mad dogs, then have Kacha attack from the other side. That would surely bring down Yenchi. Too shallow. Chingsho shook his head slightly. Things looked simple, but clearly the Kacha people had more in mind. Kacha had already submitted to Tang and used to send envoys and merchants to Tang even before the empire expanded westward. At that time, the northern Turks had not yet been completely defeated by Tang and often terrorized border areas, raiding merchant caravans. Kacha must have gained a deep understanding of Turkish military strength and brutality back then. They probably believed the Yenchi army couldn't possibly beat the Turks. By agreeing to a truce and letting Yenchi fight the Turks head-on, they might be hoping the Turks would wipe out Yenchi's entire military force in one go. At that point, with Yenchi emptied of soldiers, Kacha could do whatever it wanted to them. Land concessions, reparations, even destroying the kingdom, would be easy. And all without having to lift a finger in battle. It was the perfect win-win. All things considered, this was indeed a poisonous scheme, but also a way for the kingdom of Kacha to gain greatly from this battle. The only downside was, after the kingdom of Kerasar was destroyed, how to deal with the unstoppable advance of the Turks. He didn't know what the king of Kacha was thinking, but if they really acted according to his own idea, it would prove there was a wise person in their kingdom. While Chingsho was thinking, a scout came to report that the kingdom of Kerasar had already mobilized a large army to prepare for a decisive battle. How many troops? The scout thought for a moment, according to earlier intelligence, at least close to 100,000. Shui Rengue blurted out, 100,000? Are you kidding me? The kingdom of Kerasar only had just over 1 million people at most. Excluding the elderly, women, and children, it would be a blessing if there were 300,000 able-bodied men. Among them, who knows how many are needed for production? If they could field 30 to 40,000 soldiers, that would be putting in everything they've got. Where would they squeeze out 100,000? General, this information does sound absurd, but we've also verified it through surrounding merchants. They really did mobilize 100,000 to the battlefield. Chingsho thought of how the king of Kerasar had halted all advantageous front lines just for this battle and immediately understood. They must have stopped all production in the country, let women and the elderly handle logistics and transport supplies in the rear, and conscripted every able-bodied man to the front line. This kind of desperate move was especially risky, and the conversion to combat power was very low. If they lost this battle, all the able-bodied men in the country would be slaughtered. Even if Kerasar still had vast territory, only women, children, and the elderly would remain. How could they possibly stop the Turks? Let's go take a look. Chingsho stretched his limbs and rode out first. Since the battle at Beihai, Chingsho hadn't watched a major battle like this as an outsider, like watching a cricket fight. In this battle, the Turks had 40,000 elite soldiers, while Kerasar had an army of 100,000. If their commander could lead well, this might not necessarily end in a clear defeat. At this point, the Turks had already penetrated deep into Kerasar territory, having just taken and destroyed a city. If they continued forward, they would reach the wealthy regions and stab into the capital. Kerasar's army set out from the capital and moved into a vast desert area to fight the Turks in a decisive battle. Both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding to approach this spot, both wanted to end the war in one battle, and both were fully confident they could defeat the other. This was a battle Kerasar had no choice but to fight. When Chingsho arrived, he saw the Turks organizing their troops in a calm and orderly manner. Seeing that there were no suitable high grounds in the area, he simply ordered the hot air balloons to be lit. He, Shuiren Gue, and Hou Yuanda shared a balloon, with a few soldiers following in other balloons to protect them. Of course, protect was just a formality. Neither the Turks nor Kerasar's archers could shoot that high into the sky. Chingsho didn't really need to be in the air, his spiritual sense could already cover the whole area. He only used the balloon for the sake of Shuiren Gue and Hou Yuanda. It was Hou Yuanda's first time in a hot air balloon. Although nervous, he clearly wasn't afraid of heights. After getting used to it, he looked around excitedly through binoculars. They're coming. Shuiren Gue quickly pointed southwest. The 100,000 Kerasar troops were slowly marching toward the battlefield. This commander isn't very good, Chingsho frowned. Looks like the Turks already have a 60% chance of winning. Hou Yuanda didn't understand. Through his binoculars, the Kerasar army, though lacking cavalry compared to the Turks, had neat formations and better armor coverage. It didn't look like the Turks had any clear advantage. Look at them, they just arrived after a long march, logistics aren't fully set up, while the Turks are resting and ready. After Chingsho's explanation, Hou Yuanda suddenly understood. There's so much strategy in warfare. I've really learned something. Sure enough, before the Kerasar army finished setting up, the Turks sent 5,000 cavalry in 2 flanking waves. Their charge was deceptive, starting off slowly, then suddenly speeding up within 3 li, about 1.5 kilometers, giving no time to react. The Kerasar troops were caught off guard. Their formations became chaotic. Clearly, they'd never faced such an unpredictable enemy. They hastily sent out cavalry to intercept, but their cavalry were no match for the Turks. As soon as they clashed, their formations were broken, leaving corpses scattered and screams echoing. These idiots! Knowing their cavalry can't match the Turks, why send them? They should have used heavy shield spearmen on the flanks to stop cavalry, with archers in the rear for support. Chingsho shook his head. Kerasar's commander clearly wasn't as experienced as the Turks who had long fought the Tang army. Sure enough, once the Turks broke through the cavalry, they charged into the main army and slaughtered at will. The Kerasar formation had barely begun and was already in disarray. Even so, the Kerasar army showed surprising resilience. Despite the chaos, they continued following orders and fighting. The Turk cavalry who rushed in couldn't get out for the moment. It looked like they might get trapped inside by Kerasar's sheer sacrifice. Hou Yuanda was watching tensely, while Shuiren Gue yawned. This battle is over. What? The Turks haven't done that much damage, and their vanguard is stuck inside. That's their elite. You fool. The Turks fight differently than people in the Central Plains. Shuiren Gue scoffed. In the Central Plains, elite troops break enemy lines, followed by second and third waves for a full assault. The Turks are different. They send weaker cavalry first to mess up the enemy. Even if they take heavy losses, as long as they disrupt the formation, their elite cavalry in the rear will charge and crush everything. If you hadn't fought these nomadic tribes on the border for years, you could never understand them so deeply. Obviously, Kerasar didn't realize this was just a second-rate force. They were still desperately trying to wipe them out. But they didn't know that while they were trying hard to attack, their formation had already become completely chaotic, and even the shield soldiers had to expose their backs to the Turks. How could the Turks miss such a chance? Their formation changed immediately, and they sent out all their cavalry at once. This time, they put their most elite cavalry in the front to charge. At first glance, Hou Yuanda was surprised. Why were these Turks wearing Tang army-style armor? Although the armor was rusty and broken, it was still recognizable as old armor once used by the Tang army. Even Chingsho was surprised. This armor was what he had previously sold to the Turks through various channels to stir up trouble among the Dongxiang tribes. He didn't expect that the Turks had carefully kept it until now. Even though it was rusted and damaged, they still used it to equip their strongest elite troops. This clearly showed how poor they really were. These most powerful Turkic cavalrymen charged at the front like mad dogs, swinging their weapons and roaring as they crashed into the formation, instantly splitting a huge gap in the Kerasar army's front line. Once the front line broke, the Turks following behind naturally wouldn't let the chance go. Their attack became even fiercer and more violent, directly tearing open the gap in the Kerasar formation, which got bigger and bigger. At this point, the Kerasar army was clearly panicking. Even though signals were constantly being changed at the rear with flag orders, the front line couldn't respond in time. Soldiers fought on their own, and some even fled in panic on the spot. Although only a small number were running at first, it was obvious the army couldn't stop it, and more began to flee. Even though the Kerasar army had been aggressive in the western regions, fighting bravely and winning big against many neighboring countries, this level of strength was far from enough in front of the Turks. The Turks rode freely, slashing and killing. These soldiers, who had completely lost command and organization, couldn't resist at all and were being slaughtered one-sidedly. Although the rear army wanted to move forward and help, with 10,000 troops, the formation was just too bulky. Not only did the reinforcements fail to arrive, but the rear even trampled and killed many of their own. At this point, even Hou Yuenda could tell the battle was lost. He couldn't help saying, if the Kerasar lose this battle, their country will be destroyed. Chingsho said calmly, defeat is certain, but whether the country is destroyed depends on how the commander decides next. Hou Yuenda didn't understand. At this stage, won't defeat mean total annihilation? Not necessarily. Though the front line is chaotic, the central and rear troops could still be reorganized. If the commander quickly regroups the army, he could still withdraw 2/3 of them and make further plans. Chingsho had watched everything from beginning to end and felt that, given the Kerasar army's toughness, they could still make some adjustments and minimize losses at the last moment. But he still overestimated their commander. Faced with the situation, the commander not only didn't try to reduce losses, he actually raised the command flag himself and ordered his guards to advance with him to boost morale. Clearly, he wanted to lead by example, hoping that if soldiers saw him charging in front, they would be inspired to fight desperately and push back the Turks. Utter foolishness. This person had become a commander yet was still so naive. No wonder they lost the battle today. A kind heart can't lead troops. At a time like this, he should be thinking of cutting losses, not risking his life charging ahead. Chingsho shook his head. Such a morale boost couldn't outweigh the Turks' massive advantage and the complete collapse of the army's will to fight. Just as Chingsho predicted, even though the soldiers were barely inspired, they still couldn't resist the increasingly ferocious Turks. The fiercer the Turks fought, the faster Kerasar's troops were destroyed. And the Turks were not fools. They quickly noticed the enemy commander was putting himself in danger. Their elite cavalry immediately stopped engaging on the front line and turned to charge directly at Kerasar's central command. It's over. Chingsho saw the Turks charging almost unopposed, quickly reaching the Kerasar commander's center. Originally, the commander wanted to rely on his guards to hold them back, but the elite guards he was so proud of were nothing in front of the Turks. These guards had earned him countless victories and were meant to break stalemates, yet the moment they clashed with the Turks, they were utterly smashed, with countless killed. They couldn't even slow the Turks down. At this point, the Kerasar commander was completely shocked by the Turks' combat power. From intelligence, he knew the Turks had been nearly wiped out by the Tang army and had to flee thousands of li from the east. He never thought that these stray dogs from the east could now slaughter so fiercely in the western regions. His army of 100,000 was utterly helpless in front of them. The commander finally felt a fear like never before. He hurriedly ordered the carriage to turn around and escape, but it was already too late. A Turkic warrior was the first to rush up, cutting the reins of the commander's carriage with an axe, then jumped on and raised his blade to strike. The commander, in a panic, could only wave his sword wildly in front of him. Even with such chaotic swinging, he barely managed to block the Turk's attack and even wounded him. But before he could escape, another man jumped on the carriage and slashed his back from behind. The commander screamed in pain, couldn't dodge, and was hit again, unable to move anymore. Hurry, hurry! The following Turkic soldiers swarmed up, hacking wildly, completely chopping the commander into minced meat. Then, they stepped forward, cut down the command flag, raised the commander's head high, and roared, demanding Kerasar's surrender. The moment the Kerasar soldiers saw their commander's head raised high, their last bit of fighting spirit collapsed. They had no will to continue. Except for a few who refused to give in, bravely fighting to the very end, the rest either fled or surrendered on the spot, unwilling to resist any longer. At this point, it was just clean-up time for the Turks. They had essentially won the battle. Chingsho and Shui Rengue didn't think much of it, just felt the Kerasar army fought terribly. Almost every step was a mistake, not worth mentioning. But for Hou Yuenda, seeing the battlefield for the first time, the shock was beyond words. He had always heard the Turks were beaten badly by the Tang army and had subconsciously believed they were a bunch of weaklings. That's why he had dared to sneak alone into the Turkic camp. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he truly and deeply realized how powerful and terrifying the Turks really were. Did the Turks have such strong combat power back when they were in the northern desert? After a long silence, Hou Yuenda finally asked this question. Ha ha ha! Shui Rengue and Chingsho looked at each other and then burst into laughter at the same time. And you call this kind of decline powerful? Back in the day, the Turks could forge their own weapons and armor. The grasslands had 3 million herders, and the number of heavy-armored elite cavalry exceeded 40,000. If it were the Turks of that time, they wouldn't even need any tactics for this battle. Just let the heavy cavalry charge at the front, and their iron hooves would naturally trample all these Kerasar people to death. Chingsho still had a deep impression of the Turks back then. All the tribes in the northern desert were their servants and lackeys. When Li Yuan had just proclaimed himself emperor, he even had to rely on the Turks' power to support himself. Now, in such a pitiful state, they could only put on airs in this barren western region, among fools who didn't even know how to fight properly. Hou Yuan truly couldn't imagine it and felt only lucky that the great Tang's strong army now far outmatched those herders from the north. Let's go down and take a look. Chingsho ordered the soldiers to lower the hot air balloon and approach the Turks directly. Before this, the Turks had been fully focused on the battlefield and hadn't noticed the Tang army's hot air balloon above them. It was only when the balloon descended to a certain height that they suddenly realized that this piece of Tang army black technology had been floating over their heads the entire time. The Turks were immediately terrified and quickly cleared out a large area to allow the Tang army's balloon to land safely, and they hurried to notify the chiefs and decision-makers in the tribe. Those busy cleaning up the battlefield, not just the leaders, were greatly shocked upon hearing the news. They immediately dropped everything in their hands and rushed to pay respects to Chingsho. When they saw the hot air balloons landing one by one from the sky, they still felt lingering fear. If the Tang army had just dropped a few explosives from above, they absolutely could have wiped them out in the chaos. Greetings to Duke Qing. They didn't know why Chingsho had come personally, so they quickly brought up some of the more valuable loot just taken from the battlefield for Chingsho to inspect. We didn't know Your Excellency was coming in person. If we were disrespectful, please forgive us. The battlefield was quite chaotic just now, we really didn't have time to prepare. Chingsho waved his hand to shut them up. As he stepped forward and looked, his brows immediately furrowed. These bloody, filthy, broken things, take them back. Don't try to fool me with this junk. And don't forget the 100,000 shur of military grain you promised me. They hadn't expected their flattery to backfire and quickly ordered the items taken away, then repeatedly assured him that the loot from this battle was more than enough to make up for it. If you could change your habit of slaughtering cities, I wouldn't have had such a hard time finding a place to rest along the way. Why did it take you so long to gather the military rations? Chingsho's tone showed some displeasure. Tai Hele cautiously stepped forward, smiling to curry favor. Please don't say that. We were carrying out the mission you gave us. We are loyal and devoted to the Great Tang. Bullshit. You slaughtering cities here is your own doing. I never told you to do that. Chingsho's face turned extremely cold, frightening him into hurried apologies. Chingsho didn't bother saying more to him and personally went to inspect the front. What he saw was that the once proud and mighty Kerasar army had now mostly surrendered in organized formations. At least 30,000 had surrendered. They knelt on the ground dispiritedly, and some didn't even dare to raise their heads, fearing for their lives. Seeing them, Chingsho couldn't help but feel a bit of pity. These men clearly had strong discipline and organization. If properly commanded, they wouldn't have ended up like this. But unfortunately, they had a commander who only knew how to fight dull battles. The Kerasar troops didn't recognize Chingsho, but seeing that even the Turks' leader obediently followed behind him, they immediately kowtowed as well. All they wanted was to survive. Chingsho looked over, all of them were strong adult men, in their prime. In the hands of the Turks, who knew what would become of them. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly asked the chief, "How do you plan to deal with these prisoners?" The chief was stunned for a moment by the question. Clearly, he hadn't decided yet. If there weren't so many prisoners, we would have just killed them all. But with 30,000, killing them would be too troublesome and a bit wasteful. So we plan to keep some as slaves and sell off the rest. Such a method was truly crude and brutal. If you plan to sell them, why not just sell them to me? How about that? Chingsho looked around. These 30,000 strong young men were an excellent labor force, not to be wasted. Why, you said what? The chief was stunned, but when he looked up and met Chingsho's fierce gaze, he had to lower his head quickly. Understood, sir. He was bitterly suffering inside. If Chingsho wanted these people, then he was going to take a big loss. There was no way he could sell them to Chingsho at market price, and Chingsho absolutely wouldn't pay market price either. 9 times out of 10, Chingsho would force the price down, buying them at a dirt cheap rate, completely not worth it. But even so, he had no choice. If Chingsho wanted them, even without paying a single coin, he couldn't do anything but obey. Since Duke Qing wants them, of course we'll give a discount. How about 3 taels of silver per person? Buying a living person at this price, and having full power of life and death over them, would be unbelievable in the Central Plains. But Chingsho just sneered and scolded, "You've got some nerve trying to fool me like I'm an idiot?" The western regions weren't like the Central Plains, lives were worth very little here. Selling someone for 3 taels of silver sounded dirt cheap, but was actually quite expensive. Normally, a strong adult sells for about 3.5 taels at most. For this kind of stock, you dare charge me 3 taels? Tai Hele was shocked. He thought Chingsho didn't know the market in the western regions and tried to trick him with a price that was low compared to the Central Plains. But he didn't expect Chingsho to know the local rates so well. How could he possibly fool him? "Ah, you see, I've only just come to the western regions and don't really know the market here, this." "Cut the crap." Chingsho didn't bother with him. 2 taels per person, and I'm taking their weapons and armor too. Tai Hele almost coughed up blood on the spot. If it were just the person, the price wasn't too bad. But including their gear, that could fetch at least 4 taels. In a place like the western regions, weapons and armor were far more valuable than a person's life. Unwilling? Chingsho raised his eyebrows. He clearly had no intention of bargaining further. He was clearly set on finalizing the price. Shuirengue didn't say a word and directly stood behind Chingsho. The latter's presence was equally aggressive. Tai Hele immediately figured it out and hurriedly said, "We'll go with whatever Duke Ching says. Then get ready and release them." Chingsho didn't waste words and didn't even wait for Tai Hele to give orders to his tribesmen. He personally walked up to the Turks and ordered them to release the captives immediately. Although the herdsmen didn't know whether their chief had reached an agreement with Chingsho, since he personally came and gave orders, it worked even better than their chief. Frightened, they hurriedly went forward to untie the ropes. The Kerasar people, who were numb and unfeeling just moments ago, were suddenly confused to find themselves being freed. Were they no longer at the mercy of the Turks? "You're lucky. Duke Ching took pity on your suffering and didn't want to see you enslaved. He specifically bought you back from the Turks, be grateful." Shuirengue shouted loudly to them, but the Kerasar people, upon hearing that they were merely bought, became discouraged again. They had thought they were being freed, but it turned out they were just bought by someone else. They didn't know who Duke Ching was, they only felt that they would now be slaves under a different powerful lord. Tai Hele watched grimly as these people were released. Though he was furious, he didn't dare to show it and cursed Chingsho to himself with all his might. He had planned to use the armor and weapons on these captives to arm his own tribe. But before he could put them to use, Chingsho had snatched them away. He wasn't stupid. He knew Chingsho was deliberately preventing him from getting those weapons and armor, but for now, he could only swallow his anger. Especially when he thought of how, since entering the western regions, he had made concession after concession, yet Chingsho still openly treated him like a dog. "My lord, as the Han people say, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years, for now, just endure." That's right. This isn't the Central Plains, it's full of useless trash. Wherever we fight, we can snatch a lot of things. When we become stronger in the future, one day we'll get our revenge. The tribal chiefs came forward one after another to comfort him. Tai Hele only came to his senses after a while. That's true. Even a hero like Ilig Kagan fell at his hands. For now, we endure humiliation and carry the burden. Honestly, I really wanted to draw my sword and kill him just now. This remark made the chiefs feel a chill on their scalps, and they hurriedly persuaded him never to do such a thing. If they really did that, the Turks would surely be exterminated, not even the infants in their cradles would survive. In the end, Tai Hele forced out a smile and went forward to flatter Chingsho. Ho Yuenda was still basking in the flattery from these Turks. Especially thinking that these men, so fierce on the battlefield like wolves and tigers, were now as obedient as lapdogs, he felt thoroughly satisfied. But Shuirengue always stood aside, avoiding contact with the Turks, staring at Tai Hele with a dark expression. The battlefield couldn't be cleaned up immediately, and moving 30,000 people was a big issue. So Chingsho directly ordered to set up camp on the spot and delay the relocation until the next day. Over 1,000 Tang troops prepared to rest where they were. Chingsho took some of the food handed over by the Turks and distributed it to the 30,000 captives, which surprised them greatly. They had expected to go hungry tonight, but didn't expect this master to have a kind heart and at least feed them tonight so they didn't have to sleep starving. Once Chingsho finished roughly handling the matter of the prisoners, he planned to return to his tent to rest, but just as he entered, Shuirengue followed closely behind. "Boss, I noticed something was off today. Did you notice it too?" Shuirengue got straight to the point. "Those Turks don't seem as patient as before." Chingsho raised an eyelid. "You just noticed?" Shuirengue was even more surprised. "You saw it early on?" "Of course. These Turks aren't made of paper. With all this anger inside, they'll explode sooner or later. Chingsho motioned for Shuai and Gui to sit, and said lightly, by tomorrow at the latest, we must leave. Otherwise, the Turks really won't be able to hold back. Chingsho had been toying with and pressuring the Turks like dogs all along, all to push them into a corner. Now, after this battle, they had completely cut off their retreat in the western regions. In their despair, their fear of him would also gradually fade. If he pushed them too far, it would be a road to ruin. That the Turks had endured until today was within Chingsho's expectations, but he feared this was their limit. So boss, you mean, it's time to wipe out these Turks? Shuai Gui was excited. He quickly added, in that case, I'll send someone back right now to mobilize troops. We only need 10,000, we'll wipe out the Turks right here today. No. If we wipe them out, we'll still need to fight. And when cornered, they'll resist fiercely, our men will get hurt. Besides, I intended to keep them for my own use. Chingsho pointed outside the tent and said lightly, the Turks think they won this battle, but they don't realize they've made themselves the public enemy of the western regions. According to Chingsho's intel, the countries in the central and western regions weren't all hostile. Some might fight each other, but at critical moments, they still knew how to unite with tacit understanding. If one falls, the others feel threatened. All kings understood this principle. They hoped for strong enemies to weaken rival countries, but didn't want those countries to be destroyed, otherwise, they'd be next. The Turks had gained fame from this battle, but it also meant they had made enemies of all 34 nations in the western regions. This was exactly what Chingsho wanted to see. Let the Turks die for us, and tear the western regions apart. Shuai Gui lowered his head in thought, but still felt uneasy. In his eyes, these savage Turkic beasts were too difficult to control. If possible, he still hoped to wipe them out completely. The Turks will be exterminated, but not yet. Chingsho was just about to pick up his teacup when he suddenly heard a commotion outside the tent. Outside, many Turks were shouting in confusion, and the sound of weapons clashing was heard. Chingsho was curious. He and Shuai Gui stepped out of the tent and saw two groups of Turks had gotten into a fight. What's going on? Chingsho asked a nearby guard, who was watching the drama and replied, seems like they had a disagreement over splitting up some loot. Don't know how, but the fight spread over here. The guard was watching with great interest, as if he wished he could jump in and kick a few times himself. Chingsho coldly watched the noisy crowd, then glanced at Shuai Gui. The two exchanged a knowing smirk. These people weren't fighting by accident outside the tent. It was clear they deliberately brought their commotion to Chingsho's command tent, either to make a show of force or to act tough in front of him. They were simply protesting the humiliation they had suffered today. What they wanted to show was, every Turk here was a hot-blooded man, and they absolutely would not tolerate being humiliated by Tang people like this. If they dared to show even a bit of weakness, the Turks might not just keep pretending, those blades would really fall on them. Make way! Chingsho ordered the guards to clear a path for him. Then he strode forward and stood in a spot clearly visible to all the Turks. He instructed Shuai Gui to bring over a chair, a table, and to set up tea. He sat there leisurely, watching the group arguing and fighting, sipping his tea with great interest. Now and then, he even made a few comments to Shuai Gui, telling them they should fight just like they were claiming. That would be more satisfying to watch. These Turks had staged this show for Chingsho, hoping to intimidate him a little. They didn't expect him to be so relaxed, even giving commentary from the sidelines. As things went on, they weren't sure whether to keep fighting. They stood around staring at each other, eyes wide. Why not keep fighting? Chingsho held his teacup and crossed his legs. To be honest, your scuffle just now was far more exciting than the battle you fought earlier today. The Turks hadn't expected such mockery from Chingsho, which only made them angrier. They turned to glare at him. Their bodies were still stained with blood from the battlefield, their faces fierce and eyes full of killing intent. If it were anyone else being stared at like this, they might have gone weak at the knees. But Chingsho didn't flinch. Instead, he ordered, Shuai Gui, are you blind? Didn't you see my teapot is cold? Go get me some hot water. Shuai Gui had already grabbed the hilt of his sword, ready to strike the moment the Turks made a move. But this command was clearly to send him away. How could Shuai Gui feel safe leaving? Boss, now of all times, why care about a pot of tea? Shuai Gui didn't move, staying ready to draw his blade. But Chingsho kicked him hard in the backside. Not only are you blind, you're deaf too? I want hot tea. Don't be like those dogs out there, baring your teeth with no clue what's going on. These words were clearly directed at the Turks. Unable to bear the insult, several of them stepped forward. Shuai Gui instantly understood Chingsho's intention. He took off his sword and placed it on the table, then went to fetch the hot water. With Shuai Gui gone, the Turks became bolder, some even began fiddling with their blades in secret. Even the dimmest guard at the tent entrance could now see the Turks meant harm. He immediately moved to call reinforcements. Stay put. Chingsho slammed his cup on the table. Your job tonight is to keep your eyes fixed here and guard this tent. Don't worry about anything else. The guard was anxious. He wanted to say something, but fearing punishment, he just lowered his head and obeyed. Still, he drew his sword, ready to fight to the death to protect Chingsho if anything happened. Unlike this guard, Gue had long understood Chingsho's intent. He wanted to assert dominance and suppress the Turks' arrogance. By sending away Gue and stopping others from joining, Chingsho was clearly sending a message. Even alone, I can make you too scared to act. Duke Qing, do you know why our brothers fought so fiercely today over a few worthless spoils? A tribal leader stepped out, asking Chingsho in a low, heavy voice. Chingsho calmly replied, because you're greedy, and don't know how to yield. Clang! The moment he said that, countless Turks drew their blades, eyes bloodshot as they glared at Chingsho. The leader didn't stop them. He just gritted his teeth and growled, we captured 30,000 prisoners. Including their armor and weapons, each one could be sold for 6 taels of silver. Now our tribe is short on clothes and food. Rations must be carefully shared bite by bite. Many share a chipped blade, that's how poor we are. We need this money to cover the gap. Chingsho remained unmoved. His expression didn't change at all. He just looked at him calmly. It made the leader feel like a clown performing a show that no one found funny. Enraged, he shouted, is Duke Qing playing us for fools? At these words, the Turks erupted. Complaints filled the air. Duke Qing has treated us unfairly. We just want justice. Why did Duke Qing buy our slaves at such a low price? If our king hadn't stopped us, we would never let this go so easily. We ask that Duke Qing pay more, at least don't make us suffer such a big loss. As they spoke, they began slowly advancing. Now they were less than 10 steps away from Chingsho. But Chingsho simply lowered his teacup, then looked up. His gaze swept over them like a hawk scanning prey, one by one. That look, though seemingly casual, carried a chilling killing intent, enough to strike terror into their hearts. No one dared take another step. Dozens of strong men holding blades, yet they couldn't withstand a single glance from Chingsho. Their fear wasn't just from Chingsho's presence, it was his reputation. In that instant, they all remembered, Chingsho once faced a 10,000-man army with just 100 men at his side. Chingsho stood up, tapped his staff blade on the ground, and said slowly, I know you're all angry. But, what right do you have to complain in front of me? Suddenly, his tone turned sharp, his voice loud and fierce, even your king doesn't dare fart in front of me, what right do you have to question me? Coming here in the middle of the night and disturbing my rest, the fact I haven't already beheaded you is a mercy. And now you dare interrogate me? As he spoke, he stepped forward slowly. With each step, the Turks were forced to step back. They didn't dare lay hands on Chingsho. They thought that waving knives and clubs might scare him, but instead, they were the ones forced to retreat step by him alone, completely humiliated. That leader finally couldn't hold back. He didn't care anymore whether their king had strictly forbidden them from attacking Chingsho. He raised his blade and walked forward. At that moment, he didn't care who Chingsho was, he just wanted to strike him down and end this once and for all. But before he could even raise his blade, Chingsho's hand moved slightly, and a sharp flash of light streaked across his eyes, glaring under the moonlight. He hadn't even reacted when his own blade vibrated violently, sending a shock through his palm so painful that he couldn't even hold the weapon. In an instant, he came back to his senses, panicked, and stepped back repeatedly. Looking again, the blade in his hand had already hit the ground, sliced cleanly in two. This. He stood there dumbfounded, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. Looking down, he saw that the flesh between his thumb and forefinger had been split open by the shock. He hadn't seen what happened, but everyone else had. Chingsho had simply lifted his arm and waved his blade once. They couldn't even see the motion clearly, yet the leader's blade had been cut in half. Chingsho's expression remained unchanged, as if he had just done something trivial and unworthy of mention. The courage these Turks had just mustered instantly collapsed. Like beaten dogs, they all backed away, their earlier arrogance completely gone. Especially the leader, having taken the strike himself, he didn't even dare glance at Chingsho. He stumbled backward, fell to the ground, then scrambled away into the crowd, utterly humiliated. I'm willing to speak reason with you, as long as there's someone among you willing to be reasonable. Chingsho casually kicked away the broken half of the blade lying on the ground. The broken piece spun in the air and landed straight into the earth, chilling to behold. Any of you still have something to say? The Turks, who had just been fierce as tigers and wolves, were suddenly silent. They quickly cupped their hands in salute to Chingsho, then turned and hurried away. These Turks were clearly pragmatic. When reason was spoken, they didn't listen, even drew their blades. But if someone flashed a blade and struck first, they instantly became polite and stopped talking nonsense. The guard's eyes were wide. He had known Chingsho was skilled in martial arts, but not to this degree. With a casual strike, he had sent these men scattering like wild animals. No wonder he didn't want other guards involved, he clearly had no problem handling it himself. At that moment, Gue returned just in time. He smiled and said, "Duke Qing, that move just now was truly impressive." Chingsho gave a cold laugh. "If I had actually called others to help, these beasts would have lost even more respect for me. But now that I've cowed them for the moment, we'll leave tomorrow. This place isn't fit for long stay." What Chingsho said was exactly what Gue had been thinking. He had long grown tired of these barbarians. Chingsho had resolved the crisis effortlessly, and those men, once they returned, were scolded harshly by their own king. Even though the king also wished to cut Chingsho down, the consequences of doing so were beyond what they could bear. If anything had happened tonight, none of them would have survived. Now do you all understand how dangerous that Chingsho is? It's not that I fear him, but he must not be underestimated. Even if we must kill him someday, now is not the time. One small leader still fumed. So what if he's strong? Tonight, we sneak in and burn down the Tang camp. Gue dies too. Tai Hele's eyes bulged in shock. He quickly ordered this lunatic dragged away and forbidden from coming out that night. The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, the Turks started clearing the battlefield. These men were usually lazy, but when it came to fighting and clearing battlefields, they could get motivated. The temperature difference in the western regions between night and day was extreme. Midday sun could scorch a person to death, but at night, the cold could freeze someone alive. These corpses had lain exposed on the desert overnight. Every one of them was stiff with frost. The captured Kerasar people looked at the corpses and couldn't help but be overwhelmed with grief. Many among the dead had once been their friends and brothers. Now they lay there so miserably, even their bodies humiliated. In their sorrow, their hatred for the Turks only deepened. While they were still dazed, the Tang army gave orders for them to quickly gather. They were to set out soon. Duke Qing said he wants to personally speak to you before departure. The captives were confused. When Chingsho appeared, they didn't dare raise their heads. They stood quietly, waiting for his instructions. But Chingsho's very first sentence shocked them all into alertness. "Do you want to go home? Even if you can't go back to your old home, to be free again, to live without being controlled, to live freely." No need to ask, of course they did. But since Chingsho asked it this way, they didn't dare answer. Chingsho sighed. "You think I bought you from the Turks to make you my slaves? If that's really what you believe, you've completely misunderstood my intentions." One man timidly asked, "Then, how does Duke Qing intend to deal with us?" "I never thought of dealing with you. I want to give you a way to survive, to live on, at least like real people." Chingsho raised a contract. "I bought you from the Turks with this slave contract. As long as this exists, you are my slaves." The next moment, right in front of everyone, Chingsho tore the contract to shreds. This is... Even the slaves couldn't understand why Chingsho would do that. "You were all once free citizens, it was only due to incompetent leadership that you became slaves. But I don't want slaves, I want citizens of the Great Tang." Chingsho pointed eastward behind him and shouted, "From today on, you are not slaves, you are citizens of my Great Tang." The Kerasar people could hardly believe their ears, even more so their eyes. To willingly free slaves he had bought, and treat them as his own countrymen, Chingsho was the first. And across years of war and strife in the western regions, this was also the first time in history. "You really mean to let us live as free people?" someone asked, gathering his courage. "When I, Chingsho, speak, I keep my word. Asking me that is an insult to my honor." Chingsho's words rang out with force. "From now on, you are all free. Come back to Gaochang with me. I will give each of you farming tools and land so you have something to rely on. If you are willing, you may remarry in Gaochang, take local women as wives, and start your lives anew." Previously, Gaochang had endured years of heavy labor and large military drafts. The number of men had drastically decreased, and many women of marrying age could not find male partners. Now, these men were just right to be sent to Gaochang and marry local women. Thank you, Duke Qing. Your Excellency is truly wise. We are blessed to receive your grace. From now on, just give the word, whether it's going to battle or labor service, we will not hesitate." Everyone knelt before Chingsho, each of them deeply grateful to him. Chingsho watched them with a blank expression, though he felt deeply moved inside. That the Kerasar kingdom could become one of the powerful nations in the western regions was because its people were always willing to give everything for their country. Now it seemed, the king and generals of Gaochang were truly unworthy of such people. Set out. Chingsho gave the order, leading the more than 30,000 people in a grand procession back toward Gaochang. And behind him, the Turks finished cleaning the battlefield, sharpened their blades again, and continued westward to attack Kerasar. The news of the great defeat at the front spread throughout the country within just a few days. The whole nation was struck with fear and grief. Those were most of the able-bodied men of the country. In one battle, more than half were killed, many captured, and some still missing without a trace. Every household had lost husbands and sons. Overnight, the sound of weeping and cursing the Turks could be heard everywhere. When the king heard of the defeat, he turned completely white-haired overnight, locking himself in the palace day and night, not daring to face his ministers or the people. Part of it was guilt, but more so, he knew that his reputation among his people had fallen to rock bottom. In just one night, he learned that people across the nation were cursing him openly in the streets, and some even declared they would no longer pay taxes to the court. Yet he couldn't even gather a single army to suppress them. Despite this, the king stayed hidden in the palace for less than 3 days before he had to secretly flee under the cover of night with a few loyal guards. From the front lines he had learned that wherever the Turks went, cities surrendered. Even if they didn't surrender, once the few men in the cities were killed, the remaining women, children, and elderly would only wait to be slaughtered. The army advanced with unstoppable force. The capital was now less than 100 li away. If the king didn't flee now, he'd soon be a prisoner. The Turks had won easily along the way, but their killing intent had not lessened one bit. Wherever they went, those who surrendered had their homes demolished, the men sold off, the women forced into slavery in the army, and the elderly and children left behind to starve. If there was even the slightest resistance, or if the mood struck them, the entire city would be slaughtered. Even young women, after being raped, would be thrown into fires and burned to death. As a result, the Turks earned quite a bloody reputation. By the time they reached the capital, the city had already been emptied, not even a single low-level official remained. Only the elderly and weak, who couldn't run, stayed behind helplessly, resigned to living one more day if they could. The Turks were initially pleased upon entering the capital, thinking they'd make a fortune. But when they got inside, they found only a small amount of grain and silver in the national treasury. It turned out that at the beginning of the war, the king had already drained the city's grain and treasures. When they fled, they took even more. This city had truly become an empty shell. Tai Hele was greatly disappointed. Looking at the elderly and children dragged out from every corner of the city and forced to kneel before him, he originally wanted to give the order to kill them all. But just then, someone from the tribe advised him not to. In the past, we slaughtered cities to reduce food consumption and to prevent threats from the rear. But these old, weak, women, and children don't eat much, and they certainly won't become armed threats. Why kill them? Tai Hele found it ridiculous. What a joke. Not killing them? Leaving them here to waste food? Even if they're harmless, they still consume rations. That man said again, the king shouldn't see it that way. We've killed many along the way out of necessity. But running around looting isn't a long-term solution. We must settle somewhere, like we did in the northern desert. These words reminded Tai Hele, he was right. The western regions were quite prosperous. The various oases could be used for both grazing and farming. If they made this place their base, they might even live better than they had south of the desert. So you mean we keep these people, use some softer tactics, and make the Kerasar people accept our rule? Exactly. The Central Plains Tang dynasty became strong because they knew how to govern their people. If we imitate that, even if we don't reach Tang's level, we could dominate this part of the western regions. Tai Hele nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. Fine. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure to trick those people well. Tai Hele immediately gave orders to release all the women, children, and elderly, sending them home. Not only that, but he distributed food as relief and told them that the Kerasar kingdom was no more. From now on, the Turkic kingdom would be the new ruler of this land, and they should worship accordingly. Turkic kingdom? Just after returning to Gaochang, Chingsho laughed aloud when he heard that the Turks had declared a new kingdom. They had occupied most of Kerasar's territory, declared the establishment of the Turkic kingdom, and demanded tribute from all surrounding nations. Even more absurdly, they claimed to follow the mandate of heaven from the Central Plains, saying they had inherited Kerasar's national destiny, and re-established a kingdom on this land as heaven's will. Among the countries receiving the notice was even Kerasar itself, beaten to a pulp and nearly extinct. Half their land was taken, most of their people killed, and now they had to watch these beasts swagger around, claiming the land as their promised realm. Stray dogs had finally found someone even weaker, and now dared to found a kingdom and claim dominance. Gue, upon hearing the news, became unusually excited. He ran straight to the craftsman division to find Chingsho, declaring that he would personally lead troops to destroy the Turks. These people are subjects of the great Tang. Now they claim independence, they've clearly betrayed their status as vassals. They must be wiped out. But Chingsho remained focused on the blueprints before him, completely indifferent to what Gue had just said. I got it. Go back and wait for my news, Chingsho said without even raising his head. Gue waited for a while but saw that Chingsho showed no reaction. He couldn't help urging, Boss, you should at least give a response. I understand. But the Turks have already established a nation. Are we just going to sit and watch? What else can we do? Gue looked discouraged. But these people have been acting more and more arrogantly lately. I know you must have a plan, boss, but if we keep letting them do as they please, won't the Turks make a full comeback? Chingsho finally raised his head and looked at Gue with a faint smile. A comeback? You've only seen the Turks getting more aggressive in the past 6 months, but you haven't seen the bigger picture. Do you know how many people they had before the war? And how many they have left now? Gue was at a loss for words. He didn't expect Chingsho to look at it from that angle. Before they came to the western regions, they still had 50,000 able-bodied men. But after a few consecutive battles, now that they've formed a so-called Turkic kingdom, they have only 30,000 men left. The food they've stored won't even last 6 months, and they've made enemies with the entire western regions. Of course Gue understood that. He had thought about it before, that constant war might slowly reduce the Turks' population until they were extinct. But after the last major battle between the Turks and Kerasar, he no longer believed Kerasar could beat them. Before the Turks died out, they might conquer the entire western regions first. Whether you're right or I'm right, it'll be clear soon enough. Chingsho folded up the blueprint and said with a smile, why don't we make a bet on it? I'm not betting. Gue shook his head like a rattledrum. He didn't dare get involved in one of Chingsho's wagers. But speaking of it, the whole western regions are in an uproar now. All the countries have declared war on the Turks, even Kucha says it will help Kerasar restore its kingdom. Don't we need to make a move too? Chingsho said, why bother? We can't see any outcome right now anyway. Might as well get some rest. And don't slack off either. Train when you need to train. Don't let the soldiers' combat ability drop. Gue had no choice but to salute Chingsho and prepare to leave. But before he could move, someone suddenly rushed in to report urgent news. A new group of civil officials from Chang'an has arrived in Gaochang and is waiting for Duke Qing's arrangements. Great. Just in time, we really need people now. Chingsho stood up immediately. This news, to him, was even better than hearing they'd won a battle. Let's go see what kind of officials they sent. Currently, the western regions were severely lacking Tang officials. In many areas, military officers had to act as civil administrators. Although those officers had contributed greatly to conquering the western regions, they weren't suited to civil governance, and had caused plenty of problems. What's worse, even with that plan, there still weren't enough people. Some places had to be left semi-autonomous, as long as they paid taxes, it was fine. Chingsho, full of excitement, arrived at the government office in Gaochang. The officials had already been waiting for a while. When they saw Chingsho, they all bowed. Greetings, Duke Qing. No need for formalities, haha. Chingsho laughed. He knew that most of these men had just been selected through the imperial exams, all talented young men, definitely worth using. After Chingsho's reforms, and further improvements by Emperor Taizong, the imperial examination system had become much more reasonable, and the selected talents were much better suited for governance. Hou Yuanda personally led the way and explained, this batch of officials is much younger than the previous ones. The oldest is only 35, and the youngest is just 18, all outstanding young talents. Except this one, Hou Yuanda suddenly paused in front of one person. Looking closely, he was shocked and quickly bowed, Lord Tang. Haha, no need to bow. The man laughed loudly. Chingsho also immediately recognized him, it was Tang Jian. You old fellow. Seeing an old friend, Chingsho was overjoyed and laughed, at your age, how do you still have the nerve to stand with these young people? And wearing such a low-rank official uniform, I almost didn't recognize you. Tang Jian took off his hat. I heard you were in the western regions and short on manpower, so I rushed over to work under you, to lend a hand. Chingsho laughed, if I treat you as a basic official, even His Majesty would blame me for wasting talent. Enough talk. Aside from me, there's another old friend who came too. Tang Jian pointed behind him, and a hearty laugh followed, you rascal, living it up here in the western regions, aren't you? That voice needed no introduction, it was old Cheng. Chingsho's eyes lit up. The guy was now wearing a civil official's robe but still had a full bristling beard, a striking contrast. Chingsho said in surprise, "Uncle Cheng, why didn't you stay home enjoying life? What are you doing here in this desert wasteland?" Cheng Xiao couldn't hold back his laugh and cursed playfully, "Watch your mouth, kid. Enjoying old age? Old Cheng ain't old yet. Give me armor and weapons, I can still fight on the battlefield." Everyone gathered, it was a reunion of old friends. Chingsho temporarily put aside official appointments and let the newly arrived young officials rest first. Then he ordered a banquet to be prepared. Tonight, he wouldn't go home until drunk. Junji was also invited. As everyone sat around the table, emotions ran high. "General Cheng, on the way here, what did you think of the scenery in the desert compared to the central plains?" As they drank, Junji suddenly asked. Cheng Xiao burped and said, "The central plains? The mountains and rivers are beautiful, this place can't compare at all. But then again, the desert does have its own charm. On the way here, I saw places where the days feel like summer and the nights like winter, a first for me." Though he said that, Cheng Xiao was all smiles. Clearly, he hadn't minded the desert journey at all. Junji sighed, "At first glance, this place seems nice, but it's not really fit to live in. The drought is terrible. You've had your fun, you should return soon." "Fun? What a joke. I told you already, I'm here to take office. Why would I go back?" Cheng Xiao laughed heartily, surprising everyone. "Uncle Cheng, you're not serious, are you?" Chingsho looked puzzled. "You really plan to work as a civil official here?" Cheng Xiao was already drunk. He leaned back comfortably in his chair, muttering to himself, "Staying in Chang'an all the time is quite boring. Now I don't have to deal with anything, and I'm getting so idle that my bones itch. I heard you're short-handed here, so I thought I'd come help you out." What Cheng Xiao said sounded nice, but Chingsho understood his real intention. This old guy said he came to help, but he was probably just bored in Chang'an and wanted to find something to do in the western regions. He had been a bandit in his early years, followed Li Er in conquering the world in his middle age, and had been busy his whole life. Now in old age, he clearly couldn't sit still. "Does His Majesty know about this?" Chingsho asked again. Cheng Xiao laughed and said, "His Majesty doesn't care. He said old Cheng doesn't need to attend court anymore. If I want to live peacefully, I can stay home. If I want to roam around, I can go wherever I like." Chingsho thought for a moment, "So His Majesty didn't officially assign you to the western regions, nor did he appoint you to an official post, right?" "That's right." Cheng Xiao suddenly realized he had been tricked into saying something. Chingsho smiled at him. "If that's the case, then Uncle Cheng must be sincerely devoted, coming all the way to the western regions to help me. In that case, let's not talk about military pay or salary. If anything needs doing, I'll trouble Uncle Cheng to lend a hand." Cheng Xiao slapped his thigh. So this brat had been waiting for him here. No official appointment from the court, so why give you a salary? That's just getting free labor out of him. Forget it, forget it. I don't care about your little bit of military pay, just save it for the soldiers. Cheng Xiao took another swig of wine. "But let's be clear, I'm old now and can't go to the battlefield. Just arrange for me to do some civil duties." No one dwelled on the topic any longer. They all chatted and laughed freely. This gathering was far more relaxed for Chingsho than those formal victory banquets. In this vast western region, having these old friends come to support him really brought Chingsho comfort. Regardless of how much they could help, the gesture itself meant a lot. After all, the western regions were no paradise. Everyone got drunk that night and only dispersed around midnight, still not fully satisfied. This was one of the rare occasions when Chingsho drank to his heart's content. He didn't restrain himself and even got a little unsteady on his feet. But compared to the others who couldn't even walk, Chingsho was still the most composed one. That night passed without incident. When Chingsho woke the next day, the sun was already high. After freshening up a bit, he summoned the officials who had arrived the previous day. Coincidentally, Cheng Xiao and the others also came in with hangovers, clearly not fully sobered. "Greetings, Duke Qing." These officials looked at Chingsho with great reverence. They had just entered court service, and all they had heard about Chingsho painted him as a near-divine figure. So they had long admired him, and now being personally appointed by him was an overwhelming honor. No need to be so formal. Relax a bit. Chingsho signaled them to ease up. Being an official in the western regions is different from being one in the central plains. Here, the people you rule are mostly foreigners, and most of them only submitted under military pressure. Military force alone is not enough. If you push them too hard, they might rebel just like the commoners who've risen up in the central plains throughout history. Chingsho explained the hardships and challenges of the western regions and told them that if they couldn't handle it, they could return to the Tang heartland at any time. He even said he'd personally recommend them to resume their original positions. Even so, these young officials were full of ambition and loudly declared they were willing to stay and serve Chingsho with all their hearts. You lads talk big now, but after some time in office, you'll all turn slick and cunning. You speak of hardship now, but you can't even walk a patrol around the army camp. Cheng Xiao hadn't sobered up yet, and watching these officials talk big made him scoff. Don't mind him. General Cheng drank too much yesterday and scrambled his brain, he's still not fully conscious. Chingsho joked casually. Then he took out the appointment documents he had prepared and read them aloud one by one, assigning them their posts. He had already received the list and arranged posts based on their exam rankings and merit. Those who seemed more capable were sent to tougher areas. The weaker ones were placed nearby. Of course, these placements weren't permanent. Strong performers would be recalled for greater responsibilities. As for those who still couldn't improve under his nose, they'd be sent to the border for training and called back when they showed real promise. But when he read the last name, Chingsho noticed that the person ranked lowest was only 18. At such a young age, passing the imperial exam was impressive, but his low rank made it hard to judge his talent. If he could study for a few more years, he might shine. But now, with such a ranking, it was embarrassing, even with youth on his side. But then, who could resist the lure of office? Who'd give it up to go back and study more? Who knew if he could pass again in a few years? Better to take the chance now. Chingsho looked at his name, Deng Tinguang. Judging by his appearance, he did seem like a green, energetic youth. But from Chingsho's seasoned perspective, that energy likely wouldn't last long. He decided to test this guy out. He had just placed 30,000 newly assimilated Yenchi people in a remote border town, why not let this guy manage them? I accept your order. Deng Tianguang was excited to hear his assignment. He was made the governor of a region. Just newly titled, and already entrusted with such a heavy task by Duke Qing, it was an honor for his ancestors. Nearby, Shuiren Gui and Hou Yuenda were stunned by the appointment. Was Duke Qing serious? Sending a rookie to manage 30,000 new converts, was he not afraid of disaster? Gentlemen, I hope from now on, you will all serve the Tang dynasty wholeheartedly. All merit will be noted by me personally. Qingxiu's gaze swept over everyone and finally landed on Deng Tianguang. The youth instantly felt renewed vigor, then he realized Chingsho had been staring at him without looking away, and felt even more joyful. For a newcomer like himself to be noticed by Duke Qing like this, his future must surely be bright. Deng Tianguang, from now on you will go with me to Dingan City to report on duty, and along the way I will give you guidance. When those words came out, his colleagues felt both envy and resentment. This kid's exam ranking was far behind theirs, yet was being valued so highly by Duke Qing, just because he was young? This kid has boundless potential. Many felt bitter inside, but they could not begrudge him. Cheng Xiao also felt something was off. He knew Chingsho never gives favors for nothing. If Chingsho valued this person so much, chances are the burden on him exceeded what Deng was capable of. Let's go too. Cheng Xiao immediately stood. I'm sobered up some, time to take a walk. Dingan City was not originally a city of Gaochang. It was once an undeveloped oasis. After Tang forces discovered it, they immediately occupied it. Chingsho personally bestowed the name Dingan City. Before settling the assimilated Kerasar people there, he had already taken in many commoners gathered from various places. He declared that everyone who came to this city would be given livestock, tools, and land. Regardless of gender, if unmarried, they would be matched immediately so they could live well. However, Gaochang indeed already had many young women. Among the attracted commoners, 70% were women. There weren't enough men to match. That turned out beneficial. Chingsho arranged for the men brought from Kerasar to be matched with the single women. This place was not very far from Gaochang, about 3 days' journey. Along the way Deng Tianguang learned roughly the situation in Dingan City. Only now did he understand why Chingsho treated and promoted him so highly, though he was still green. If it had been someone else, they'd probably curse Chingsho in their hearts and try to decline. But he, at first a bit serious-faced, then relaxed and even became excited. Cheng Xiao and others saw his attitude and did not think him particularly proud, just felt this youth would soon be worn down, eventually he'd cry to go back. When they arrived, the city was still under construction. Many parts were not completed, the oasis water channels had not been properly brought in. Because of the severe shortage of men, some of the cultivation was done by women themselves. The 30,000 Kerasar men were busy in the fields, but Chingsho saw their cultivation posture and sensed they were not very skilled at farming and planting. The Kerasar people had many grasslands, though they farmed somewhat, they were not as proficient or skilled as people of the Central Plains. At least in Chingsho's view, their farming efficiency was too low, and the grain output was far from ideal. At that time there were only several hundred soldiers guarding the city. This was truly a hardship. The city had over 100,000 civilians, plus those 30,000 recently returned men. Managing them was a huge risk. The person in charge of affairs in the city was a military instructor. When Chingsho was first seen, this man's face was full of fatigue, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, as if he had not properly rested in many days. When he saw Chingsho and the officials behind him, his eyes lit up. He finally felt relieved of burden. Duke Qing, here is the list of various supplies in the city over the past month, and the roster. He handed it over eagerly, afraid if one day later, he would have to work more. Chingsho roughly glanced at the rosters, then passed them to Deng Tinguang, telling him and his under-officials to handle them. Deng Tinguang reviewed the list roughly, then asked the question he cared most about: how many soldiers are in the city? Chingsho pointed outside and laughed. Haven't you seen? There are over 300 soldiers, and one military instructor. All obey your orders. If you feel these troops are not enough, Duke Qing allows you to recruit personnel freely, as long as the number of troops you command remains within a range permitted by the court. Allowing you to recruit means, the Tang soldiers you can use are only those few hundred, and they are not elite. If you need more, recruit local Western region people into the army, as long as you can trust them and ensure they obey you. Deng Tianguang was dumbfounded. Only now did he understand why Chingsho had acted this attentive to him on day one. It was as if to let him with a few hundred troops govern a city of over 100,000. Although permitted to recruit, his main force was so few, how could he control a much larger population? That was a serious task. Moreover, the people there had not fully been subject to Tang cultural governance. The population was mixed, not easy to manage. While Deng Tianguang racked his brain thinking what to do next, Chingsho with everyone else had gone outside to inspect the conditions of the assimilated Kerasar people. Originally seeing them working diligently in the fields made him somewhat relieved, but along the way he started to sense something was wrong. He was very sensitive about numbers. The 30,000 he had brought back, now only about 20,000 seemed present in the city. 10,000 were missing. He called the military instructor who guarded the city and asked where the assimilated people had gone, but the answer surprised Chingsho greatly. A few days ago, a leader among them said he found a silver mine outside the city. He came to me asking for manpower, saying he wanted to develop it, and asked for 20,000. I didn't trust him, so I only gave them 10,000. Now it's been about 5 days, they should be returning soon. After hearing this, Chingsho was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "You really are a fool, waiting for them to come back? Even if you wait another month, you will not see them." The military instructor was confused why Chingsho would say that. Then the latter coldly explained. "You knew from the start you didn't trust them. They ask for 20,000, you don't give, you give 10,000, is that proper? Calling you stupid is generous. They asked for so many at first, their intention was clear. But you still followed what they asked." The instructor came to his senses only after some time. I didn't completely not guard against them. When they went out, I gave up some control over personnel deployment, sent soldiers to go with them. By the end he was uneasy, a cold sweat on his face. Chingsho knew this man had done something foolish and immediately asked, "How many people did you send?" 5, no, 7, the military officer patted his head, unable to finish the sentence himself. "Only 7 men to guard 70,000 people? You really do have a smart brain. You believe whatever people tell you." Chingsho sighed, thinking no wonder this person could only be a military officer. If it weren't for the severe manpower shortage, he truly wouldn't have used people like this to manage the city. The officer realized he had made a blunder, looking quite regretful, but couldn't help muttering, "These people couldn't possibly be so bold as to defy the Tang dynasty, right? Besides, they escaped without provisions or..." Chingsho had no patience for this man's nonsense. He immediately gave the order for him to gather the troops and follow to search. "All right, I'll immediately summon all the soldiers in the city." "Idiot. If you call everyone out and something happens in the city while we're gone, who will be left to take control?" Chingsho was truly speechless at this man. Even Cheng Xiau couldn't stand it anymore. "You brat, you've really disgraced us military officials. Sure, you might not know how to govern, but you can't be this dumb." The officer was deeply ashamed. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, he knelt and said, "If this leads to disaster, Duke Qing can take my head. I'm willing to atone with my life." Talking about beheading and atonement, just hurry and gather the men. Don't waste time. Solving this problem is what matters. Chingsho, still worried the man would mess up, added, "A bit over 100 men is enough." The group quickly left the city, galloping in the general direction. The officer, eager to redeem himself, pushed his horse hard, thinking only of finding the people quickly. He was both angry and regretful. He had thought that the mighty reputation of the Tang dynasty would deter them from any tricks. But the emperor was far away, and even within the Tang heartland there were injustices, let alone in a place like this, which had never been under Tang control. Chingsho could more or less guess why these people fled. Someone among them must have had ambitions. Seeing how weak the Tang's control over this city was, they likely wanted to take the chance to secretly lead some people away and defect to another country for an official position. This was 10,000 strong, able-bodied men, definitely a workforce, even a military force, that would make any Western region power envious. Hou Yuanda was also with the group, but when he saw they had just over 100 men, he began to feel uneasy. These were people bold enough to directly defect from the Tang. With only 100 men, even catching up might do no good. "We're here." Chingsho suddenly ordered everyone to slow down. His instincts had already sensed where the group was, ahead of everyone else. Shui Rengue knew Chingsho's perception was sharp and immediately used his telescope to look in the indicated direction. Sure enough, the defectors were slowly marching ahead. They had no horses, were short on rations, and moved very slowly. "Boss, wait here a moment. I'll ride up and call them back." Shui Rengue became energized and was about to charge ahead. "General Shui, wait for me. Let's go together." Hou Junji clearly didn't want to be left behind. "Wait." Chingsho stopped them. "You think these people are Turks? They've never seen the might of the Tang army. A few words from you won't scare them into submission." Shui Rengue didn't care. "There may be many of them, but it's just a disorderly mob. I'll charge in on horseback and easily subdue them. 100 men is enough. Even if we force a fight, we can't go at it so directly. Come back and follow my orders." Chingsho's command was firm. Even with his own ideas, Shui Rengue had no choice but to obey for now. Chingsho then ordered the group to advance slowly without alarming the Yenchi people. While they were figuring out how to get close unnoticed, the escapees had already reached their limits in the desert. Most of them had originally intended to settle in Dingan City, become loyal Tang subjects, marry, have children, and live a peaceful life. But unexpectedly, the leader they had chosen earlier, Chu Jukong, had secretly tricked the Tang troops and led 10,000 people out. At first, many truly believed they were going out to mine, even thinking there'd be rewards if they struck ore. But once they were out, Chu Jukong killed the supervising Tang soldiers and told them that the overseers were dead, and that the Tang army would surely retaliate. If they didn't want to die, they had to escape with him and defect to a neighboring country. Originally, most didn't want to go. But fearing the Tang's blade could fall on them at any time, they had no choice. Starving and struggling, they trudged forward. Many were already too weak to continue, but Chu Jukong, afraid the Tang army would catch up, forced them to keep moving. "Boss, the brothers really can't go on anymore. Can we rest for a bit? With no food, we can't keep going like this." Someone pleaded with Chu Jukong to ease up. At first, he spoke kindly, persuading them to endure a little longer. Once they reached the neighboring country, they could rest and eat. But when someone collapsed from hunger on the spot, Chu Jukong became furious and shouted, "What are you, newborn babies? Can't handle a bit of suffering? When the Tang army catches up, I'll just surrender. I'm a leader, they won't kill me. But you won't be so lucky. I'm doing this for your own good. You don't even thank me, and now you're blaming me?" His anger grew. He drew his blade and pointed it at the crowd. "Anyone who asks to rest again, I'll cut them down on the spot." He thought he could scare them like before. But unexpectedly, the crowd no longer looked frightened. Instead, they stared at him coldly. "What, you want to overthrow me?" Chu Jukong's heart tensed. But he still barked with authority, not daring to show fear. If they saw his bluff, it was over. "Boss keeps saying the Tang army is coming, but it's been days. We haven't seen a single one of them. We haven't eaten in days. Only you still have food. At this rate, even if we reach the border, half of us will be dead." The protests grew louder. Chu Jukong became more anxious, unable to think of a good excuse. Just as things were about to spiral out of control, suddenly, a rapid sound of hooves came from the distance. Everyone looked toward the noise, and sure enough, in the distance, dust filled the air as a small but fast-moving cavalry unit galloped toward them. Tang army. Seeing the flags and armor of these people, the Yenchi people were instantly terrified. They hadn't expected the Tang army to really arrive. Chu Jukong was also scared to death, but after observing carefully, he realized things might not be as bad as he had thought. Although this group charged aggressively and at high speed, Anyone not fooled by the dust clouds in the rear could see there were only a little over 100 of them. You didn't believe before that the Tang people would come to kill us, look now? If you don't follow my orders, sooner or later you'll all die. Chu Jukong immediately scolded the crowd loudly. They were already scared out of their wits and now really believed the Tang army was going to kill them all. No need to fear, the Tang army only has 100 men. If we all charge together, we can kill them. Chu Jukong continued to brainwash them, even lifting his blade to pose as if ready to fight. The others could only reluctantly raise their hoes and pickaxes, looking ahead in confusion at the approaching Tang army. Chingsho had originally planned to let Shuirengui charge and directly break through the Yenchi people. But he quickly saw that these people clearly didn't want to fight. They were disorganized, many looking around, trying to flee. After observing a while, he immediately spotted Chu Jukong and concluded this man must be the leader who incited them to flee. Kill! Kill! Chu Jukong raised his blade and gave the order. But no one followed, all just standing there timidly with their tools. Useless trash. Knowing he couldn't count on them, Chu Jukong quickly gathered some of the more trustworthy ones and ordered them to charge. You only need to charge as an example, get those cowardly fools to follow. Once they start charging, you can immediately fall back, no need to risk your lives. Hearing this plan, the men still hesitated and didn't dare to charge. Chu Jukong angrily said, "Don't you understand my intentions yet? Would I let you die for nothing? You're my trusted men. Just go, don't be afraid." With his encouragement, they finally forced themselves to gather a few hundred people to prepare to charge. Chingsho watched the situation and instructed Shuirengui, "Slow down a little. If they don't attack us, don't engage. But if they..." Before he finished, he saw those people suddenly send out a few hundred men who shouted furiously as if ready to fight to the death with the Tang army. Shuirengui gave the order without hesitation, "Fire." As soon as the command was given, the soldiers fired their guns. Those leading the charge were immediately shot down on the spot. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Those at the front dropped dead before they could even groan. The crowd behind them, dragged into the charge, stood stunned. But it wasn't over, soldiers swiftly switched to their repeating crossbows and unleashed a rain of arrows. Those still standing were instantly pierced like sieves. Some who reacted quickly turned to run, only to be shot full of arrows in the back. In just moments, the few hundred who had charged were wiped out by the rain of arrows, none survived. The surrendered civilians were utterly stunned. At this point, they didn't even dare to run. Seeing things going badly, Chu Jukong immediately ducked into the crowd, pulling people around him, trying to slip away. Shuirengui looked to Chingsho, who stepped forward between both sides and shouted, "My people all seek to live. Why do you alone seek death?" Upon hearing this, everyone instantly fell to their knees. Many were dragged down by others, and soon the entire field was full of kneeling figures. "General, have mercy, we dare not again. Please, General, don't kill us. Someone deliberately deceived and manipulated us, we had no choice but to flee here. It was that man, Chu Jukong. He tricked us. He personally killed 3 soldiers and forced us to escape with him. We were all coerced." Chingsho scanned the crowd coldly and said, "Bring me that man." As soon as he finished, the crowd broke into chaos, but they realized Chu Jukong had already disappeared. Taking advantage of the confusion, he had changed clothes and blended into the crowd, no one could spot him for now. Capture him alive, 10 taels of gold as reward. All past crimes forgiven. Chingsho gave the order again, and the crowd instantly perked up. It wasn't just the money, they cared more that Duke Qing would pardon their crimes. That meant they could live. Forget fighting the Tang army, the arrows earlier had already scared them out of their minds. Hurry up! The 10,000 people instantly fell into chaos, scrambling around, completely disorganized, all crazed in the search. They feared someone else would claim the credit first. Chingsho knew Chu Jukong was cunning and didn't want him to escape, so he ordered his men to surround the area from all directions, not a single person was allowed to leave. Even Hou Yuenda was ordered to lead a team to block escape routes. But he only had about 30 men, it was clear Chingsho didn't expect him to capture anyone, just to help with containment. Hou Yuenda was unwilling to miss this chance, this was a great opportunity. If he could catch that man, Chingsho would surely see him in a new light. So instead of staying on the outskirts as ordered, he personally led his soldiers into the crowd to search. The people were packed tightly, over 10,000 jostling in chaos. With only 30 men, he had to use blades and spears to force people aside, but still couldn't find the target. "Young master, you don't even know what he looks like. Even if you spot him, he might just run off right in front of you. We can't keep searching like this." Seeing how crowded and fruitless it was, someone came forward to advise him. Hou Yuenda understood, But he was burning with urgency, he desperately wanted to achieve a major success. If we don't push into the crowd, there's no chance at all. Even if the chance is tiny, we have to try, he snapped. The soldier, also eager to stand out, quickly offered advice. We brothers are too obvious when we stick together. That guy will avoid us if he sees us coming. Better we split up and search individually, easier to spot him. Hou Yuanda thought that made sense, but felt uneasy. If they found the man first, all the credit would go to them. What would that have to do with him, Hou Yuanda? He had waited so long for this chance. If he couldn't handle even this, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. That guy knew what Hou Yuanda was worried about, so he quickly said, "Young master, look, even if some of us find him first, in the end we're still your subordinates. The credit has to go to you first before it comes to us. How could we possibly take credit from you?" This guy really knew how to talk. After being persuaded like this, Hou Yuanda was indeed moved. "Let's do it your way." Hou Yuanda also felt this was a good idea, so he immediately gave the order. Over 30 people quickly spread out to search on their own. Like this, nearly an entire hour passed, but Chu Jukong, who was hiding in the crowd, still couldn't be found. Even Chingshio's patience was wearing thin. But he didn't rush into making a wrong move, he simply had everyone wait outside. If they couldn't find him in 1 hour, they would wait 2 hours, even 3. After all, they brought enough dry rations, they could afford to wait. But those people didn't have a single bite left. By that time, it would be those people who'd become even more anxious. Shuiren Gui shook his head, feeling regret in his heart. If only there were fewer of them, they could have been executed on the spot, saving all this trouble. Just as Chingsho had made up his mind to continue the standoff, a soldier suddenly rushed out from a road ahead, looking extremely panicked, nearly falling flat on the ground. "Disaster! Disaster!" The soldier shouted in fear, directly kneeling before Chingsho. "Something big has happened, Duke Qing. Speak properly." Chingsho frowned. What could be so serious to panic like this? "The young master, he's in trouble. I just saw him get knocked down from afar. Then when I went to look for him, he was gone." "You mean Hou Yuanda?" Chingshio's expression changed drastically. "Didn't I order you all to surround but not attack, and that no one was to act recklessly?" "That's true, but..." The soldier cautiously glanced up at Chingshio, then quickly lowered his head again, and explained the whole situation about someone giving the suggestion just now. Chingshio listened from beginning to end, and his expression grew more and more grim. "I gave him orders, but he didn't listen. Yet a low-ranking soldier persuaded him, and he actually listened." The soldier didn't dare to look up at Chingshio. They were all ordered to protect Hou Yuanda. If something really happened to him, they might all end up paying with their lives. "Does General Hou know about this?" "I didn't dare to tell him." Chingshio sighed. "You're not stupid." Chingshio knew Hou Junji well. Although the man was always respectful toward him, his own subordinates all knew, he had a fierce temper. He was extremely strict in military discipline. If his men made the slightest mistake, he'd lash them. If this soldier had gone to report to Hou Junji, his head might have rolled on the spot. "You may leave." Chingshio immediately sent someone to summon Hou Junji. Upon hearing it was Chingshio calling him, he rushed over on horseback to await instructions. "Duke Qing, a few surrendered men just now tried to escape in the chaos. I personally killed them. These people clearly aren't very honest." Hou Junji proudly reported, trying to take credit. Chingshio sneered, "Your precious son isn't very honest either." Hou Junji hadn't expected Chingshio to bring this up. His expression changed at once, and he quickly asked in a low voice, "Did Yuanda do something wrong? If so, Duke Qing, just say the word, I'll deal with him myself." "I'm afraid he won't be doing anything wrong ever again." Chingshio didn't waste time and told Hou Junji everything that had just happened. At first, Hou Junji was nervous, but after hearing it all, he nearly collapsed to the ground. "Yuanda, is he okay? Maybe he just got lost in the crowd?" With help from a personal guard, Hou Junji barely managed to stay on his feet and anxiously asked Chingshio. "I don't know. I called you here only to guard this spot. I'll go search for him myself." Chingshio gave the order on the spot and told him to guard this road and not go anywhere, or rush into the crowd. But Hou Junji couldn't care about any of that now. He immediately said, "No need to trouble Duke Qing, I'll go find him myself." "Enough nonsense. Don't you understand a military order? I told you to stay here and not go anywhere." Chingshio was furious and scolded him harshly. Hou Junji didn't even dare to lift his head under the rebuke. The reason Chingshio wouldn't let Hou Junji go in was that he feared the man would lose control in desperation, go on a killing spree, and force these already surrendering people to fight to the death. Even so, Chingshio still wasn't at ease. He summoned Gue and ordered him to keep a close eye on Junji. No matter what, he must not let the man enter the ranks. If Junji loses control, I'll cut off your head first. Chingsho gave Gue a death order, then turned and charged into the crowd without looking back. He only brought a little over 100 soldiers, but under his command, they neatly and orderly parted the crowd, no chaos at all. If someone else were searching like this, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But Chingsho had his mind's eye. He roughly found the best position and expanded his mental sense to the maximum, covering the whole area. In that moment, he could almost see every face, quickly filtering through them, searching for Yuenda. Found him. Chingsho immediately discovered Yuenda in a depression in the southwest area. The boy had changed all his clothes, now wearing tattered garments, and was lying on the ground, already unconscious. Go! Chingsho quickly ordered soldiers to follow and cleared the crowd while heading to the depression. Luckily, there weren't many people gathered there, or just the trampling feet alone could have crushed Yuenda to death. Why did the young master change clothes? Someone stepped forward to check and found Yuenda wasn't dead, just weakly breathing. From the look of it, Chingsho could guess, he must have been spotted in the crowd by Chu Jukong. After all, his clothing, tall horse, and the 30 men he brought were far too eye-catching. That man likely knocked him out in the crowd on purpose, swapped clothes with him, and escaped in the chaos. If so, then that man had probably already fled, and there was no point in continuing the encirclement. That Yuenda, dreaming of using this chance to gain merit, had instead done something extremely stupid. If he hadn't been so eager for merit, how would he have given that man such an opportunity? Chingsho looked coldly at him lying on the ground and ordered him thrown onto a horse and taken back, for now. Just as he mounted his horse to depart, Chingsho suddenly noticed chaos erupting among the crowd behind him. These people had only been pushing and jostling earlier, but now they were fleeing in panic, running in all directions, even trampling over each other without stopping. What's going on now? Chingsho ordered the soldiers to immediately go on alert, forcing back the surrendering civilians who were charging toward them. If they didn't listen after repeated warnings, they were to be executed on the spot. These people had just been following orders and behaving, and now in the blink of an eye, it had turned into complete chaos. Chingsho quickly led his men to cut through the crowd and charge outward, only to see a squad of Tang troops breaking through the people with murderous intent, striking down any surrendered civilians they came into contact with, without mercy. It was because of this that the civilians completely lost order, running wildly and attacking anyone they saw. Junji. Chingsho immediately sensed that the one leading the slaughter into the crowd was none other than Junji. This man was in a killing frenzy, swinging his blade personally, wherever he went, he killed. At the same time, he was grabbing people and demanding to know where his son was. This bastard has gone mad. Chingsho was truly enraged. So everything he said earlier, this guy had taken it as nonsense. Chingsho wasn't concerned about the lives of the surrendered civilians. He just wanted to settle things cleanly. But this father and son had brought him trouble again and again. Chingsho grabbed a repeating crossbow and immediately fired a bolt toward Junji. At that moment, Junji was hacking away in the crowd. The arrow hit his broadsword squarely, knocking it out of his hand, and he nearly fell off his horse from the shock. Just as he was about to look up to see who had dared shoot at him, he saw Chingsho galloping toward him. Ching! Duke Ching! Junji was startled to see Chingsho himself, but at this point, there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to dismount and await orders. Without a word, Chingsho raised his horsewhip and lashed Junji's head hard, sending his helmet flying. Before Junji could react, several more lashes landed on his back, causing intense pain, yet he didn't dare utter a word. What were my orders just now? You didn't understand, or you just thought everything I said was bullshit and didn't need to be followed? Junji gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence, that's not it. I was just too worried about Yuenda, so. I asked if you didn't understand my orders. Before he could finish, Chingsho lashed him again and shouted, that precious son of yours, I already found him. If not for the mess you created, this would have all been over. Chingsho pointed to Yuenda, who was slumped on a horse. Only then did Junji realize how much effort Chingsho had gone through. He was instantly full of regret. Why had he acted like that just now? He had simply been too worried about Yuenda earlier and rushed into the crowd before Chingsho returned. Gue had tried to stop him, but Junji was determined, even willing to push through Gue's sword. Although Gue was ruthless on the battlefield, even enjoying slaughter, he couldn't bring himself to harm a fellow soldier. Chingsho stared at Junji for a moment, then ordered his armor to be removed, his hands tied, and to be dragged back by a horse, punishment to come later. Gue had been extremely uneasy all along. From afar, he saw Junji tied behind Chingshio's horse and gasped in shock. He immediately took off his armor, had himself tied up with rope, and lowered his head like a scolded grandson, waiting for Chingsho to judge him. Chingsho was still fuming. Seeing Gue like that, he sneered, "At least you know your place, save me the trouble of ordering it." Gue braced himself. "It was my failure, I didn't stop General Ho." "You forgot how to use your bow? You couldn't just shoot the weapon out of his hand?" Chingsho barked. I just couldn't bring myself to attack a fellow soldier," Gue said, voice growing lower. "Bullshit. I didn't tell you to kill him." Chingsho waved his hand on the spot. "Drag him out and execute him, display his head as a warning." The soldiers were stunned when they heard this. Then they quickly started pleading on Gue's behalf. "This mustn't happen. General Shui has done great deeds, fighting north and south, he's invaluable. No matter how he's punished, beheading is too much. That's going too far. Please consider a different punishment. Killing General Shui today would be a loss to the entire Tang Empire." Truthfully, even without the soldiers' pleas, Chingsho never really intended to kill Gue. It wasn't worth it for something so trivial. To put it bluntly, even if all 10,000 surrendered civilians died here, they weren't worth half of Gue's life. It's just that this guy had always executed orders perfectly. Today, despite Chingsho's trust, he caused such a mess. How could Chingsho not be furious? "Kneel here and wait. Let's see if my anger has passed by tonight. If it does, you two keep your heads but are demoted to foot soldiers." Chingsho weighed the whip in his hand, face shifting between dark and light. "If not, your heads still come off." Gue knew Chingsho was giving him an out, so he quickly responded, "Thank you, Duke Qing. Sir? I really did mishandle things today, but maybe. Get lost." Chingsho cursed impatiently, then had both Gue and Junji kneel on the spot. As for the surrendered civilians, they were now in total disarray. They fled in all directions, and Chingsho, with only a handful of men, couldn't control them. All he could do was try to gather up those willing to obey and let the rest go. By evening, the chaos had finally settled. Those willing to surrender again were crouched on the ground, waiting for Chingsho's orders. Chingsho could tell, most of these people had been forced by circumstances and followed along unwillingly. Now that things had reached this point, they still hadn't attacked the Tang soldiers, showing they were truly peaceful citizens. Chingsho didn't waste words. He immediately declared that all their crimes were forgiven. As long as they were willing to return to Dingan City with him and live honestly, they could continue being citizens of Tang. But after counting, there were only a little over 4,000 surrendered civilians left. This meant that during the earlier chaos, over half had already escaped, some rebellious, others terrified by Junji and unwilling to surrender. Forget it, this is fine too. Since those people were hard to control, Chingsho had no interest in keeping them around to cause trouble later. Today, he treated it as clearing out hidden dangers. As for Gue and Junji, Chingsho gave the order to bring both of them before him. He was going to personally decide their punishment. Gue was quite obedient. When he saw Chingsho, he immediately knelt down without a word, his face full of a flattering smile. "Boss, you've already scolded me, and the brothers have just hit me with more than 20 army canes. You should be calm now, right? More than 20 army canes? When did I order someone to hit you?" Chingsho looked puzzled. A nearby soldier quickly stepped in to explain, "Just now, the general admitted his guilt, so he told us to tie him up, give him 20 canes, and then come see you." Chingsho couldn't help but find it funny. This guy was clever. He had himself beaten up to look pitiful, hoping to avoid further punishment. Gue knew him well. He knew that Chingsho wouldn't go so far as to execute them today, certainly not behead them. But making them lose face and suffer some physical punishment was unavoidable. So instead of waiting for punishment, he chose to endure some himself, hoping the boss might show mercy afterward. But Chingsho wasn't falling for that. "You volunteered to be beaten with army canes, huh? Since you like it so much, give him 80 more. Anyway, you've got thick skin and strong flesh. A few more hits won't kill you, how about it?" Hearing this, Gue panicked and quickly begged, "Boss, if I take 80 more canes, I won't even have a life left." "No worries, depends on how strong your life is." Chingsho waved his hand. "Drag him out." With the order given, no soldier dared to disobey. They rushed forward, lifted Gue, and ignored his protests as they dragged him out. Although Chingsho's order sounded harsh, the soldiers could tell, he was giving Gue a way out. As for how hard those 80 canes were actually delivered, that was up to them, they just needed to go through the motions. As for Ho Junji, when Chingsho looked at him, there was no smile in his eyes. Shuiren Gue had made a mistake, but it was understandable. This whole mess, however, had started with Ho Junji. Ho Junji also knew his guilt wasn't something a few words could cover up. He bowed his head to the ground in silence. Just as Chingsho was deciding how to deal with him, Ho Yuenda suddenly stepped forward, knelt in front of Chingsho, and said, "This whole matter started because of me. Even if Duke Qing wants to cut off my head, I won't argue. Please don't punish my father." Ho Yuenda spoke sincerely, but Chingsho only sneered. "Just based on your actions today, losing your head is the starting price, and you want to clear your father's debt too?" Chingsho turned to Ho Junji. "General Ho, although we're colleagues, with what happened today, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Ho Junji replied with only a low voice, "Duke Qing may deal with my son and me however you see fit." "Good." Chingsho immediately gave the order to strip Ho Junji of all military ranks and assign him to the front lines as an ordinary foot soldier. Since Ho Yuenda held no rank, there was nothing to demote. He would also be drafted into the army and made to charge into battle alongside his father. Once these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent, staring at Chingsho in disbelief. Was he really going to demote Ho Junji to a common soldier? Cheng Xiao gave a light cough and quietly said, "Qing boy, old Ho outranks me in the court. Even His Majesty might not punish him this severely. Are you really going to do this?" Some soldiers quickly chimed in too. At most, a few rank demotions, but sending him straight to the front lines as a foot soldier? That was too harsh. Chingsho acted as if he didn't hear a word of it. He looked only at Ho Junji. "Do you accept this punishment?" Ho Junji at first couldn't believe Chingsho truly intended to punish him like this. He thought being demoted 3 ranks was already the limit. To demote the commander directly to a frontline foot soldier, there had been very few such cases in hundreds of years. If it were anyone else, even Li Jing, he wouldn't have accepted it. But when facing Chingsho, he had no argument. He was more worried about Ho Yuenda than himself. Ho Yuenda had never even worn armor before. Sending him to the battlefield was basically sending him to die. Ho Junji ignored his own situation and immediately pleaded, "I have no complaints about my punishment. But even if Ho Yuenda is guilty, he's not a military man. He shouldn't be punished this way." "Fine. If you don't want him to go to the front lines, then by military law, how many times over should he be executed?" Chingsho's counter-question shut Ho Junji up. The meaning was crystal clear. If Chingsho wanted Ho Yuenda dead, it was just a matter of saying the word. He wouldn't consider Ho Junji's face at all. If not for Ho Junji's past achievements and his potential future value on the battlefield, Chingsho might have already had Ho Yuenda executed on the spot. Putting him on the front line was simply giving him one last chance. If he could survive the battlefield a few times, he could redeem himself. If not, it would end there. Still, Chingsho wasn't completely heartless. He gave the father and son a chance, assigning them to the same unit so the father could at least watch over the son. Ho Yuenda was perceptive. He knew Chingsho was already being especially merciful, so he immediately bowed and thanked him. "Today, Duke Qing spared my life and let me atone for my crimes by serving the country. I will kill many enemies and repay the court." Ho Junji wanted to say more, but seeing his son giving him constant signals, he sighed and accepted it. The two withdrew, and everyone around was left speechless. If Ho Junji really dies in battle, there'll be no way to explain it to the court, "Kid," Cheng Xiao said. He knew Chingsho was tough but felt he should consider the consequences. "This doesn't concern Uncle Cheng. Whatever happens, I'll handle it," Chingsho replied. His mind was made up. This was the battlefield. If he kept giving leniency here and there, soon he would lose all authority. He then instructed the soldiers to keep a close watch on the surrendered civilians. Even though they had submitted, there was no guarantee that some lunatic wouldn't try to stir up trouble again. Throughout all of this, Deng Tinguang had stayed by Chingsho's side, watching him deal with these high-ranking generals. It felt like a dream. Ho Junji was no ordinary man. He was personally appointed by Li Er as a founding hero of the dynasty, with countless military achievements. Yet here in front of Chingsho, he was demoted to a foot soldier, forced to charge into battle with his son. Even Li Er probably wouldn't hand out such punishment on the front lines. Once everyone had dispersed, Deng Tianguang finally got a chance to speak. "Duke Qing, wasn't today's punishment a bit too heavy?" Chingsho didn't even lift his eyelids. "If you think the punishment is too harsh, you can take it for him." That's not what I meant." He immediately felt his scalp tighten. Only now did he fully realize what a troublesome mess Dingan City was. No need to say more. If Duke Qing hadn't been here today, any one of those incidents could have cost him his life. If Chingsho hadn't been the one in charge here, and if Ho Junji had failed to find his son amid the chaos, he might have taken it out on him, and he wouldn't have been able to escape serious punishment. If another situation like this happened again in the future, he might really lose his head. Especially when he thought about the more than 20,000 surrendered civilians still in Dingan City. He couldn't help but pat his head. This was a real headache. If you feel like you can't handle this job, I can transfer you elsewhere. Chingsho had clearly noticed the hint of hesitation in him. At first, Deng Tinguang wanted to admit it right away, but after a moment's thought, he quickly said, "It's fine. As long as Duke Qing trusts me, I can definitely hold this place down." This made Chingsho take a second look at him. Was this guy really unafraid? "One day you might die here, and I might not even find your corpse." Deng Tinguang couldn't help but smile. "If that's the case, it means I died quickly, didn't suffer much." Only then did Chingsho realize that he had seriously underestimated this man's courage. No matter his capabilities, if he could survive here for a year, he was definitely someone worth cultivating. Although Deng Tinguang appeared carefree on the surface, deep down he wasn't that confident. But he didn't want his career to end here. If he backed down today, it would be nearly impossible to regain Chingsho's trust in the future. "Maybe I'm hard to kill. If I die, well, hell with it, it'll be over and done." That night, the surrendered civilians remained quiet. Not only did they not cause trouble, they didn't even dare make too much noise. Especially when they were informed the next day that they would be immediately sent back to Dingan City, they cheered on the spot, relieved to finally go back to their lives. Of course, before they left, Chingsho issued another strict order: if anything like this happened again, whether they were coerced or acted on their own, they would be executed. And this time it won't just be you. Even your fellow villagers, those who behaved, will be killed as well. I'll wipe all of you out, root and branch. I won't trust any of you surrendered civilians again. With the harsh warning given, they no longer dared to harbor any thoughts. They all promised, if someone tried to force them again, they would fight that person to the death rather than go against the Tang army. To ensure their loyalty, Chingsho arranged only a few dozen soldiers to escort them back and assigned Shui Rengue to personally lead the escort, instructing him that he could deal with them however he wished at any time. If they show even the slightest rebellious thought, don't bother testing them. Just let them flee. I'll wipe them out later. Chingsho gave the order, and Shui Rengue agreed completely. But the matter wasn't over yet. While arranging for the return of the surrendered civilians, he also immediately sent scouts to track the whereabouts of the escaped Yenchi people. Most importantly, he wanted to find Chu Jukong's location. This man had stirred up trouble and caused Chingsho so much headache. Chingsho had to kill him. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, it wouldn't help. Soon, the scouts returned with a report. The escaped Yenchi people have regrouped, but their leader is unknown. They're moving westward, apparently heading straight for the kingdom of Cheshir. Chingsho pondered. This result was exactly what he had guessed. These people had originally intended to defect to the kingdom of Cheshir, hoping to settle there. Chu Jukong's plan had always been to take people and use them to gain an official title. Cheng Xiao, hearing the news, just sneered. After causing such a huge ruckus, there's no way the king of Cheshir doesn't know. He's not going to make an enemy of our Tang Empire for just a few people. They're bound to fail. Not necessarily. Chingsho didn't agree with Cheng Xiao. He had dealt with these western region people for many years. He knew them too well. They were the type to pick up sesame seeds and drop watermelons. The slightest benefit would make them lose their minds. It was practically a trait. Still, Chingsho decided to go to the kingdom of Cheshir. If they really took in those refugees, he would make the king hand them over. After all, the kingdom of Cheshir was one of Tang's vassal states. No matter what they did, they still had to give him some respect. At this point, Chingsho had only a little over 70 men under his command, including the demoted soldiers Ho Junji and his son, and even Cheng Xiao, who didn't even bring a weapon. But Chingsho was still in high spirits. With a snap of his horsewhip, he ordered the group to head west, to the kingdom of Cheshir. Several days later, the king of Cheshir received a preemptive report. It was a letter sent personally by Chingsho, informing him that he would soon arrive and instructing the king to prepare to receive his group with hospitality. The king became extremely anxious. He wasn't stupid. He had just taken in the Yenchi refugees a few days ago, and now the Tang army was arriving. It didn't take much to figure out Chingsho's intentions. Although he didn't yet know about the conflict between Chu Jukong and Chingsho at the front lines, he did know Chingsho had just taken in 30,000 Yenchi men. Now those people had escaped to him, and he knowingly accepted them, even appointing Chu Jukong as an official. Because those 5,000 able-bodied men were too tempting, especially for the resource-poor, sparsely populated kingdom of Cheshir. He simply couldn't resist the lure of that many people. But with an envoy from the great Tang Empire arriving, he didn't dare ignore it. He quickly prepared a grand feast and cleaned up the palace in preparation. Chingshio's group arrived dusty and tired. At first, the king of Cheshir welcomed them with smiles and enthusiastically invited them to tour the country and enjoy a few days of rest. But how could Chingsho waste time on that? As soon as they met, he didn't even plan to attend the banquet. He directly demanded that the 5,000 men be handed over. King Ase pretended to be surprised. My small kingdom only has a population of just over 500,000. Able-bodied men are few. How could I suddenly gain 5,000 more? Feigning ignorance to this extent, if Chingsho didn't call it out, it would be impolite. He said coldly, "It seems the king has lived in peace too long and forgotten how chaotic the world truly is." There was no way the king couldn't hear the threat in Chingsho's words. Still, he bit the bullet and said, "I truly don't understand what Duke Qing means. You're a high official from the Tang Empire, how would I dare deceive you?" Clearly, this man intended to play dumb to the end. Shuiren Gue looked to Chingsho, just waiting for the order to act. Although they were currently inside the royal palace of the kingdom of Cheshir, and there were dozens of guards standing nearby. As long as Shuiren Gue made a move, dealing with these people would be effortless. He could capture King Amon in an instant. Chingsho said nothing. He simply stared at King Amon with a calm expression, not uttering a single word from beginning to end. This gaze made King Amon feel inexplicably terrified. Such a stare was even more unbearable than having a knife at his throat. Especially since he had always heard that Chingsho's methods were extremely forceful, and now, despite obviously deceiving him, Chingsho showed no reaction. He truly began to panic. Just as King Amon was at a loss for what to do, his crown prince suddenly stepped forward and knelt down in front of everyone. "Duke Qing, please forgive me. Father, forgive me." While Chingsho and the king were still confused, the prince immediately explained, "A few days ago, I personally led a patrol outside and happened to encounter a group of refugees from elsewhere. But they didn't speak our language, so I had no idea who they were. I saw they were pitiful, so I brought them all into the country. This was entirely my decision. I didn't report it to my father. Now that I've heard what Duke Qing said, they must be the surrendered civilians you mentioned." Chingsho stared at him for a moment and immediately understood. This prince, though young, was clearly cunning. At this critical moment, he took all the blame upon himself to protect his father. Otherwise, even if the king had the intention to give in, it would be awkward after denying everything and then suddenly returning the civilians. Didn't speak your language? Most of the languages in the western regions are mutually intelligible. The Yenchi people's language isn't much different from yours, is it? Chingsho asked coldly. The prince immediately replied, "You're right. But now that I think about it, they probably pretended not to understand in order to hide their identities." Before Chingsho could respond, the king suddenly stood up and began shouting at the prince, "Who told you to act on your own? You've only been in office for 2 days and you've already learned to act first and report later. It's one thing to deceive me, but now you've dragged Duke Qing all the way here. Just for that, I should have you executed." The prince immediately bowed to the ground and cried, "Father, please spare me." The king was about to continue lashing out when Chingsho slapped the table impatiently and said, "Enough already." He truly had seen enough of this father-son performance. The king still pretended to be angry. "Duke Qing, please don't laugh. This foolish son of mine truly needs to be properly taught. How you educate him is your business. I want the people, not one less." Chingsho said sternly. The prince immediately said, "Don't worry. Give us a few days, and I will make sure all those people are reorganized and returned to the Tang." Chingsho glanced at him. "A few days?" At most 7-10 days, the prince stammered under Chingsho's gaze. The way they both surrendered so quickly made everyone feel suspicious. Shuiren Gue even said bluntly, "In my opinion, this is just your plan to stall for time. You say you need to prepare, but in reality, you're gathering troops." The king was so frightened by these words that his legs almost gave out. He quickly said, "General, even if we gathered every soldier in our country, we wouldn't even have 50,000. The Tang Empire only needs to send 1,000 elite troops to defeat us completely. Saying we dare to go against the Tang, surely you must be joking." Shuiren Gue hadn't expected this old man to give in so quickly. He looked at Chingsho, and the latter gave a slight shake of his head. "Fine. I believe that the king and prince are men of their word. I'm willing to trust you this once." Chingsho stood up and said with a faint smile, "After all, you've been loyal vassals of the Tang Empire for many years. Surely you wouldn't do anything unjust or dishonorable, right?" "Hee. Duke Qing is absolutely right," the king nodded and bowed repeatedly, almost kneeling. "Let's go." Chingsho waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave with him. The king earnestly begged Chingsho and his people to stay and rest for a few days, but Chingsho ignored him and left immediately. After Chingsho had left, the king finally let out a breath of relief. Back at the palace, he quickly summoned the prince and asked him directly, "Do you realize what a stupid thing you just said? How could you promise to return those people? That's 5,000 strong men. Besides, I've already given them land. Many of them are even married. How are we supposed to fix this?" But the prince smiled and said, "Father, no need to worry. We'll return the 5,000 people. But I never said we had to return the exact same 5,000, did I?" The king didn't understand. The prince immediately explained, "In recent days, we've accumulated quite a few criminals. These people are lazy and disobedient. They even fight back when sent to do labor. Why not use this opportunity to deal with them all?" King Amon immediately understood what he meant. He wanted to replace the Yenchi surrendered civilians with these criminals and hand them over to Chingsho. "You really do have ideas, son." The king couldn't help but laugh loudly. "This is also a great chance to get rid of that bunch. It'll save us a lot of trouble." The prince said proudly, "And father doesn't need to worry about their identities being exposed. I'll personally instruct them to hide their backgrounds, then it won't be discovered." These people, though rebellious and difficult to manage, didn't want to remain locked in prison forever. Now, as long as they changed their identities, all their past crimes would be erased, and they could start a new life elsewhere. How could they refuse? "Do as you say?" The king immediately agreed, looking at his son with growing satisfaction. Truly worthy of being the heir he personally selected, his thoughts and methods were better than his own. "But, father, although we can use prisoners to replace the civilians, there's one person we must hand over in person," the prince suddenly added. King Amon immediately understood. "You mean Chu Jukong?" "Yes. This man's crimes are serious. Duke Qing definitely knows him. He came all this way not just for the 5,000 men, but probably also for him. If we don't hand him over, Chingsho won't let it go." The king understood well. "You'll handle it however you see fit. Just make sure it's done properly." The prince nodded and withdrew without another word. For days the king had been nervous. Now, at last, he could relax. On the way back, Xueren Gue kept emphasizing that these people definitely wouldn't keep their promise and actually return the people. There must be tricks involved, and who knows what might go wrong when the time comes. Xueren Gue still felt it was a great pity that they hadn't directly taken the king. Chingsho knew this kid was still thinking too shallowly. Although they didn't have to fear the army in the city, King Amon had still pledged allegiance to the Tang for more than 5 years. He was the longest-standing vassal in the western regions. If they had taken him today without distinguishing right from wrong, people might say that the Tang Empire treated its vassals like slaves, seizing and taking as they pleased. Once such rumors spread, it might influence many who admired the Tang. If there really came a time to take them down, it would be better to wait until they showed clear signs of betrayal. Then it wouldn't be too late to act. Besides, the military power of Cheshir was weak, it would be easy to crush them. Of course, Chingsho hadn't been idle during those 10 days either. He redeployed nearby troops and assembled 3,000 soldiers from his own unit. He also temporarily conscripted local people from Gaochang and Lulan, adding 4,000 more to the force, totaling 7,000 men. Although these people couldn't fight tough battles, as long as they could follow up after the Tang army broke through and help expand the victory, that would be enough. After assembling these forces, Chingsho took time to investigate the current situation of the Turkic people. He found that these barbarians actually seemed to be planning to settle down and live peacefully in the western regions. After declaring their statehood, they had not attacked Yenchi again. Instead, they sent envoys to negotiate, expressing a desire to coexist peacefully. It seemed the Turks had gradually realized their situation. They didn't want more fighting or to lose more troops, they hoped to rest and recover. Although Yenchi hadn't responded, according to insider information Chingsho obtained, the Yenchi king really wanted to negotiate. But his ministers and people disagreed, so both sides were in a stalemate. After learning this, Chingsho was indeed a bit concerned. He didn't want the two sides to talk peace. A prolonged, bloody war was exactly what he wanted. Whether it led to mutual destruction or the Turks swallowing up Yenchi, it was a win-win in his eyes. After thinking it over, Chingsho immediately thought of someone. This person hadn't been with him long and had no notable reputation in the western regions, perfect for stirring things up without drawing attention. And he was extremely eager for merit, willing to do anything to succeed. No one was more suited to this job. A moment later, Ho Yuenda was summoned to appear before Chingsho. He had just been standing guard at the city gate. Upon hearing that Duke Qing wanted to see him, he was overjoyed and almost ran the whole way there. Greetings to Duke Qing. He knelt and bowed to Chingsho on the spot, unable to hide the expectation in his eyes. What do you think about being demoted to a foot soldier along with your father? Chingsho asked unexpectedly. Without hesitation, Hou Yuanda replied, it was deserved. We ruined everything. Of course we should redeem ourselves with merit. Chingsho stared at him for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked, if I give you that chance now, do you want it? Yes. Hou Yuanda answered instantly without even needing to think. This task isn't easy, and it could cost your life. But if you accept, all your previous crimes will be forgiven. Your father will also be reinstated. Chingsho smiled. Hou Yuanda was a bit surprised. He could guess that the mission Chingsho was assigning would be difficult. But starting off with such generous promises made him uneasy. Just who were they going after? Still, after hesitating only a moment, he steeled himself, as long as it's an order from Duke Qing, I'll do it. Last time, he had made a huge mistake, almost losing his head. Earning merit was out of the question. If he missed this chance, he might never rise again in this lifetime. Chingsho was satisfied. He then revealed his plan to sabotage the peace talks between Yenchi and the Turks. This must not be done openly. No one can know we're the ones stirring up war. I'll give you money, but no men. You must do this alone. If you're exposed, you'll most likely die. And even if you do, the court will have to disavow you and never admit you were working for us. Hou Yuanda only paused briefly before asking, if I succeed, how will Duke Qing reward me? Chingsho was stunned, then burst out laughing. This kid, just like his father, obsessed with fame and fortune. If you succeed, I'll personally promote you to a 4th rank officer, keep you by my side for command, and from then on, consider you one of my own. If one day you return alive with me to Chang'an, I'll report your merits to the court in full. Hou Yuanda no longer hesitated and immediately accepted the mission. Good. Chingsho was very pleased. He patted Hou Yuanda's shoulder. You have great potential. I'm counting on you. Hou Yuanda also breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally cast off the humiliating role of a lowly soldier and start building his career. All this time, being such a low-ranked grunt had nearly suffocated him. Being unable to stand out was worse than death. Moments later, Hou Yuanda took off his soldier's armor and changed back into his fine garments. According to Chingsho's plan, he was to go to Yenchi and incite war between the two states. The Turks already knew him, he had no chance of infiltrating there. To get inside Yenchi's inner circle, he had to carefully craft a new identity. Chingsho gave him a new persona, as a merchant who had traveled all the way from Chang'an in the Tang dynasty to trade here, and also provided him with a large supply of military goods to pass off as cargo. Only with a prestigious enough identity would he have a chance of entering the decision-making level of Yenchi. According to Chingsho's script, he was a weary traveler looking to settle temporarily in Yenchi. How to infiltrate deeper would depend on his own performance. The window of opportunity won't stay open long. You must complete this quickly. If they sign the peace treaty, it'll be too late. Before parting, Chingsho warned Hou Yuanda not to delay. Hou Yuanda looked out at the vast desert beyond the city and, almost through gritted teeth, made up his mind. Duke Qing, rest assured, if I don't complete the mission, I will not return. Even if they really sign the peace agreement, I'll still find a way to wreck their talks. Hou Yuanda had never been this ruthless before. In order to achieve his goal, he truly pushed himself to a dead end. Good boy, ruthless enough. Chingsho was very satisfied. Only people like this were suitable to be spies. Leaving all his ferocity and killing intent in the enemy's camp was the best way to make full use of him. Hou Yuanda departed with over 100 people from the western region assembled into a merchant caravan. They carried carts full of grain, iron billets, cotton cloth, silk, and other hard goods. From the outside, they looked like a very wealthy and luxurious caravan. The commoners didn't know the mission was to spy. They were just temporarily recruited and each given 3 bolts of cloth as payment. When they set off, they were very excited. They were told that if they went west and came back, each person would receive another 10 bolts of cotton cloth as a reward. They all calculated that after this round trip to the west, they would basically become moderately well-off families, and wouldn't have to worry about buying houses or land with that much money. Chingsho watched Hou Yuanda leave. He also noticed that not far away, Junji, dressed as a soldier on guard duty, was also watching his son depart. No need to say much, he knew his son well enough. Even if Chingsho hadn't informed him of their agreement, he could guess some of it. But he didn't try to stop it. He thought in his heart, just let the boy go out and struggle, let him seize this chance and fight for himself. After returning to his residence, Chingsho summoned Junji. When Junji arrived, Chingsho said, General Hou, demoting you to a soldier wasn't my original intention. I just had no better choice at the time. If I hadn't punished you, it would have damaged military discipline. I understand. Qing Guogong's decision was very wise. Even if I were in your place, I might not have had the determination to punish as you did. Junji expressed understanding. As long as you understand. From tomorrow on, you'll be reinstated. You will lead the army with me to return to the kingdom of Cheshir to collect the people. Chingsho paused for a moment and then added, as for Yuenda, it was his own request. Even without being told, Junji could guess most of it. He only said, that boy is different from his two older brothers. He insists on making a name for himself, even if it costs his life. Forget it. If he can succeed, that's great. If he dies over there, it just means he wasn't worth much anyway. Chingsho laughed, relax. That boy is smarter than we imagined. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Chingsho personally set out, leading his subordinates to Cheshir. He had over 7,000 soldiers under him, with Junji as commander, officially reinstated and his punishment declared over. Everyone expected Junji to be reinstated eventually, but no one thought it would be so soon, only 10 days. Originally, Shui Rengue also wanted to go, but Chingsho assigned him to stay in Dingan City to assist Deng Tinguang in maintaining order. There were only a few hundred soldiers left in the city. If something went wrong, Deng Tinguang couldn't handle it alone. The army arrived at Cheshir as planned. Along the way, Junji suggested several plans to handle them and anticipated all sorts of excuses they might use to avoid handing over the people. But before they were even 10 miles from the city, the king had already sent people to welcome them and guide them to the city. A grand banquet was also prepared for all the soldiers. This feast was clearly arranged for their 7,000 men. It seemed the king wasn't afraid of their arrival at all. Did I misjudge them? Chingsho was surprised. Everything was well prepared, and Cheshir showed no signs of raising troops. This didn't match his expectations of Western region rulers. Haha. Tinguang, you misjudged them for once. In my opinion, they're just afraid of the Tang dynasty's power. They wouldn't dare make a move. They said they'd return the people, and they will. Saves us the trouble. At that moment, the king personally brought the crown prince to welcome Chingsho, bringing along gifts. Our kingdom is poor. We don't produce gold or silver, nor can we make cloth. The only thing we can offer are fruits you won't find in the Tang dynasty. Though they aren't treasures, I think Tinguang may not have tasted them before. Today, you can enjoy a treat. At his order, attendants brought forward the gifts, mostly local grapes and melons. Junji found them exotic, but to Chingsho, who had the vision of a modern man, they weren't anything special, just hammy melons and fruits not yet common in the Central Plains. Thanks, but I'm not here to collect fruits and vegetables. Chingsho didn't want to waste time. I understand. You're a busy man. Let me make arrangements now. Without further delay, the king ordered all the Yenchi people to be brought out. Soon, a large group of men were presented. They looked lifeless and shifty-eyed, glancing around. A quick glance showed the number really was over 5,000. They are all here. Please check them one by one, Tinguang. A total of 5,431 men. If one is missing, you can punish me however you like. The king gestured for Chingsho to come forward. Chingsho scanned them with his inner sense. The number matched the king's words, and all were young men, no tricks. It really seemed the king had kept his word. No. One is missing. Chingsho frowned. These people didn't just run here randomly. Among them, there was a leader. The king seemed to have anticipated this. I know who you mean. His name is Chujukong. He glanced at the prince, who immediately ordered something to be brought out. Soon, guards carefully carried a box and placed it before Chingsho. The prince personally opened it for Tinguang to see. Inside was a corpse, with a head placed on top. Although Chingsho had never met Chujukong, he knew the man had taken Yuenda's clothes while fleeing, and he had sensed the man's physique. It matched the body in the box exactly. Still, he was not pleased. I asked for a living person. Why are you giving me a corpse? This man was deeply guilty. I should have executed him myself. Why did you kill him before I could? The king originally thought that after seeing the corpse, Chingsho would praise them for handling things cleanly. He didn't expect Chingsho to suddenly become inexplicably angry. For a moment, the king didn't know how to respond. He stammered for a long time but couldn't say a single word, which only made him look more suspicious. In the end, it was the crown prince who quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Please calm your anger, Duke Qing. This was entirely my fault. As he explained, the prince had originally planned to capture Chujukong, but the man had sensed something was wrong and fled. At first, the prince had wanted to spare his life, but Chujukong was truly vicious. He killed many of their soldiers during his escape, which enraged the prince, and so he had the man executed. I thought I was saving Duke Qing the trouble of having to personally behead him. I didn't expect that Your Excellency wanted to judge him yourself. I failed to consider that. I deserve punishment. The prince immediately knelt on the ground, his attitude extremely sincere. But the more flawlessly he spoke, the more suspicious Chingsho became. He was now convinced that Chu Jukong had been silenced, killed to shut him up. He just didn't know what truth they were trying to cover up. However, looking at the corpse gave him no further clues, so Chingsho turned his attention to the Yenchi men. Of course, he couldn't remember the faces of all 5,000 of them. That day, over 10,000 people had been mixed together, all dressed differently, with different appearances. He only remembered that they were all strong, young men. Chingsho stepped forward to inspect them. They seemed very afraid of the soldiers. As soon as he approached, they backed away. He had a soldier randomly pull one man forward and asked him, "Where did you live before?" "Dingan City." "How were you captured by the Turks?" The man smiled ingratiatingly. "We fought a battle with them and lost. Luckily, Duke Qing bought us and gave us back our freedom." But that smile made Chingsho uncomfortable. "You knew I gave you back your freedom, yet you still followed Chu Jukong and rebelled. Isn't that a crime worthy of death?" The man trembled all over from fear and took a long time to stammer out, "It wasn't that we wanted to rebel. Chu Jukong forced us. We didn't dare disobey." Chingsho's string of questions was meant to verify whether these men were truly from Yenchi. Although the man answered all the questions, Chingsho's doubts were not dispelled. The things he asked about could easily have been told to them beforehand, nothing secret. But then Chingsho changed his tone and asked, "Do you know what will happen if you go back with me?" A cruel expression leaked from his lips. The man was already nervous and now became completely flustered, unable to respond. Chingsho glanced at Ho Junji, who instantly understood. He half drew his saber and shouted, "You traitors who betrayed the empire, death without mercy." At those words, the man collapsed to the ground, stammering and begging for his life. This frightened the rest. The 5,000 men no longer waited quietly for orders, they exploded in panic. "This isn't what we were told. No one said we'd be killed. If we knew this would happen, we'd have kept running. Why come back at all? If we're going to die anyway, why return?" Chingsho silently observed their reactions. Behind him, the king was drenched in cold sweat. If these men lost their nerve now and exposed everything, he'd be doomed. But just as Chingsho was about to continue questioning, one man suddenly knelt down and began to cry bitterly. Chingsho was caught off guard and stepped forward to ask, "Why are you crying?" The man looked up, his face covered in snot and tears. While wiping his face, he cried out in despair. "After Duke Qing saved me, I thought I had a chance to live. But I had no control, forced to flee by that criminal, and now I'm going to die anyway. I just wanted to survive. I hoped one day I could return to Yenchi and see my parents again. But now, it seems I'll never have that chance." He cried pitifully. It didn't look like an act. Chingsho said nothing. After a moment, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Set out." The king finally let out a long breath. He thought, "I've finally bluffed my way through this. Duke Qing, please don't rush off. I've prepared a banquet and brought out our aged royal wine to drink with you." "No need." Chingsho waved his hand impatiently and told him to shut up. "If you truly mean well, stop causing trouble for the imperial court." The king quickly promised that he would serve the empire even more faithfully in the future. This time, Chingsho didn't delay. The army immediately set off with the 5,000 men and began the journey back to Gaochang. Only when he saw Chingsho cross the border and disappear did the king finally relax. "He's already gone that far, father. Why are you still so worried? It's fine now." The prince tried to comfort him. The king wiped the cold sweat from his face. "I almost got into serious trouble today. If that prisoner hadn't reacted in time." The prince laughed. "Why is father so scared? In my view, Chingsho isn't all-seeing. We fooled him with a few tricks." The king couldn't help but feel a little smug. He thought of Chingsho's fearsome reputation in the western regions, as someone nearly invincible, who no trick could fool. "My son is truly wise. If you were born in the Tang dynasty, you could rival Chingsho." The two looked at each other and laughed proudly. Chingsho led the group on the return journey. They didn't even rest along the way, marching straight for 2 hours. He and his soldiers had strong endurance, but the prisoners pretending to be Yenchi people suffered. They had been lazy and used to deceiving others. Now that they had to actually march, they felt like dying. After 2 hours without even a sip of water, let alone food, they were physically exhausted and full of resentment. What kind of march is this? Not even a bite to eat. Are they doing this to torture us? Maybe they really plan to kill us all when we get back. Could be. If they wanted to kill us, why not do it here? Why drag us all this way? What's the point of this suffering? At first, the prisoners didn't dare speak, but as time dragged on and they grew more tired, their complaints grew louder. Some even started yelling about hunger and thirst, ignoring the fact that Chingsho could hear. Chingsho acted as if he hadn't heard. The louder they complained, the more he ordered the troops to speed up the march.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.